And welcome to the Stretch Run Saturday edition. This is the penultimate Saturday before the Breeders' Cup. I'm joined today by the Oldie Capper, Justin Sampson, and Derek is with us as well today. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Are you ready to get into some racing today?
I guess so, Chris. I mean, if we have to.
Oldie's been on fire this week.
Fire.
His win bets. He's hit some nice horizontals as well. We're looking forward to what we have to offer today. We obviously will be showing all of the Keeneland races live. We'll be getting out to there in a minute. We got Aqueduct at Belmont at Aqueduct. We'll have some stakes from Indiana. They've got a pretty good card today with state bet states. And what else do we have? We've got some Gulfstream, some Woodbine to mix in as well. So should be a great afternoon of racing. But let's get over to Keeneland, Oldie. I'll give you the screen here. Keeneland race 1 as I get the race ready to show. We've got 3 minutes to post.
3 minutes to post.
Oldie, just want to say welcome to everybody in the chat. Kevin, Alan, Joe, Jeff, Wiz. Good luck today, everybody. I hope you all crush it. Oldie, go ahead and go. But just thanks, everybody, for being here.
I just want to say good luck to everybody, and we're all counting on you. But with that being said, so leg 1, I am the 5-4. The 8's actually my top choice here. Lighted Up Louis, who I think is going to sit the trip here at 6.5, and then the 3 and the 5 for Safi, I think is being a little over bet here, but we'll see. I could be wrong, and that horse could just romp. Leg 2, I am the 2, 7, and 9. 7 is my top pick here for Graham and his motion. I like the works a little bit here. I think this horse has shown that it can gallop pretty well on dirt or turf. And if you look at the SOR of this race, there's really not a lot that have run better than the 7 at this SOR range. And then Keneally and Saez have been running pretty well together on the 9, who's the long shot there. Leg 3, I am the Scotty top choice Mambo Queen, who for Chad and his Brown there, and the 12 for Brendan Walsh. So your top 2 win percentages, and then my third.
If you interrupt you, we're going to the gate here. So
all right. So well, there's my ticket. So I see we're going a little
this
early.
Moves here, into the gate. Here's Play Good, Pay Good walking up. The big cow.
Jeff, I think there isn't any NHC. I think this is the last weekend for BC seats, so they're probably focusing on that. And Jeff Gunn winning with Justin.
All class comes forward.
Well, I'm playing Justin this week.
Here's Ganesh. Football, so. 2 more to load.
Yeah, who won last week?
Brad beat me last week. He had his
Frango
best week of the season.
Yeah, Lighted Up Louis the last one.
But I moved up 5 places in the standings because I scored so many points that I moved past everybody else.
And
that I was tied with that also lost.
7 blew the break.
There goes the big Calhouna right out for the early lead.
We weren't using
all
the
class
7.
right there in the opening strides as well. All class outside. The big Calhouna inside has the lead by a half length. Ganesh is third, just 2 lengths off the front pair. Trudas fourth to the inside. Lighted Up Louis goes in 5th. Play Good, Pay Good is in 6th position. Frango Electrico is last of the 7 as they approach the entrance to the far turn. The big Calhouna leads at 3/4 of a length. All class second, a length and a half as they move on to the turn. Ganesh is third up on the outside. inside. 22.5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Edith Strudis is next toward the inside. Lighted Up Louis is between horses in fifth, running nearly 4 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more to Play Good, Pay Good next to last, and Frango Electrico is last. And here's All Class moving up to the outside of the big Calhouna. Quarter mile to go, stride for stride for the lead. Edith Strudis tries to come off the rail third, 3 lengths off the front pair. They turn for home. All Class has a narrow lead now from the big Calhouna second by 3. Edith Strudis third. Lighted Up Louis fourth. Play Good, Pay Good center of the track fifth, 6 lengths from the front. Now the big Calhouna is fighting onto the inside of All Class. The big Calhouna, All Class with a short lead. Play Good, Pay Good has gone to third, still 4 lengths away, 3 lengths away. Here comes the wire. All Class in front. All Class to win the opener for Tyler Gaffalione. It'll be close for second. Either Play Good, Pay Good, or
I'm
the
happy
big Calhouna for that runner-up spot.
Tyler and his Gaffalione got me there.
You're still alive, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm just. I really thought that that horse was a little more vulnerable there.
Derek, we talked about that right before we came on. That 5 looked like a single for sure. 2 to 5. The play was the exacta in the try, though. I would tell you the 4 and the 3 underneath. We did not get a chance to talk about it, but the 5. I was with Derek. I think Derek, you singled there, didn't you?
Did. Yeah, I singled. I singled the 5, but he didn't run like a 2 to 5 shot. I'll tell you that much.
No, but was Safi right? Was that horse was in the Keeneland In Today work report? I would tell everybody was working well. Looked like a nice horse. I mean, didn't win by a lot, but you don't always have to.
Fast. Went fast, so it wasn't like wasn't as if he got easy fractions.
Yeah.
Okay, LD, we'll go back over to your screen. We've got a few minutes here before we get over to Belmont and Aqueduct Race 3. Allowance optional claimer, 50K. Non-winners are up. Non-winners 1 and up. 3-year-olds and up. 92K on the purse. Derek, I think you're alive in a pick 5 here with a big price.
Pick 4. I actually didn't play the pick 5 because I didn't get home in time. I started off with I believe it was the Scotty Longshot one and paid $31 in race 2.
There you go.
So yes, so I have in this leg, let me see here. I got to pull it up. I have 2-3 in this next leg. And then my single is the Chad Brown in race 4 with Flavian, on him in race 4. That's my single, the 4. And then I'm all on the last leg. So if I can get there, I can take a price in the last leg.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Gary, Willie. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Oli, I understand you're out. You singled in that second race, and you did not single the Scotty.
I singled a different long shot than the one that hit. Yes. Okay. But I will tell you, to me, that this is the money burner special of the day because all these horses pretty much are money burners. The 2 is the one that's not, but it is, to me, outclassed in this field. I like the horse I liked the most actually scratched out of this race.
Yeah, I was 6 on top before the scratch. That was a shame. And then I thought the 3, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the 5 might, even though none of these horses really have run when they're not on the lead, I just think maybe the 5 might be a little better. And Dylan's been riding really well for Chad. You're getting 3 to 1 here. This might be a good opportunity to play a double into the next. And I believe, are you singled in the next here?
I am. I'm singled to the 4, though.
You're singled to the 4 Wholesale, who's the Vacoma.
Yes.
Firster for Chad Brown. So I may try a Chad Brown double here from the 5 to the 4, which is paying the 5-4 double. No, I'm looking at it exactly. There we go. Yeah, so the 5-4 double is paying 8 to 1, which isn't bad.
No.
But that also means the 4. If you go back to that, the 4 is going to be a huge favorite. It looks like then. Yeah. In race 4.
Yeah, but you're getting 8 to 1 instead of 3 to 1 or 2 to 5, whatever it might be.
Oh yeah, no, but I'm saying this 4 is not going to be 3-1. It's shown 3-1 morning line. It looks just from the doubles, looks like he's going to be 4-5, if not more.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you look at everyone else, right, 8 versus he was paying 8. The next closest I think was, half of that, or maybe even.
Hold on, let me see.
He's paying 9, right?
You're right. You got it right. You got it right.
Yeah, he's paying 9. The next closest is 19. Yeah. Like he's more than double, so he's probably going to be in that 4 to 5 one even money.
Yep.
So, it's not a terrible idea.
No, I've seen far worse for sure.
Yeah, you've seen far worse ideas come out of my mouth, for that matter. So,
Chris, you were talking about the BCBC, and I got two chances tomorrow to win a seat on the Twin Spires ones. I want a seat at the contest, so let's see. Hopefully, I can get something home tomorrow.
That would be awesome. I think you're also going against Drew.
Yep, I am.
In that contest. Yep. So I'm not going to be able to help you much there.
That's all right.
But hopefully you can get something home there and get in the tournament, because if you get in, man, you're going to do well for sure.
Yeah, no, Drew. Remember we showed what Drew did. He basically took his whole bankroll on one double, like Oldie just showed, and got up there, and then just bet the minimums and was automatically in.
Yep.
Great move.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy. I think the other guy did a big exacta.
Yep.
And that's how he got in. So this is kind of like what David was talking about on the road to the NHC yesterday. Is that sometimes you don't need, don't need to have 6 or 7 or 8 winners. You just need 1 or 2, and that could be enough to get you there. Okay, Oldie, I'm watching Belmont to make sure we get over there. Right after the Belmont race, we'll be getting out to Horseshoe Indianapolis, rather, for race 3. That is a handicap. Going off about 114. So,
yeah, but a pretty quality. Well, I like one horse there. It's the favorite, but a pretty quality field for the most part in these handicaps. Race 2 was, I believe, also a handicap like that. So, but I just threw up my pick 5 ticket for everybody. I'll leave that on the screen for Horseshoe. Scotty and I have a bet on the 11 in race 7. Scotty thinks it's going to finish last, and I picked it to win. So we'll see what happens there. Those are always fun.
They are.
And I don't know if while we're talking here, again, even though we hit the late pick 5 yesterday at Keeneland, terrible betting on my part, because I had the last 4 races cold. And I didn't play a cold pick 4. I didn't play like a $10 pick 5, and I could have easily, had I just played all in the first leg, I could have scooped the pick 6 too.
Yeah.
That was not smart. It was bad betting. Could have rolled doubles. There's all kinds of things I could have done. I was just being distracted by the wife at the time, and just had that one thing in. But I was kicking myself when it got to about the 3rd or 4th leg there.
Yeah, sometimes life gets in the way, and you can't get everything in. But let's hope you can do the same thing again today, and maybe you can get them in today.
Yeah, well, the odds of doing that 2 days in a row on the same track are minuscule, or very wide, let's say. So I'm going to say it's probably not likely to have my top pick win 4 races in a row.
We are getting to the gate here at Aqueduct. I've got Horseshoe ready to roll. They're 4 minutes out. They're just getting out of the pack here.
And they post track, so 4 minutes there is probably more like 8 to 10.
Okie doke. Well, they've got till 1:32 to be done. We need them done before that because that's Keeneland race number 2.
All right, Keeneland race number 2.
So, Oldie, you're on the what is it? Are you doing a 5 at Aqueduct? You're doing
Yeah, I did a $50 5 for double.
Okay.
Winning on weekend.
Yeah, Willie, Woodbine does that to us.
On the board.
These guys all like to run over each other.
Flavian Pratt.
Flavian and his Pratt. Still 8-1. Looks like on the double.
This. Luis Rivera Jr. board and Digital Ops and Dylan Davis to the outside.
Well, Matt's got a wedding today, and so does Brad. So they won't be in the pools.
Goes in.
Well, maybe that's why it's now 9-1. No. To you too.
An even line. He's got this. Has early speed.
Come on, Dylan.
The inside from Black Rain, and Digital Ops wants the lead. It's Digital Ops from the outside draw. Is being asked to move forward now. Wants that forward position, and now will cross over. Is the lone leader. Digital Ops is clear by a length and a half. Had to work a little bit there. Dylan Davis just scrubbed him along, and Digital Ops gets over to the rail. Is up by 3/4 of a length. Black Rain switches towards the outside to challenge. Is back to within a neck of the lead.
Not Purple Rain, Black Rain.
The journey is
right.
the lone third. He's got this. It's back to fourth. The early trailer.
And not the Blind Melon song, There's No Rain.
The leader is Digital Ops, 24.39 for that opening quarter mile. Pressure to the outside from Black Rain. He's got a nice journey so far. It's Black Rain still within a neck of the lead. Winning on weekend. Still watches the action from third. Is 2.5 lengths back. It's another 2.5 in front of He's Got This. And still the trailer. No move yet from OP Firecracker. 49 seconds left. Half-mile time. Digital Ops trying to take them all the way. Digital Ops and Black Rain, they still duke it out as they approach a half-mile left to go. It's Digital Ops the target. Black Rain in full pursuit towards the outside, just continues to lope along as still within a neck of the lead. Winning on weekends, cuts into the margin. He's got this. Is asked the question here. Is moving up to the outside. OP Firecracker slowly getting into it. Is still 4 lengths to the trailer. Digital Ops is all in. Black Rain has not been asked yet. Winning on weekends, tips towards the outside of the green cap. OP Firecracker is drafting right in behind rivals. He's got this is all in. They reach the top of the stretch. Digital Ops is still there. Black Rain can win it on weekends. Collar the top 2. Here's winning on weekends with momentum down the center of the racetrack. Digital Ops has repelled the challenge of Black Rain.
2.
And on weekends, Digital Ops is game. A 60
Look
to
at
go. Digital Ops.
Good job, Oldie.
Get out. Digital Ops. Dylan Davis gets it
Oldie,
on.
I thought he was done. I thought the 2 was flying by.
Yeah, I did too.
Got this.
But that's where the 2 was a little lower in the class in what I consider the class there.
Nice call. There you go.
So we're live to 50 there. I also Dutch 10 to the 7 and 10, who I also like the works on in the next. We're both first-time starters. So
Jake at home on the couch. He's not on the bridle today. A little bit of a tongue issue. Hopefully that does get better. But yes, that horse was game. Derek, we've all seen that movie before, right? Where the favorite there just rolls right on by and you end up running last. So good call, Oldie. You're in a good spot to cash. That is always good to see.
And I thank Brad and Matt for not being around to bet that down.
There is one double that I know that he likes today, and I'm not going to say anything now. I'll tell you. It's at Horseshoe. It's coming up soon, but we'll see. I'll know by the time I look at the what's in the pool when that thing turns over. So,
his money might be obvious in a horseshoe pool.
Well, there's always two bets. There's always 2 bets. There's what the intent bet is, and then there's the other bet that gets canceled.
Yes, of course. But so Mollystown, the 5, has beaten this group before.
Oh, this is it. This is the race.
Isn't taking extra weight in this handicap, which surprised me. The 4 just missed last time against Mollystown. I'm hoping that doesn't reverse here. You know, the other horse of interest here, I think is either the 6. I think that was it. I think it's the 6.
Chris, I'm going to guess he went 5-8 looking at the double pool. Now, he probably hasn't even put it in yet. The double pool's tiny.
Yeah, I didn't like the 8 in the next. I like the 7 way better than the 8 in the next. I used it defensively, but it's low percentage connections. And a horse that's not. We'll see.
Yeah.
See what happens. I should put my money.
I like the 11 in the next.
I threw the 11 out completely. That's why it's sitting over there. Well, we'll see what happens.
It's a Molly.
Put everything.
The Molly, yeah.
Well,
yeah, Molly double.
I think the 10 has a chance in the next too for Gary and his Garcia.
Scotty picks 1, 2, 3 in some order in the first 3 races at Belmont. Interesting. Very nice.
Nice.
All right, let's get
Love it when that happens.
Horseshoe.
Scotty and I had a whole talk about how we thought the Scotty picks were going to have a big weekend this weekend. There's Jeff's double.
They're 4 minutes off so far with their post times.
Yeah, as I've told you, that what did I say? I thought they'd be about 4 to 6 minutes off. So
1, 4, 5, 6, Jeff, over 8, 9, 10, 11.
All right, let's look at
Justin,
that.
Any thoughts on this handicap here at Horseshoe?
The starting gate. It is now post time for the Kim Hammond overnight
I
handicap.
thought this race was between the 4 or the 5. Didn't really have preference over either one.
Eddie Press with Win Me Over. Now Simmer Bermudez zapping it coming up.
All right, here we go.
Win Me Over. Joe Ramos with
nice, clean, crystal clear HD feed here at
Even money on Latigo.
Horseshoe.
Even money, Mollystown.
And Oldie, you, I don't know if you noticed, Keeneland is firm today on the turf.
For a handicap double.
Disappointed. I like my turf.
A couple to back.
Like my meat. Rated
Scotty's
good.
On edge. 5-year-old 5-time winner. So
okay, I'm going to leave that one alone.
One more. Julio Felix with chip off.
Good idea.
An 11-time winner.
There's a lot I could do with that. Either 4 or 5 will not hit the board.
The Kim Hammond overnight handicap. Mollystown broke sharp. Mollystown quickly tackled by Latigo, and right there toward the inside is zapping it now, looking to force the issue. Mollystown is just in front as Latigo moves up, and toward the inside is zapping it. Scotty's on edge is up with these leaders. Well grouped past the half-mile pole. Chip off the old block is only 3.
I told Scotty he needs to play Scotty's on edge.
Furlongs. Win Me Over trails the State Bred Sextet. They round the far turn. Mollystown, the quarter 22.33 seconds with Fernando Letta Cruz. It's Mollystown as Scotty's on edge. Struts up now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Scotty's on edge. And Mollystown with Latigo in third. Then chip off the old block. Zapping it. Then Win Me Over. Here come the Hoosiers. Scotty's on edge in front of Mollystown. Coming down toward the final furlong. It's Scotty's on edge with a 3-length lead. Mollystown and Latigo, they're second and third. And then comes Win Me Over fourth, but locked in. Coming past the 16th, it's Scotty's on edge looking for the line. Mollystown gamely toward the inside, and Latigo, Scotty's on edge, safe at home in the Kim Hammond. Scotty's on edge has prevailed over Mollystown. Latigo.
Well, Jeff, your prediction of 4 or 5 not hitting the board failed, but it looks like you did get the 6. Yeah. So good enough there for sure.
All right. Not a bomb. I mean, that was the other relatively logical 7-1, mid price. The 1 would have been a bomb at 20-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one to beat the 4 and the 5. The 1, 3, and the 7 were definitely outliers.
Yeah, and Scotty and I did, like I said, we talked about that horse. We talked about that he should play that horse, just off the name.
Yeah. Okie doke, oldie. We have a little bit of time here. We've got about, looks like 10 minutes or so to Keeneland's second race. And we'll follow that up with the fourth from Belmont at Aqueduct.
All right. So I know, Justin, were you playing at Gulfstream this morning?
No. Derek, you might be on. Oh no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did a pick 5. Yeah.
Go ahead, Derek. Yeah.
So in this race, I went with 6-7, but as we said beforehand, I was a little scared about the 3 here with Paco, first time starter. So I'm, like I said, I didn't want to leave that one off, but I like to keep my pick 5s in a $20 to $30 range. So yeah, I'm 6-7. I went with the square pace, and I think the 7 is the main,
You think the 7 is the cheese?
I think he's the cheese. Yep.
Well, 6-7 Exacta is paying 17 to 1. 6-3 Exacta is playing 32 to 1.
A couple of options there for you.
Yeah.
Those are not bad. I mean,
Dave Duncan, welcome. Thanks for joining. Jake took the 5 in his tourney here. Well, we can show this Gulfstream race. We're getting ready to go into the gate. I will get it up on the stage. Here we go. A little Pete Aiello. What you don't need, Derek, is who do you like here?
Who do you like? I did. No, that would not be good for the 6.
No.
I've heard. So Scotty said that he's heard from people there that the turf course is in amazing condition for the championship meet, and that they've done a terrific job.
Lexi, welcome. Thanks for stopping by.
Lexi.
Full exchange draws the outside and will complete the line.
Fire.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Designer Bag. She was slow into stride and then checked back hard. Good start in the middle now for Golden Valley, who heads off for the early advantage, taken on by Goshaki, who moves to her second. Headstrong behind the speed is Chica Catholic, and that does Bubbles Up no favors.
Derek, the 6 should have still gotten the lead. You know, that rail is way out because they split the turf course. So
No, he's on the lead now.
Yeah, no, I know.
And he's choking that horse.
They're not going fast. I mean,
No.
But that's you have
you slow it way down, man.
How ranked the 4 is. Oh my God.
Too much. He's slowing it down though. That's apprentice jockey.
Yeah, struggled to get the lead a little bit when wide. We'll see. I mean, he went 25.
No pace on here. They sprint past the 3/8.
But he kept all these other horses in the room.
49. Almost a 50-second half mile.
She's ready to go on the outside of her. Bubbles up toward the rail. Designer
See, Paco on the 3, man.
He's just going to be in trouble.
Who gets lucky? They turn in.
Paco get through.
Designer Bag got a seam. She's trying to go get Golden Valley, who has the lead. It's Golden
Come
Valley
on, 3, get up.
to the attack. Designer Bag up
On
the
beat
rail.
the cheese.
Far outside. Bubbles.
Wow.
Final
5
speed,
long
Golden
shot.
Golden Valley is still in front. Designer Bag. Cheese at the rail. Cheese is closing.
Wow, the
It's
second
Jeez. Yeah.
Jeez.
Cheese
Go.
won it, but
Jeez.
very close after that.
Great
Oh. Derek, you were confident the whole way, right? I mean, you saw that right at the wire that's the way it was going to go.
I knew from the beginning. No, in reality, the 3 was the best horse. The 3 broke terribly. Like that was the we all love to complain when it's our horse that that loses, and we say he got. But right now, I got lucky. The 3 was the best horse.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
But let's request that Pete use the term "say cheese" because that's a photo finish winner for cheese.
Yeah. It is.
Derek.
Yep.
Where remind me where you single?
I am. Let me pull that up. Let me see here. I am singled. Am I singled in the next, or do they single? Hold on. I'll get it on the screen in a second. I just got to find on here first.
No, you're fine. I think the one in the next race at Gulfstream could be a single. So, but I know you like also a horse in race 4. So
yeah, I'm single to the 6 in race 4. That's where I'm single.
Look at the 3, how it got crushed at the break. Oh,
that's what the 3 was much the best horse in that race. That's not even a question.
I mean, he got just destroyed by the 2 and the 4.
Yeah. Yep.
And the 7, they had to release him from the outrider so he can like do a little bit of running, get some of it out of his system. But great ride by Reyes there. Unlucky loser with the 3, and the backers of the 5 have to be somewhat disappointed as well. I mean, that was a good run, and to lose it right there on the end. So, okay, Oldie, get you back up here, and we can talk about Keeneland race 2, and I think you've got plenty of time.
All right, let's run the race sim here. Keeneland race 2. I thought the picks have it here. The 2, 7, and 9. Two gets a slight lead here.
Gary requesting a pick 4.
Seven's got the lead in the stretch, and down the stretch they come. And just edges the 9 in the race sim. I think that's probably, where I had this as well. I thought the 7 was just slightly better. But, they could go really fast, and this could melt, and you could see like the 6 or the 4 here. But, not likely. But you do have an EA morning line angle on the 6 that you could pay attention to there at 10-1 and 9-2 on the EA morning line. So it does appear that the EA morning line is saying there's some value there. And, Gary wanted to pick 4.
Oldie, you're 279 here in the pick 5, right?
Yes, correct. But, I might consider adding that 6 here. And in the pick, let's see, let me get this right. In the and then I would add the 4, the long shot here. I would play something like that for 40 instead on the pick 4, because on the pick 4, you need to, it's a different pool, less legs, less things to eliminate. So, I might want to take the chance there on the single, the non-fave single in race 4.
Justin, any thoughts here as the pick 4 pool goes right over 100 grand in the second race at Keeneland?
I originally liked the 5, so I was really actually disappointed to see the 5 scratch, because I believe the 5 was 20-1, if I remember right. So, and I know there was actually a few other people that really liked the 5. So that was kind of disappointing to me, to be honest with you, of the whole sequence. So in race 4, I think, Oldie, you're singling the 7. I could see it. I also like another horse in that race, though. So, but here in this race, Chris, I narrowed to the 7 and 9 after the scratch of the 5, but I didn't have a huge preference. That's why I'm not playing a pick 4 here. So, but yeah, 7 or 9. I think the 7 is good price at 3 to 1.
All right. Derek, thoughts on race 2?
Yeah, I'm 279 in my pick 5. I singled the big favorite in the first leg, so
Yeah.
I'm 279 here.
I mean, in this race, Chris, when I'm just kind of looking at it again as they go to the gate here shortly, but the 7 is Manny Franco Grand Motion. I mean, they hit it 29%. I mean, good GSR, just one last out in a 58. This is not, in my opinion, it is in for a tag, so you don't necessarily love that, but I just thought this group wasn't all that great. Is why I thought Union Suit. I think wins the race, and it taking money, probably gonna take late money.
No love for James and his giant toner here.
I think the 2 horse has a shot, but like I don't like that price. I like that, but the 7 taking money now. So, again, I was so really bummed that when the 5 scratched, I was like, oh man, just because this race I didn't think it was that great, oldie. So yeah, the 2 could win 2 to 1. I mean,
no, I agree.
The 9's burned money, but it can win the race too. So,
Yeah, my screen's still showing the 5 as the second pick there, even though it's scratched. I don't know why it's doing that. It wasn't doing that a minute ago.
Sugar comes forward, the first to load.
The 2 shows the second pick. Oh, it does show 5 now. I see that now.
Out of nothing at all.
This is the second race. I think there was another race right before where you had a scratch of a horse you like too.
Asian Matriarch.
Yeah.
I hate days like that where a lot of the horses you might like get scratched.
And Justin, just a teaser for later, but you and I identified a horse in the last race when we were handicapping on Tuesday night that I really like.
Oh, today?
Ribbons in her hair. Moves
today
in the line.
What race?
Princess
the final
Olivia,
race.
The last one.
Oh, the final race at Keeneland.
Keeneland, yes. The final race of the meet.
Okay. Oh, I remember our discussion on this now. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Last one comes forward.
That's my teaser. We'll talk about it later when we get in
Goes
range
in, they're at the post.
of that race.
All right. Keeneland.
They're off. Out of nothing at all, Sugar Bell and Princess is Olivia. These 3 come forward in the opening strides. Out of nothing at all, puts ahead in front, but Princess Olivia is right there. Princess is Olivia right alongside of Out of Nothing at all. These 2 contest the early pace, a length and a half thin. Asian Matriarch third, Union Suit fourth up on the outside. Sugar Bell fifth against the rail, gap of 6 more lengths back to Sweet Chablis, who is next to last for the move to the far turn. Ribbons in her hair is last. 22.86 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Out of nothing at all, and Princess is Olivia. They go 1-2, separated by just a neck, and here's Princess is Olivia moving forward again on the outside to apply more pressure. Union Suit wide and third around the far turn. Asian Matriarch between horses, and then Sugar Bell against the rail in fifth, just 2 lengths off the front pair. Princess is Olivia has a head in front as they round the turn. Out of nothing at all is still there to the inside, though. They continue their battle. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. Sugar Bell to the inside in third. Asian Matriarch fourth. Union Suit is fifth, and still 7 from the lead. Princess is Olivia is the leader. Princess is Olivia chased by Sugar Bell, who finds an opening down to the inside.
Like
furlong to go. Princess is Olivia. Sugar Bell. Asian Matriarch on the outside. Here is Sugar Bell kicking on to the inside of Princess is Olivia, who wakes up to the challenge. Asian Matriarch comes from the outside. Princess is Olivia has a half-length lead. Princess is Olivia.
That's a gutsy win.
Yeah.
Asian Matriarch up in time for second at the expense of Sugar.
I thought the 5 might be able to beat the 7 or 9, but that horse, it just fit there, but
very game horse for sure.
We may be playing the chalk. Yes, Buffalo Mike. We'll have to see.
Yeah. More to go there. Ole, I'm going to get you back up to the stage here as we're going to get out to Belmont.
Yes, the duct.
The duct. 4 minutes, 6 minutes of what it's saying. Guys, too, if you could let us know, Scotty and the team have done a bunch of work with the top status bar in terms of making sure those races are all accurate and on time and everything else. So if you guys got any feedback on what you're seeing, we would like to hear about it.
All right, so I have my $50 double to the 4 here.
And it is 5 minutes, so it is accurate. Go ahead.
Yeah. So $50 double to the 4. I also had some interest in the 7 for Robin as actress with Dylan on board. So either a Dylan double or a Chad Brown double here would be nice. You know, there was no Bruno ratings here, but there's some big works on the 7. And the 10 also has some big works for Engelhardt, and he's getting IRAD there, so you can't ignore that horse. The system, though, seems to like the 1, 8, and 2, which is interesting here. So the McPeak, we didn't hear anything from our McPeak connections here about this horse. Any thoughts on Daytona Gold, anyone?
I mean, I singled the 4 here, but I'm out of my pick 5. I basically picked the 4 because of Vekoma. At this point, you have to bet Vekomas. You just have to.
Yes. And, you know, volatile situation, easy for somebody to say, not me, apparently, for Kimmel is your top E pick, or your top Scotty pick. And then Joker's on Fire is a silver horse to watch, the 8 here for Bruce Levine with Castellano aboard. So I think it's actually a pretty good group. I think it's pretty wide open, but I agree with the Vekoma. You just can't ignore the Vekoma and the connections on the Vekoma there. It's Klarovich and it's Chad Brown.
I don't disagree with you. I put the 3 on top though. I mean, well bred. I know it's Carmouche, but I like the work. I like the work back on the 13th. You know, so. But I think the 4. I think I would narrow it to the Scotty picks here. I actually had I had the same way as the Scotty picks 3, 4, 8. That's how I thought it was.
Well, 7 just scratched. It looks like. If I'm looking at the saddlecloth color that the jockey is holding in his hand, it's either the 1 or the 7. Even though they haven't flashed it up on the screen yet.
No, it's a 7.
That's a shame. So I assume on my $10 double there, I get a consolation double if the favorite wins, which is not very much consolation.
All right, let me get the sound rolling here. A couple minutes to post. Oldie, what's your will pay on that 4?
All right, let's pull it up to just make sure. It was 9-1 last time before I pulled up the will pay. I don't think it's 82-1, which would be nice, but let's refresh this. There we go, 980-1.
9.8-1, almost 10-1.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Almost 10-1. Favorite to pick. Was that even money in the last race?
It was, I think it was the second choice, so it was 3-1.
3-1. 3-1 over 2-1. You're getting almost 10-1. Very, very, very nice. I hope some people scaled on that.
Well, I hope it hits. Then I hope people played it. If it doesn't hit, I hope people didn't do what I did. So
yeah, Dave, we got 2 mandatory pick 6s today. Lots of action for sure.
Potential bankroll builders for your Breeders' Cup plays too.
Yep, and we will be around next week. What do we have? 3 shows next week?
4 shows, I believe, next week. Wednesday, Thursday previews, and then live stretch runs for both Friday and Saturday of the Breeders' Cup.
Yep, 100%. Lots of scratches already for the Breeders' Cup. National Treasure out of the Dirt Mile Idiomatic out. And who was the other one?
There were about 3 or 4 out of the juvenile turf sprint too.
If you guys could take a minute to hit the like button, subscribe. That way you'll get alerts when all the shows
Approaching the gate for race 4.
Subscribe to the like button, please, or like to the subscribe button.
Just hit all the buttons. And if you are monthly or annual subscribers, the Breeders' Cup pre-entry races are all up on EquinEdge as well. So you can run race sims with like 23 horses in the race.
And you can see that there are a couple interesting potential only pace situations in some of these turf races. So.
Yep. And then right after this, we are going to go straight to Indiana. Their stakes race kicks off with the Philly 2-year-olds, $100,000 Indiana Stallion Stakes. So as soon as we wrap up here at Aqueduct, Oldie, that's where we're going.
Good loading. It's post time for today's 4th race.
All right, Oldie, let's get your 4 home. Down to 5 to up a little bit to 5-2.
Yep. Fire to 2. A couple more to go in the gate here.
Volatile situation goes in. Here's Joker on fire.
Fire.
Fire, fire, fire. The
Joker
10
on
is getting back on the outside.
3 out. Wholesale.
And only maybe throw the
Do
swag
that,
shop up. You can get your own EquinEdge polos, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, mugs.
Brooches, pterodactyls.
Sir Cartwright to the outside. Edit. All set.
And they're off. And
And
there's a race going on.
awkward beginning there for
Or barely did either.
very awkwardly at the back end of the field is now 10 lengths the trailer. Kenny B's got the speed. It's Kenny
Not
B.
looking good.
Here's Sir Cartwright, ready to pounce towards the outside within a head of the leader. Back there in third is Joker on fire at the Rail Daytona Gold. Progressing towards the outside there from 5th. That's Volatile Situation, 2 lengths in front of now 6th running. Liberty Rising with less than 4 furlongs to travel. They're 4 lengths in front of New Matthew. It's another gap of 5. Back to Wholesale and a very tough journey for Whiskey Friends at the back end of the field. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Kenny B's got the lead. Kenny B, Sir Cartwright in full pursuit is in the 2-path, just ranging up towards the outside. Right in behind them. At the rail, there comes Joker on fire, and the wide run is Volatile Situation as they reach the top of the stretch. Kenny
And it
B
ain't going to happen. The one is going to get away.
Look at Kenny B open up here. Kenny B is now opened up by 4 winding lengths inside the final furlong and is just demolishing this field. Kenny B, a 16th left to go, and Kenny B, Romero, Mirage. They will win this one stylishly. Kenny B wins in Volatile Situation. Then a photo. That's Sir Cartwright with Joker on fire. In 1:10.
Good try, Oldie. That was a good bet.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to happen. You're going to get beat sometimes.
Yeah, but you keep firing on those. You need 2, and
Fire.
it's not too hard to string 2 together. Okay, Horseshoe. They're on the track. 2 minutes to go. We all know that's a lie.
Yes.
Al, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you last night.
It was. All right. Let's see. So I'm going to make a decision on a pick 4 here in a single. I mean, that horse finishes second a lot, but really isn't coming that close. So let's see here. So I'm going to make the decision on the top win percentage, top Pick there for 37.50 and play a little pick 4 back there because I do think I have the right horses if that single hits. And I know, Derek, you like the 11 here, correct?
Derek, you're on mute.
On mute.
Talking. There he goes.
It's not working. I like the 11. It's not working. I don't think my.
Certainly not taking any money. Derek just bounced.
Yeah, I think when he was saying not working, I think he was talking about his internet, maybe.
Could be. He'll pop back in. Justin, thoughts on this race here, first stakes at Indiana?
Yeah, I was on Spooky Ridge, Chris, taking a lot of money, 9-2. The 7 horse, I know Oldie's using the 7, it looks like here, 7, 8, 10. But I had the 7 on top. Safe stakes for 2-year-olds, Pedroza riding, so that's great because he hits at 45%. I think did just win though last out, so always has to improve. Where'd the screen go? Okay. All right.
Sorry about that.
I do like. I thought Derek, I think, mentioned the 11. I thought I had the 11 underneath and the 10. So a little bit. Saw I think the similar between Oldie and Derek combined, but I did have the 7 on top.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No
ran into a little bit of computer. Had to switch.
That works.
But yes, Oldie, I did like the 11 a little bit here. So, but I think I'm out of my. I'm out because Molly's whatever lost. So I lost my single.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what I had for so in race 6, my top choice of 3 apparently scratched out, even though it's still showing on the screen. Here, this 3 who was top pace is not showing on the bet pad. There, let me just make sure that's the right name. Yep. So with that horse out, let's take that out there. We should look here and just see what that does to the pace situation. I think the 5 might be the single there.
Agree.
And work at Wendy. So I'm going to change my ticket here and go 5. And then here I was 5, 8, and I'll add the 7, I guess. Let me just look. Not really. I mean, I'll just go 5, 8 there. And this could be something you play multiple times. So if I turn this over, it's a $15 ticket.
There you go. Play it for $1 and it's 30. All right, let's get out to Indiana. Horses on the track.
Horses on the shoe. Seven, you missed the jockey trainer stat. So now I need to look at the jockey trainer stat. Yeah, they're 45%. But Pedroza does do pretty well here, just in general.
Top strength of race too, right?
No. 10's top strength of race. Unless you're talking about in the GSR section. And that's the 11, so I still no.
Handicap. They're going in. Yamari Correa with Dreaming Girl.
All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody.
Sophie Doyle with Sweet Heat. Joined a Dreaming
Ooh.
Girl.
Kind of went in
Sarah
abruptly.
Ramirez with Molly's Potion, one here on debut.
Dick Bush likes the long shot, number 4.
Fernando Little Cruz with She's a Whirlwind. Spooky Ridge, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding for a handicap double. Now Molly's Potion coming up.
The other Molly race.
Potion went in okay. Orlando Mexico with Cool Dior. To shed her maiden tag here in the handicap.
He's not too confident.
Likewise, Eddie Perez, Liz's Legacy, was second here on her debut. Santo Sandro with Calcolory. Like see you in a bit, both for Gennaro Garcia.
Gennaro and his Garcia. I mean, De La Cruz on the floor is the leading jockey.
Now won the Pink Out Classic opener. We're on Indiana Champions Day. Fast track here under sunny skies on a beautiful fall day. And one more. Miss Candela, Deshaun Parker for Tony Duran. For win on the card, here's Miss Candela.
You read the comments?
Yes, I did.
They're in the gate.
You have to really make me hold my tongue to
Indiana
that.
Stallion, Phillies Division, Indiana sired Miss Candela blasting out of there for Deshaun Parker. Great start for Miss Candela, who looks to cross and clear. See you in a bit, who chases the pace. Then comes Spooky Ridge, who's now in third from the outside. Molly's Potion running in fourth. She's a Whirlwind fifth, but being driven past the half-mile pole as Calcolory in the black silks has come past. She's a Whirlwind who's
I
dropped
guess
back.
the 11 got
On the
that
outside,
pretty
Liz's
heavy.
Legacy,
Yeah.
Clear from
Yeah.
Sweet Heat, Cool Dior, the 5-race maiden, is in the red sleeves with the pink cap. And
They heard
Dreaming
Justin
Girl
like
has
the
dropped
11.
back to
That's the
10th.
problem.
Opening quarter 22.83 seconds. They roll around the far turn. Miss Candela. Here comes Molly's Potion, who's gaining traction.
7 doesn't look like he's going to run.
Molly's Potion has taken a short lead from Miss Candela coming toward the quarter pole. Toward the inside, see you in a bit, is under pressure. And on the far outside is Calcolory.
This nine's
Molly's Potion. As these juveniles come for home, Molly's Potion.
He's handwriting that horse.
That's Molly's
Yeah,
Potion.
he took a look behind.
7.03
Went
seconds.
wide.
She's built up a 5-length lead.
As
Molly's
long
Potion.
as he
And
knows
then
what wire,
under pressure,
he'll
Miss
be
Candela,
fine.
Spooky Ridges running on the outside.
Derek,
I think even if he doesn't know the wire, I think he'll be
Molly's
fine.
Potion has slipped
Derek,
away. with
Derek,
Sarah
our
Ramirez.
one got
Molly's
up at
Potion, she's
Gulfstream,
2
6
for 2.
to 1, brother.
Won by 8.
Yes.
From
Yes.
Legacy. Spooky Ridge was third.
That was your
And she's a
signal, right?
Whirlwind.
Yeah. Hard meal, man. He tried to get the lead, had to take back, but yeah, that was it was
Good.
great, man.
There it is.
Yep, 6 to 1, single, win bet. Oh, so
Nice.
good.
Awesome. Okay, we got that one done. We have Keeneland here coming up. Oldie, let me get you over there.
All right. I'd love to hear other people's thoughts on this race, but I thought I really liked the works on the 11. I know this horse first time out on the dirt showed nothing, but you look at some of the notes here. This horse has done everything right. Airs up much better than Tellus Matter. Under a big hold here while finishing a length in front. So I think that second time out, this horse might be sitting on a huge race.
Yeah, I went really deep here. I went 1, 7, 8, 9, 11. I kind of like I do like the 1. The problem with the 1 is there's the drop in GSR. But you're getting 18 to 1 on this horse right now. If I was betting like a win bet, like a small win bet, I would bet the 1. But if you're asking who's going to win the race, I'm probably going to go with either the 9 or the 7.
At Keeneland,
Yep.
For me, I'm on the 7. So the 11's my top pick, but it'll be 11, 7, 12, 1 for me. And that's what I used here as well.
Yeah.
I agree with you on the 1, other than I don't see the GSR drop.
Sorry, no, that was the 8 that had the GSR drop, not the 1. Sorry about that. Yes. Yeah.
What did the race sim say about this race, Oldie? And welcome, the Abdul Whisperer. Haven't seen you here before. Thanks for joining.
All right, here we go. And they're off. 12's got to keep the 8 honest there. And they move to third call. Here comes the 9 and the 4. Has 7 as the only one really finishing.
Yep. Everybody else has a red arrow.
The old red arrow play.
Yeah, I mean the 7. Obviously the 7 is the favorite, so you can definitely see the horse winning. But I'm not taking 6 to 5. I have them in the pick 5, but I don't like I said. I like the 9. I think the 9 has a shot, and we haven't heard about this McPeak horse, but I do like the 1 also.
Well, I did notice that our McPeak Connections was using that horse, not singling, but using.
All right.
Anything you like in the next? Is there a double where you can use the 7 into some value?
You could go 7-7. If you could get a third 7, you'd have some real luck on your side. But the 7 scratched out of race 5, so you couldn't actually do that.
No.
But you like the 7 here, you're saying?
In race 4, I like Kiki Crazy and Windy Walk. Those were the only 2 horses I like.
That's where I'm at 6. I have 6-7 in the next also.
What's the 7? What's the 7-7 double paying, Oldie?
7-7-7. Hold on. Come on. Here we go. All right. The 7-1 double is paying 6 to 1, but you're getting 23 to 1. There, you're getting 5 to 1 on the 6 if you think the 6 wins that race, which isn't bad. The 23 to 1 is enough.
Yep. The other one that's getting a little bit of money down there is the 7-11.
How many people just play that?
You just wanted to say that. I know you did.
Yeah, you got a come out roll there for sure. Dave Duncan, what do you got cooking here? Keeneland race 3, number 2. Very good workout.
2.
Looks like the kid Pataki scratched out of Indy race 6.
Oh wow, that's a big. I think that was the favorite.
No, we did talk about that. I mentioned that when we were putting the pick 4 together. That's why we singled the 5 there.
No. Oh, I thought the Kibitaki was a 5. I didn't know that was the 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, just got an update from Mr. Miller. He did indeed play that Olivia in the last. That's a name play for him for sure. And he's got a double into a number of things here in the next, but you're wondering why it was the favorite.
I played an 11-7 double here, which is paying 54 to 1.
Okay. Where are we at Keeneland? We're 4 minutes to post. After this, guys, we're going to go back to New York for race 5. And then we'll be out in Indiana for another 2-year-old $100,000 race. The Aqueduct, is this a double carryover at Aqueduct or a mandatory or something?
No, it's just it seemed like a hittable pick 6 to me.
Okay. Got the pick 6 starting in race 6. Obviously, Keeneland is mandatory today due to closing day. And we have the Gulfstream Pick 6 coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Is that weird, though, to close on a Saturday?
It is. I don't know if it was a function of the calendar. I seem to remember them closing on a Friday and then Churchill starting on a Saturday. But
no, I think it has to do with actual physical weeks of the calendar, because a lot of their racing starts on a Sunday and the meets end on a Saturday in Kentucky specifically.
well, whatever it is, we will miss Keeneland to the spring. I know Scotty mentioned to David yesterday about us potentially doing the show every day from Keeneland at the spring meet, April 4th to April 25th. That would be super awesome if we could figure out a way to make that work, but that could be difficult.
Yes, definitely.
Does he know you guys have jobs?
Well, that's the thing is we would have to figure out how to block all of our employers from the stream, right?
I would not be.
Right.
I would have to take a PTO day to do that. So no chance. Maybe 1 or 2 days at most. I'll take a PTO day for it.
Well, we'll have to figure out. Obviously, the Grade 1 Gamble, I believe, is the second weekend. We will certainly target that one and see if we can make something happen. But it would be great to get the crew out there for a few days and maybe do a Friday and Saturday show.
And maybe we do some line changes there. And even though we're doing the show, maybe not everybody's there every day and weekend.
Sure, correct. And we could do the last 5, the last 6, but we got to get an Airbnb. We got to get that. We got to get the housing part squared away way in advance.
Get a trap house.
We're gonna need we need a big place to kind of like the Heisman House, the Keeneland House.
Yeah.
Okie doke. A minute to post. Then we're out to Belmont. The turf is firm. Oldie doesn't like his steaks firm.
I'm disappointed today. I couldn't bet the Army-Navy game because Navy's the home team and they're playing in New Jersey, so it counts as a New Jersey team.
So you couldn't drive over the border to New York, place your bet, and then come back?
In reality, I could probably drive 15 minutes and I hit New York. I've done that before, but no, I didn't care that much about it.
They really block you on that, huh? Nevada used to block bets on UNLV and University of Nevada, Reno, but they let up on that years ago.
Yeah, they should.
You can't bet any Illinois schools in Illinois either.
Yeah, I bet a UNLV game where I had the over. The game was already over in college football, and magically the lights went out at the stadium with a minute until it's considered official. It was like 55 minutes was the official, and so it was a push.
Scary girl. Sharamia also coming forward.
All right, Oldie, Derek, Justin, who do you guys need here?
9.
I got the 11 on top.
Yeah, I got
walking up.
The 11's my top pick too, but the 1's the best price. The 1 or the 12's the better price.
I can't believe 20-1 on the 1.
Precious Medley goes in.
Yeah, I had the 1 as my second pick. I thought this was a tough race, though. You could make a case for so many. 11 seemed to have good works. I think, Oldie, did you watch the work of the 11?
Yeah. No, I like the works on the 11 and the notes on the works on the 11.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like every work was a 3-star work, which is crazy.
Last one going.
Yeah, I just watched
most of them.
I watched the video, but this is a tough race.
They're off. There goes Unmerited Favor from the inside. Tisn't She Lovely and Mambo Queen out in the center of the course. And now Tisn't She Lovely kicking in, goes forward for the lead. Tisn't She Lovely moves up, clears around the turn. Champagne on ice toward the outside is ninth. Goddaughter is 10th. My Gal is 11th. Sharamia last to the 12, 23.44 the time for that opening quarter.
We'll see what
Tisn't
happens.
She Lovely
I'd
leads.
like to
Tisn't
see
She
the
Lovely
12
leading El
passing a
Jury
little
by
more here.
a length and a half
That's
up
too
the
fast.
backstretch. And Merited
I
Favor
used the 12.
against
I
the rail
used the
third
1,
by
8,
just a
9,
half
11,
length.
12.
Illuminatrice is fourth up on the outside, much closer to the lead this time, and she's within 2.5 lengths of the leader as they go to the far turn. Love and Poetry moves off the rail between horses fifth, 3 from the front. Mambo Queen wide again to the far turn. Opening half mile, 48.35 seconds. Mambo Queen within 4 lengths of the lead, but about 4 wide as they round the turn. Tisn't She Lovely, the leader. El Jury tries to draw alongside. Illuminatrice is third out in the center of the course. Mambo Queen has to go wider still to the top of the stretch. Unmerited Favor is back toward the inside in fifth. Love and Poetry, Dairy Girl, and then Precious Medley off the turn. Tisn't She Lovely, the leader, chased by El Jury. And Illuminatrice and Mambo Queen, who's still fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Here's El Jury for the lead.
Come on, 11.
Unmerited Favors looking for running room. Illuminatrice is there on the outside. El Jury, Illuminatrice, Unmerited Favor trying to squeeze through to the inside.
Come on, 11.
Illuminatrice, El Jury,
Come on, 11.
down to the wire.
No matter what.
Win. Multiple horse photo finish
Was
in
it
race
11,
3.
OD?
Just not the
I'm
12,
hoping it was
please.
the 11, but I have the 12 and the 1 also, so.
What about the 9 on the outside?
No, yeah, the 9 came just too late.
I don't think 9 got there. I would love to see that. They're showing the 11. Come on, baby.
They owe me a photo finish, Victor.
Oh, they do, huh?
Yes.
Is that? Did they put that in your Twin Spires account that you're owed a photo finish?
It's like a
No, it
out of
was
jail free.
hidden in my media pass.
But Oldie, we hit a nice photo finish on that early pick 5 at Belmont. For 3K.
I also got caught in the second to last leg.
In the pick 6, right?
In the pick 6. It would have had Bass carried over, even though we lost in the last leg.
This is close.
This is close.
It's 11. It's 11.
You think?
Oh, the 12. It might have been the 12.
Oh, I know. It's probably the 12 because I don't have
in the
12.
interest of the double in the next.
It's the 12.
It's the 12. Wow.
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah. Wow. 9 coming.
What if the 12 went off at 13 to 1? I'll take that.
Yeah, I used it.
That's great for my pick. For my pick 5, but.
Oldie, what do you have in the next race?
6 and 7.
Okay.
Well,
I used the 1 and 7.
It was definitely 12, 11, 1.
Yeah.
That's good. I should have played an all oldie picks try there too, because that's going to pay
real nice
bananas.
12, 11, 9, 1.
Okay, so I would have missed because I didn't have the 9. So
I think you guys had the super though.
If you take all our picks, yes, we had the super.
I think you guys said you liked the 1 a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
We all used the 1. So
I'm the only one that didn't use the 12. I had the 1, 9, and 11 I used.
All right, Oldie, let's get over to Aqueduct.
It was a big GSR square, Jake. Yep. Go ahead, Chris.
3 minutes.
So I am out at Aqueduct right now, but Derek, do you have anything you like to?
Look like you're home.
So I'm out. I had the 4 singled. I was all in this leg, so I didn't love this leg myself. But if I'm picking, I wouldn't take the 2 just because the price is too short. I'd go with the 9. I think 7 to 2 on the 9 is a good price.
Well, and for mid pick 4, this is a cheap ticket, and I actually think it has a good chance of hitting. It's what I used in the pick 4 also, or pick 6. It starts in the next leg.
Equipment adjustment
with the same single.
Race 5, pick 4, early stretch out the 10, where the field came onto the track for today's fit.
All right, I got the audio up for you guys. I'm going to get a quick snack, and after this, we'll get out to Indiana for race 5.
So, Oldie, you're singling the 2 in race 8. You're saying?
Yes, I'm singling Messier.
Oh, all right.
Trying to get one more out of Messier.
I had that horse when at Aqueduct when they took him down for no reason. I was so frustrated that they took him down when he clearly won and they put up a huge bomb. But so I don't know. I don't know if I could ever bet Messier again after that.
That happened to me. So I had the 6 in that DQ at Anita yesterday.
Yes. Yeah.
Which was a brutal DQ, but the thing didn't pay anything anyway. So
those are always better. You want your luck when it's a big price is what you want.
Right. Your lock of the week. Your stone cold lead pipe lock of the week.
Gentlemen, your attention, please, in this upcoming 5th race on advice of
I think if I'm going to single in this pick,
risk it all.
This pick 4, I'm going to go with race 7. I'm going to single the 4
in race 5.
8 to 1
Scratch
morning.
the 9, guys.
Play show pool.
Yeah, I was already on. You guys aren't.
I mean, up the
9. I was all on the 6 here with Mr. Joel Rosario. I think that this is one of those races where what's going to happen on the turf, the rail out, but there's a lot of scratches in this race. We just had another one. But
and the thing is, if the 2 wins now, I did get this in with the 9 before the 9 scratches. I would get this I played it for $1. I'd get it for $2. So I'm not over $6 on the ticket. I'm not taking the 9 off here. From a strategy standpoint.
Horses are stepping onto the turf course, approaching the gate.
I mean, the 3 for Martinez Hennig, I guess, has a shot. But, this horse couldn't win in the Chad Brown barn. And just seems to burn money. But you are getting 10 to 1, so the risk is baked in there, I guess. Or Nano Man on the stretch out, but the GSR goes way down. If you were looking to add there.
Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 5th.
It's post time at the Apollo.
I went with 2, 3, 6. That's what I'm going with. Now that they took my 9 out.
In the 6.
They're going to take the 1 down too. They're staring at it. Oh, no, they're going to put it in. Okay.
They're staring at it. They're thinking about it. They're trying to figure out which horse is going to run for purse money only.
I don't think
Joe Lewis goes in.
You should be running for purse money only when you're the other half of a
Union
entry
Express.
that scratches at the gate.
They ought to just do a draw right before they go and just draw one horse to run for purse money only.
Yeah, you might be 3 to 5, but you're running for purse money only. They should. Some owner. Let's find ourselves an owner to name a horse purse money only.
There you go.
So then they could say purse money only is running for purse money only.
Awkward beginning for St. Joe Lewis. Just bobbled at the break towards the tail end of the field. Inflation Nation flashes early speed. Inflation Nation, and here comes Union Express to join this early leader as they speed towards that first turn. Tucking in behind them is Nanoman. Nanoman's going to get the journey. Is from third. Is now 3 lengths off the pace duel that's emerging on the front end, cornering a touch wide.
I thought they said his name was Piano Man.
Inflation Nation, Union Express 1-2. 3 lengths back.
I'm going to say that's a little too fast.
Third,
guys.
moving up towards the outside is Time Song, now taken 4th. At the rail is Scatchetap in 5th. Then in 6th, there's St. Joe Lewis. After the awkward beginning, is going to be mid-pack towards the back end. Kick a Buck and the early trailer, I Love Kara. The leader is Union Express at a big number, is trying to slow things down, but quickly in the early stages. And ranging up on the outside, here's Time Song and Javier Castellano in pursuit within 3/4 of a length of the leader. At the rail is Inflation Nation, backed off of that early tempo. In between horses, Nanoman has lost a touch of ground, is now back there in 5th. Is moving forward as St. Joe Louis is just tugging at John Velasquez towards the front. From the back, Scat to Tap is trying to get rolling with Kick a Buck and the trailer, I Love Kara. They're well into the turn, and Union Express is still there. It's Union Express and Time Song fully in pursuit. Inflation Nation back for more in those yellow blinkers as they reach the top of the lane. Time Song is now called upon for the effort, and Time Song is away. Union Express is still down there towards the inside. Inflation Nation is re-rallying, and here comes Inflation Nation now lifting. Up on the far outside, Kick a Buck is rolling late too. Down towards the inside, Time Song. In between horses, Inflation Nation trying to catch
There's that wire. There's that wire. Boom, there you go, Justin.
Nation to get the victory. Inflation Nation over Time Song.
There you go. Boom. 6.
Good St. Joe Louis. 1 minute 38 and 4.
You can thank that 7 for softening up the 2 a bit there, but real nice with that 6, the Scotty Longshot.
Yep. Inflation Nation. And did we get 8-1 there? What did we get?
5-1, but that's still good.
5-1 after the scratches. Okay. Or scratch.
All right, Oldie, let me get you out to, there you go. Horseshoe, race 5, another stakes race, big field.
5-8 here, I believe. Was the play, but I think who won the last? Yeah, so the 8 to the 5-8 here. So, and I might do a 5-5 double here as well.
I think you and Justin both were on the 5-horse here for the win spot, right?
Yes, but I did add the 8 because of the scratch in the next really opened up the single to the 5 there. So a 5-5 double's paying 7-2 right now.
Okay. Justin, I think if I look at the sheet, you were 5-6-8 here, right?
Where are you? You want me to talk Horseshoe?
Yeah.
Justin, I can go for. I like the 12 here actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm 5-12. Go ahead, Justin.
No, go, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking. I think I think the 12 it had a couple good races, and you're getting the 9-2 E morning line. It's more now in line with what the real morning line is, but it was 8-1 earlier, so I think you're getting pretty good odds. So that's why I went with the 12, and I do like the 5, but I don't like 8-5. I don't think it's worth it 8-5.
I would not play the 5 at all. When I originally looked at this, I thought the Scotty picks would be tough, but Derek, I kind of agree with you. I think a horse like the 12, I think has a big shot. I also think the 10, the 8. When I looked at this race, Chris, I had really no preference. This is not a race I would bet. It was a tough state bred, I thought, on the Indy card. So, yeah.
Well, if it's one where you're looking for an entertainment play, there are a lot of 4 to 5s here in the pick 5 will pays I just saw, and you can always go hunt for a price here and make a small wager. Hope to get lucky. These are 2-year-olds, so anything can sort of happen, right?
That is true.
And
this 12's dropping 10 SOR, so that's a big drop. Yep. I mean, I'd give it a chance, and I think you're getting good odds. But I agree, Justin. The 10's also interesting, but I'm going to stick with the 12.
All right. While we have a minute here before Horseshoe goes, we're gonna squeeze in the Gulfstream race. I think you guys have some multis here. We're going in the gate. This is race 4.
The horses are at the gate.
Derek, you're single to the 6. I use I use the 1 and 6, I believe, in my pick 4. Yeah, and I have pick 3 and daily double, I guess. Yes, I have the 1 and 6. Good luck, Derek, on your.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm single to the 6.
I'm off.
Interestingly, the 7 wins the race in here.
Derek with the rocking the Chick-fil-A. Very nice.
I just got it delivered to me, so I'm like, great.
Good start for
Awesome.
Bernardo's Legacy. Reda Barrio ridden out of there for some forward position. Palpito is at the rail into 3rd. 7 Anniversary comes away in the top flight. He's racing into 4th now.
No Chick-fil-A milkshake?
That's the race favorite. Come Dream with
What?
The red colors.
No Chick-fil-A milkshake?
No.
In front of Beauty Bolt, and Builder Jack is last with less than half a mile to go. 7 Anniversary up to have a crack at Bernardo's Legacy.
So you're both on the 6, right?
3 wide side, Come Dream with Me, holding down.
Justin has the 1 also.
Justin has the 1 also.
Outside, it's Praiseworthy.
Derek's single to the 6.
Bolt and Builder Jack is out kicked. They run to the top of the stretch behind a 22 and 4.
I looked at the race sim and just played the 7 to win.
Bernardo's Legacy in front by an neck. On the outside, Come Dream with Me. Farther out, Praiseworthy. Running home in traffic. Beauty Bolt's got a shot from there at a big price. Now they straighten for the drive. They're an 1/8 of a mile out. Bernardo's Legacy.
Well, 6 ain't getting there. Looks like
the 9 gonna win on the lead.
9's gonna hold.
It was definitely a tough sequence. I thought the Gulfstream did a good job today.
Yeah.
I'm glad I played the 1 though to win. That's why you always bet your single. So that's amazing.
All right, back out here in Indiana. I sound like Jim Neighbors.
Back home again.
Oh, you're gonna get us a YouTube violation. By the way,
I don't think anybody's gonna mistake me for Jim Neighbors singing.
By the way, they tagged us again
The
on
horses are approaching.
the NHC show yesterday, and I went and looked at it. There's nothing there. I don't know what their problem is. I cut it out, but all right, getting to the bottom of the hour here in the East, almost 2:30. Coming up next, we've got obviously the Keeneland, Aqueduct, Indiana kind of 3x3. We did get that Gulfstream race in. We might have a chance to squeeze in Woodbine, but I doubt it. No, they've already gone.
All right. While we're waiting for this
The horses
load,
have
I'm
reached
going
the starting
to
gate.
take
It
a
is now
quick
post
pit
time
stop.
for the Crown Ambassador.
All right. Only going to the pits in Indianapolis.
According to the 5th of 13 here on Indiana Champions Day. Fast track, Joe Ramos with Catch a Night Train. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Sir Baji.
Game 2 tonight, guys. Yankees, Dodgers.
Both here for Gennaro Garcia.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. I love baseball. I love playoff baseball. So
let's go Dodgers.
Wow.
I went to Dodger Stadium for the first time just back in March. It was an amazing spot.
Dodger Stadium, Justin, I've been to well over 100 games there. To me, it is one of the classic older stadiums that exist today.
Isn't it in the middle of nowhere, though?
No.
It's on the top of a hill, bro.
No, it's in a ravine. It's in a ravine.
Like, okay, whatever. But it's like built into the thing, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance.
I was sitting in the right field corner on the bullpen, and then like the behind the plates like looks like they're sitting up in the sky. It's crazy.
Yeah. They get 55, 60,000 people there. If you ever get a chance to get Diamond Club seats, do it. It is super cool.
6-5 favorite.
All the food, all the drink, everything that you could ever want. I ran into Tommy Lasorda in there many times, and I am not the Dodgers fan.
Classic older stadiums. When I hear that, I don't think Dodger Stadium. I think Fenway or Wrigley.
Dr. Alex is in. Fernando Cruz.
It was built in the 60s. And I think in stadiums that were built like that, it is one of the better ones that has survived.
It's true. It's still around.
Ambassador and losing the rider.
And it's still
was
relevant.
Night
I mean,
Train, and this horse has
great place.
ducked through the gap and was coming back the wrong way.
We might have a.
The outrider at this point has a
he's going the wrong way.
Who jinked inward, but has been pulled up by the outrider. So now these 11 being led by Mondavilla in front of Dr. Alex's Inn and Slam Dunk Justice. Rich for the inside to Fly and Fight running in fourth.
That was a 10,
Baji
right?
is fifth.
No, who was going the wrong way? The 2?
3 furlongs to go in the Crown Ambassador. And then comes Imminent Forecast with Trusted Image. Further back to Polar Drift and Star Quality, while Monarch Emotion trails the 11 as Catch a Night Train was pulled up. 22.53 as they come past the quarter pole. That's Mondavilla. Mondavilla leads the charge for home from Dr. Alex's Inn, sweeping, and in between horses, Slam Dunk Justice. Then comes Sir Baji in fourth to Fly and Fight and Trusted Image. There's 1 furlong to go with the rail for Evan Roman. It's Mondavilla, and Mondavilla holding on to this advantage from Slam Dunk Justice's trying.
It's got it.
Slam Dunk Justice looking to rail.
I don't know, man. You're gonna have to pass.
Closing on the line. It's Slam Dunk
It's
Justice.
got it.
For Santo Sanjor and
No, man.
I
told you. The horse not gonna pass, man. 5 win.
Trusted Image,
Yep.
and then next across was Star Quality.
I had
And we ran
both
the Crown
there, so
Ambassadors thanks to the great job
8
by
would have
the
been better.
outrider who got a hold of that.
Which is the one that bolted?
I don't know, but it was going. It went full Jim Marshall and was going the wrong way.
All
For
right.
those of you who have watched the old NFL Films blooper videos.
Okay, oldie. 2:28 p.m. We got 8 minutes to Keeneland. The same schedule: Keeneland, Aqueduct, Indianapolis. Maybe you could try and figure out something if you like these next 3: the 4th at Keeneland, the 6th at Aqueduct, and the 6th at Indianapolis. What's your 3-race parlay there? Do a win parlay, a show parlay, a place parlay.
So the 7 to the 5 at Indy, and the race 6. I believe my top pick here is the 4.
You're 7-4-3, and Justin's 1-4-3 with these next 3 races between Keeneland, Aqueduct, and Horseshoe.
Yeah.
Derek, what about you?
At Belmont, the 6th race, I actually like the 5.
Okay.
But I want to see, oldie. Wow, this 4.
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive. Which is weird though that it wins by that much, but then the E morning line zone is 8-1. That seems strange, but I do think there will be at least a horse or 2 to go with the 4, and so I'm hoping, and I think the 5 has a good shot. I like the morning line versus E morning line gap. So my top pick would be the 5 in that race. But I do like the 4.
I played a daily double from our 6 in the last race into the 4. So I thought the 4 could be lone speed here. Obviously taking money, public thinks the same. So I didn't really, underneath would be 1-3-5, but I think the 4 wins. So we'll see. We hope.
For sure. And here I really, and the betting is kind of reflecting it, except for on the 1. I really thought it was the 6 or the 7 here. Either 7 gets away, or the 6 is pressing and
Windy Walk.
Oh yeah, oldie. I agree with you. I had 6, 7 in my pick 5 that I'm now out of because of that last race.
I didn't like Windy Bay. Second time Riley Mott, though, for Riley and his Mott. And best performer, I thought was more of a turf horse. Did win last time out on the dirt, but it was in the slop. And I didn't win on the firm dirt here for Joe Sharp. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this horse is going to run big, but off the claim as well to a lower percentage connection. So we'll see on the one best performer, who was the morning line favorite, but not the morning line favorite. Justin, any thoughts here at Keeneland? You're muted.
You're on mute.
Yeah, you were just talking about the one, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
That's who Abdul Whisperer likes, the one. Talk to us about it.
Okay. It's the top pick. As the morning line doesn't really like it, but that's okay. You get 3-1. It is, off the claim from Sharp. I think, did improve last out. So, it's comes from a 54. It has been facing much tougher. So this horse has back class. I mean, I think the big thing that I like is the horse is protected. They claimed it. And then now they're protected here in a starter allowance at Keeneland. It's the top pick. It does win the race sim right there. I think. Can you go back to the race sim real quick?
Yeah.
So, I think it's right there, the 11 right there. But I think that the one horse is going to sit a good trip. I do think the 7, Kiki Crazy, that I really narrowed to those two. That's kind of who I looked at for my top 2 picks. Pace. I love the scratches that come with the 3 and 4 on the inside for the 7. So I think that that's going to be perfect. It's the further you get out, the tougher it is. But speed can be dangerous on the Keeneland dirt. I like the 1 post with the 1. I think that's fine going 2 churns. The 7 is Maker, though. He struggled. He still struggles. But Tyler rides. I think this horse can be really dangerous on the front end. And then I think, that's probably who I put, just really those 2 horses. I could talk about a couple other, it kind of was the favorite, the 6.
What about the 8?
Yeah, that's the other horse, Derek.
Yeah.
So Big Bad Diva, won at Oaklawn, and now it takes a big drop coming out of those Canterbury races. So
yeah.
I think you have to decide, and still is protected here, 7%. I think going 2 churns, right? So Source is going to have to come off the pace. I thought probably underneath, but I think the 8 does get the drop. The price is amazing in the trifecta in all types of verticals, because I think the 8 has a great shot to hit the board, Derek. I'm not sure if it can win, but it was 178 for me. I was trying to beat the favorite. So,
well, I'll tell you, one of the things I didn't like on the 8 was that, this is the short finish line. So that's tough for a horse without any kind of tactical speed. And, go ahead, sorry.
No, I agree with that. That's why I like the 7 the most, right? But my problem is it doesn't mean just because it's short. That's why it's probably not going to win. But I could see it picking up 3rd, maybe 2nd for the try. Definitely has a chance at 3rd. So.
Yeah, and the 2 look like more of a Charlestown horse to me.
Yep.
I played the pick 3 from the last race. I just used 1-7. What do you have here, Oldie, in your pick 5?
I'm 6-7 here.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like they're on the track there as well. And we have the tropical turf pick 3 coming up soon at Gulfstream as well. And we have next race at Keeneland starts the turf pick 3, the $3 turf pick 3. All right, I'm going to pull and we'll take a look at the horses on the track. One looks great. As they're moving around here. All right. Let's take
But guys,
a look at these
because I won't be on later, I just want to say it's not. I mean, it's a big favorite, but my single in the late Keeneland pick 5 is Kehoe Beach, the 11 in race 7 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race.
All right. I like that horse, but I thought that Bell of Rights might be dangerous there. The long shot.
Yeah.
And also, I thought that the 7 might be a little suspicious there, and I added the 7. There's a 4-star work there.
Yeah.
From before it broke its maiden. I think this horse can really run. Is Getting Jose. Yeah, there were a couple secret 4-star works, as I call them. So,
Secret, huh?
Secret that they were older works, like on the Roman horse in race 6.
Moving into line, race 4.
Where, that's the wowza note from Bruno. The famed wowza note.
And once again, we'll give some thanks to Keeneland allowing us to show their races. We do appreciate it. The great hospitality they showed us when we were on site back there a couple of weeks ago. We will be back with them in the spring meet for sure.
Callie Sue comes forward. Honey Run moves into line.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Here's Wendy Walk. And
Matt, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Good luck.
Wendy Bay, the last one. Going in, first wire at the post. And they're off. Wendy Walk broke alertly. Wendy Walk and Kiki Crazy, they come to the front in between horses. Callie Sue is caught wide at the back and is running 8 lengths from the lead. 23.75 was the time for that opening quarter. Kiki Crazy, midpoint of the backstretch against the rail, leading Wendy Bay, and then Wendy Walk back toward the inside in third. Then a break of 3 more lengths. Best performer starts moving up the rail into the 4th. Walk gets there in time for Luis Saez.
Wow. One thing I forgot to tell you all, in the last race at Keeneland, where that 12 won.
Yes.
Our friend from Chicago had a $200 double.
Nice.
36 to 1. 36 to 1.
Very,
Wendy
very
Walk.
nice.
Wendy
As he's watching the race at a wedding on his phone, I'm sure.
He's in the car. Well, he might be there by now, but it's a 45-minute drive. But he's always going to play Olivia.
All right.
That's a tough beat if you have that too, though. I mean, I thought that too.
Oh yeah, the 2 look gone. That it either moved too soon. I mean, that 6 made like 3 or 4 moves in that race.
Mm-hmm.
Like made the 7 work too hard to get the lead. Let's just make sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the 2 definitely had a good bob.
Yes, but
I don't think Kurt would have called it if he didn't think it was. Think it was good. 6. It is good to go. All right. Oldie, let me get your screen back up.
Oh yeah, we've already watched this race sim, haven't we? This is the 4 crushes in this race sim. It's also getting crushed in the betting right now at 9 to 5. The 1 is getting. So it's interesting. I mean, I guess 4-1, the 5 is getting bet, but with the scratches, I don't know if that's really getting bet here or where the horse should be.
Pick 6 starts here at Aqueduct, race number 6. We've got 3 minutes to post, guys.
Yeah, and here's what I played for the pick 6. First leg. Single to Messier. So let's hope that it's another good one here. You know, obviously the 5 at 4-1 would be terrific here.
Oldie, who do you have at Keeneland in your last leg?
In my last leg at Keeneland,
Right, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
So in what I put in before the 4, I found the 13. I'm 2 through 5 in the last leg, in the pay leg there, and in the pick 6, I am, which starts there. I am 2, 3, 5, 14.
All right.
And we'll take a look at the will pays when we get a chance here too.
All right, we're circling around here in Aqueduct as we get ready to roll.
And again, my single here is Messier. I did not think this was a very good group. Messier's really won 2 in a row here since, and you know, first time out in the Dutch Row Barn, didn't win, went to the shelf, and then since then has been lights out. And you know, I just didn't think Coastal Mission's all that good. Repo Rocks hasn't run to the way Repo Rocks used to run. And, you know, so unless this pace melts and somebody like the 4 Jefferson Street wins, I really think it's Messier. Messier doesn't need the lead.
I think you and Justin were both on the 4 here at Aqueduct, right? Race 6?
Yes. But I think actually in the spreadsheet I put the 5 on top. But
no, you put the 4 on top.
I did put the 4. Okay.
4-5-1.
Yes.
You were 4-5-1. Justin was 4-1-3-5.
It's just I think the 4 could get loose is the play here. So,
Apart from the game, race 6.
If it doesn't go off as the favorite, I love seeing that too. So
yeah, and maybe, you know, the Fletcher doesn't win with a lot of first time turf starters, but that doesn't mean that 3 horse can't finish in the money somewhere. If you're looking for exactas or tries here. Has a big GSR.
The Mother Goose Stakes, grade 2, Billy's 3-year-olds and up. We will have that one from Aqueduct right before 5 p.m. How was Pacheco?
That's the 3-year-old, not quite good enough to get in the distaff race.
Chick-fil-A was good, Derek.
That's always a good go-to, the Chick-fil-A. And you got to remember, up here we just got it only a couple of years ago. Wasn't big around here until recently.
Having spent a lot of time in Charlotte, I on a sewer.
We got it about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, ours probably isn't 2. It's probably like 5 years ago we got it.
But you know, between that, you'll start seeing these popping up around Florida. But the Chicago place is Portillo's that's starting to expand. They're in Arizona. They're in Florida.
Never heard of that.
Well, we'll see if those are fighting words to any of the Chicago people in the chat. But
Freedom Glider.
It's Portillo's. That's hot dogs, Italian beef, burgers, chicken, and with a drive-through. They're known for their chocolate cake shake,
2 out. Hands of Time.
Welcome,
and
Private
the
Ross. Thanks for joining.
Chicago's a great city, Oldie, but the food is
Cow.
not on par with the other big cities.
Those are fighting words.
I know.
You may just not have been to the right restaurants.
Goes in. All set.
All right, let's get it.
And they're up. Hands of Time breaks very well from in between horses right to the front, and Hands of Time will get towards that easy lead. Is trying to hold that position. Might be out a little wide here. It is Nod to Tran, and also Royal Presence want to move on through. Just steadying briefly was Royal Presence. They sort themselves out. Hands of Time up front. Freedom Glider's going to track from second. At the rail in third is Nod to Tran. Then comes Cypher, who's taken the fourth position, and after
That's the
into that turn,
what you were talking about, Justin. That horse on the lead.
Yeah, already 5 lengths.
Yep.
Yeah, that for sure was the play there. That's why when I played the double from the 6th and the last, it looked like it might just get loose with easy lead. I mean, went almost 24. The 8 putting a little pressure, but
5 not looking like he's going to run.
Looking like an Irad gallop today.
Cypher's right there as they travel as a pair, third and fourth. Royal Presence is patiently ridden here from fifth, just looking for a seam now with less than a half mile to go, is 3 lengths in front of Cacao. Cacao is trying to rally on, as also Roscoe Pine Garage is the trailer. 48-4 for the half mile time, and Hands of Time has been there the entire way. Hands of Time gets the cue, is just being nibbled at here. It's Hands of Time who's a neck in front. Freedom Glider is back for more towards the outside. All in is Nod to Tran. It's at the rail. Cypher's trying to close it.
All right, needs some kick.
Not much running from the back yet.
No
as
kick.
Hands of Time is trying to dispatch a Freedom Glider who continues to chase this leader. Hands
come on,
of Time
4.
towards
Beat
the
this
inside.
8.
Glider is just trying to push on by, but it's still a neck back. It's Hands of Time, very resilient towards
Get up.
the inside.
Come on, baby.
Come on.
There you go. There you go.
Hands of
There you
Time
go.
still there.
Not quite
Hands
as easy as the
4.
race them had it, but it had it right.
Hands of Time over
I mean,
Freedom
and the rail is out there, so when you see that too, I mean, speed's really gonna hold, man. I mean, 8 ran a big race, but yeah, get a double home, very nice.
Excellent. Love it. Oldie, we're going out to Indiana.
Yes.
We do
Work
have,
It Wendy is who I'm single to there.
all right. We do have Gulfstream coming up here in a minute.
Well, their minute is probably shorter. An interesting pace play there on the 5, Whiting Fields.
Yep.
Field, I mean.
Are any of you guys alive in the pick 5 at Gulfstream still or not?
Nope.
No, I got knocked out that last leg.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on it because Indiana is a minute to post. They're dawdling. Gulfstream is at 0 minutes. We might be able to get the Gulfstream in.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this. So this one should not be 11-1 here.
All right. Tell us why.
Well, you know, almost beat a group of 54s on the dirt. You know, has a decent GSR here. Finished third. You know, probably is more of a dirt horse, but you know, I just have a feeling. It's not just a feeling. It's 13% to win. You know, it's tied for the second best win percentage here. And the horse is tactical and going to get first run at the 5 here.
The big negative is the drop in GSR, though, right? Isn't there a drop in GSR in that one?
It actually, it's a 10-point drop
Good.
from the dirt, but it's not in this group. It's not the end of the world. I mean, there's really only the 6 stands above in GSR, but the 6 is kind of a money burner.
Justin, I'm going to agree with Private Ross. I am jealous that you can go to Jack in the Box because we do not have those here in Florida. Although they are.
You know, I won't distract too much, but I went to college in Central Washington in Ellensburg, and it's a small town. It's a great college town, but I used to go to Jack in the Box all the time on Sunday mornings. So that's really funny.
What was your go-to for Jack in the Box breakfast?
I mean, I've always been kind of bacon breakfast sandwich man, and like so usually with bacon. And then I used to always love eating like a jumbo jack. I have no like, so I would go late, man. Like I don't know. It was definitely a college memory of like Sundays after a couple of long nights.
I was the Sunday breakfast sandwich guy.
Yeah.
We'll get back to Gulfstream here. They are still dawdling around, and Horseshoe showing the odds. So we'll get out there soon. Don't forget the 3-horse at Horseshoe was Scratch the Kid Pataki.
Yeah, wasn't there a governor of New York, Pataki?
Wacky Pataki, yeah.
Wacky, yes. I wasn't going to go there. I'm glad you did, Derek. With the
I mean, I actually knew him, kind of, their family. So I mean, but that's what they called him. So, but no, that's not an insult to him. It was more just what the papers would say once in a while.
Dave Duncan also breakfast sandwich show. And, Buffalo Mike is going with the more sophisticated Panera sandwich, and I don't discount the Panera one because that is good too. That I can get here in Florida if I want to drive like 30 miles.
Oldie, I'm surprised this 5's not lower at Horseshoe. I know 3-2 is not great, but it seems like this horse should be even lower than that.
Well, I mean, the 9's got the speed and did win that Indiana whatever Phillies handicap there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why. I don't know.
Clearly, Oldie and Derek not breakfast sandwich guys.
I've never had Jack in the Box, so I can't speak to it. Not a West Coast guy.
I've had Jack in the Box when we've been in Boise.
See, I just love croissant. Like I love breakfast sandwiches. We have a close friend in Eastern Washington. She make them on the grill with sausage and egg on and cheese, and like they are so amazing. You know.
Well, Justin, you like croissants because you guys can't make bagels out there properly. So
Derek, I will tell you that right down the street from me is a pizza oven place, and on Sundays they do bagels in the pizza oven and with bacon and eggs, and this is awesome.
You couldn't pay me to eat a Florida bagel. I won't eat a bagel anywhere else.
I thought this race at Gulfstream was so tough. I got knocked out of that pick 4. I was disappointed. I actually pressed all here, Derek, in my pick 4. It was only I think like $24, but
nice.
Well, we got knocked out in the last race.
Yes, but. Yeah. I had 4, 5. I think I just went 4, 5, 6 here. And I didn't bet anything this now, but that's who I had in the pick 5.
Yes, Scott-free. I do add the a Jack in the Box taco to every order when I was in California.
They were so cheap. You just like add them on, right?
It's a sidecar, right? It's like getting the margarita with the sidecar. You got to do it.
It's like the 5 Wendy's chicken nuggets for $1.
Wendy's has by far the best app in how you get rewards and free food. If
agree,
100%. I use it all the time. We went to Brave Wendy's, got breakfast sandwiches there this morning.
We ordered 200 nuggets yesterday on it through for
nice.
Kids came over.
This 9's gonna be game, man.
200 nuggets. That's insane.
It was probably like 15 kids, and then you add adults on, and yeah.
All right, we're off at Horseshoe.
All right, let's go 5. Oh wow, he went off 1 to 5. All right, so
and tracking.
That's not worth it.
Go to the back of the track. Martz Rosie is joined out wide by.
And another 9 chasing it. We got 9s chasing the favorites back to back.
Jolly Justice is running in 7th. Maroon Silk to the pink cap, and then to the inside, Charming Jazzle and wide touchdown past trails. 24.03 lead second.
All right, Justin. I think we got to get a promotion going. We give out breakfast sandwiches.
And the grain leads today, Wendy, who shoulders the road, Crossley. Junior
That's
just
like
up there.
three
Forcing up
from
Rosa Junior.
Dry Ice.
Is poised. With on the outside, Rafaela. Classic Kitten making headway at the 3.5. March Rosie is 5th. Soul Run in 6th. Jelly Justice in 7th. Touchdown pass just relegated. Charming Jazzle to last. Half mile 49.41 seconds. Work it, Wendy. Work it, Wendy in front. Crossley has been right there with Work It Wendy as they come toward the quarter pole head to head. Rafaela's free path, then Classic Kitten is
Boy,
14th.
a lot of horses breathing down the 5 sector.
Who do you like?
15.69 seconds. Work It Wendy, first to face the Indiana
One with
champion.
the pink cap.
Crossley is now driven hard.
There's
Here's
a lot of
Crossley's
pink
bid, and on
caps.
the outside is
I
Classic
think that
Kitten.
was his
Rafaela,
point.
is in between horses. It is still Work It Wendy with Crossley, who's nosed in front. Now Classic Kitten. Rafaela.
The one.
Touchdown pass.
We're gonna clean it up. Touchdown.
Pass. What a score.
The 6 is the
Touchdown
1. 5's
pass.
going to finish out of the money.
Just blew past them all. 1 by 5 from
Wow.
Crossley. Classic Kitten was 3rd. Record Wendy Ruff.
Big balloons at Indianapolis for sure. Were there any plungers on that one? Do we have a show plunger maybe?
That was a rough one.
No.
I mean, look at. They didn't even run that fast for that to melt like that.
Correct. All right. Well, that probably killed the win parlay for sure.
Yes. All right. So let's
Keeneland.
take a quick look at that one.
Let me get you over there.
Touchdown pass. Never done anything but one on the lead. Either.
Maybe we'll do an early Breeders' breakfast at the Breeders' Cup Saturday morning, and everybody can come with their favorite breakfast sandwich.
All right. So in the pick 5, we're alive to the 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, and in the pick 6, we use 2, 3, 5, 13 that starts here. So we'll see what happens. Will pays aren't great, which there were 3 pretty big favorites in that sequence. So, the 3 and the 5 are 288 each right now. So the
All
2
right,
would be a good
and,
starting point.
the NHC champ, David Harrison. David, how you doing on this Saturday afternoon?
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going? Doing well. Well,
we
Justin. Hello, Aldi. Hello, Derek. Hello,
Hey,
Chris.
David.
Hello,
David.
everybody. Yeah.
David, I think for maybe the first time in my betting career, I just loved a Joel Rosario daily double that just happened.
And it actually took place.
It did. At Aqueduct of all places.
Yeah. Interesting. And so you're saying, hey, Willie,
I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it, but it happened. It paid good too.
Yeah. I did watch that race. I liked Hands of Time in the last race, but I had a tough beat earlier you see the 3rd race of Keeneland, the turf race with the 3-horse photo. I had the 11. First time turf.
Me too.
Oh man.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
We had the 11, but I had the 12 as well, and the 1. The 1 would have been really nice there.
Yeah, I should have used the 12 in the exactas because I want to note part of the Chad Brown's horse that was 6-5. I didn't see it, and I just love beating it. I love having a Chad Brown 6-5 turfer off the board. That's great for me usually. But Oldie, one comment on this 5th race. In this 5th race at Keeneland, you have the 2, 3, 5, and 13
in the in the first leg of the pick 6, but in the last leg of the early pick 5, I'm 2 through 5.
2 through 5. Okay, no love again. No love for one of my horses I like here coming up, and I wanted to come on before this race went off. Let me just check out the odds. I might need some.
David.
Yeah.
That race 3, Mr. Miller had a $200 double there into that
With
12.
With the 12 horse?
Mhm.
Really? That's normal. That's normally not go to. And with Matt Miller, when I see him in a contest, I think he's more willing. Usually, his style is 1 to 2. He prefers over 12 to 1. But that's good. That's good. I like to see him using a long shot or 2 here or there. So, but the horse I liked here is just it's just coming on the screen here. Let's see how he looks. Yeah, I'm feeling it a little bit. As Egyptian Candy, the 6, third time off a layoff. I think you can. That grade 3 race at Aqueduct was really tough, and this horse had a nice second in his debut race at Keeneland, and this is a 1 3/16, and I think that 1 3/8 race will set him up for going a distance, a little bit of a cutback. So 6 was my play here, Egyptian Candy. So.
And this is Katie Rich Stables, not Claire Rich.
David, my comment said Lawan could really surprise here on Egyptian Candy. I am 100% with you that this horse has a massive shot. I agree with you. I love hearing that. I did not know that, but now I love hearing that.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully he runs. I mean, sometimes you pick, or she, hopefully she runs. Sometimes you pick a horse and the horse doesn't fire, but you just got to hang in there, and it's why they call it gambling. But my first comment is, I don't see the 9 to 5 on Shiloh's Mistress. I wouldn't take that price. I want no part of that on a win or place bet. That's for sure. This horse has been keeping good company out on the West Coast, but I mean, this horse has never won a turf race, and it had a nice just missing a grade 3, so it's a little deceiving. But yeah, I think the horse is a little over bet.
Hey guys, so I'm gonna jump because you got the better New Yorker, the better gambler, and better looking New Yorker now.
Where's that? Hold it. Is there somebody in that? Hold it. My wife's upstairs. Maybe that she's a better New York gambler than me.
Thank you, Derek.
But I'm going to go with the 13 here. So good luck, though, guys. All right.
Okay. All right. Good luck, Derek. Have a good weekend.
Later. Bye.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 13 for Toner. Yeah. Okay, I can see it.
I think the post is kind of tough for that horse.
Yeah, the post, that's a tough post. Yeah. But again, I think the post is not as big of an issue going 1 3/16 because they're starting further back on the stretch there at the beginning of the turn, towards the top of the stretch. So you got a little ways to go before you hit that clubhouse turn. So, but yeah, overall, but we saw that third race. We had the 11 and 12 posts right there, and the 9 was the other horse. So, yeah, an interesting race, competitive race, and we got some stakes races coming up that I'm looking forward to. So, and it looks like we're going to be pretty rapid fire here.
Yeah. No, there's some. This is a really good card to end the. So, I looking forward to it. I discussed with Scotty some of on the weekend preview show, some of the prices I like too. I think in race in the second to last race, in race 9, I think multiple potential prices. I'm on Neat there, the 1, and My Boy Prince as well.
The 9th, the 1. Trademark, yeah. And
no, 1 at Keeneland.
Oh, the 9th at Keeneland. I was looking at the 8th. Yeah, Neat. Okay, I think has a big chance there. And who else did you?
Well, I like the 4, My Boy Prince.
The Canadian Tripper from Woodbine. Okay, hey, listen, Mark Cassie, the way he's rolling, you can't go wrong. I'm thinking you'd like Brilliant Birdie, Cherry DeVos horse too here, correct?
I do not. No, I think
Wow.
Brilliant Birdie coming out of Kentucky Downs isn't going to run back to that form as both horses don't.
All right, we're getting out onto the track here at Keeneland.
The horse that oldie in that race that I'm trying to get, and I've got to have something on this horse is the 3. It looks really sneaky. I mean, this horse has done nothing wrong on the turf. And Helen Pitts, Helen Pitts does not produce a lot of turf stakes horses. And usually if she does, they're purchased and sent to a different trainer, but she can train. She ran a nice second in that gun runner at Kentucky Downs and kind of split both Brilliant Birdie and Neat. So, and first time gelding does worry me a bit. I don't know why all 3 good performances.
Here's Take Shape coming forward.
But we'll see.
So for me, Tricari's the other horse to use.
Oh yeah, Trickery, Tricari, outside post. But that horse disappointed me last time out. So I have a memory, and
Egyptian
I thought the horse was live that day at 4-1. I loved it, and just didn't.
Random Harvest, the last one goes in.
All right, good luck, everybody. Catherine, thanks for joining.
They're at the post.
Happy to see you here.
And they're off. Miss Hebrides and Dream On Stormy from the inside, along with Public Assembly. Take Shape comes away running in the 4th position. Random Harvest on the far outside is 10th. Choate is 11th, and Call Me Tony is last of the 12 as they move off the first turn. Opening quarter, 23.59 seconds. Miss Hebrides is the leader, and she leads it by 1 length. Take Shape is right there to the outside. Shiloh's Mistress far outside is in 3rd. Dream On Stormy 4th back toward the rail. Public Assembly 5th in between horses, 2 lengths off the lead. Random Harvest, Centuria coming next. Egyptian Candy to the inside. Total Light, Choate, Why Waste Words, Call Me Tony is last. 47.33 seconds the time for the first half mile. Miss Hebrides leading Take Shape by 3/4 of a length over to the far turn. Shiloh's Mistress going to be caught wide to the turn, but still up close within 1.5 of the lead. Dream On Stormy 4th to the inside. Public Assembly is 5th. Here's Shiloh's Mistress now, moving up to challenge for 2nd. Still 1.5 off the lead, though, and Miss Hebrides is still the one to catch. They turn for home. Dream On Stormy there to the inside, and then Shiloh's Mistress on the outside. Random Harvest is 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Random Harvest and Shiloh's Mistress now, drawing alongside of Miss Hebrides. Public Assembly has to change lanes from 4th to the far outside, and Random Harvest is moving on with the lead.
Too late. He got to the outside too late.
2. Public Assembly goes to 2nd.
Well,
it is
the 13 was
Harvest
the other horse,
to
but yeah.
win it for Manny Franco. Public Assembly 2nd. Shiloh's Mistress 3rd. Miss Hebrides.
That's why I added it to the pick 6 instead of the 4.
Good move.
I already had the other ticket in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a logical result. Yeah, that's a good include.
And you should make a note. That was a terrible ride on the 3. Could have actually been best there, but he got trapped.
Yeah.
Oldie, should I bring in IG in the chat to talk about the horrible ride on the 3?
Well, it's funny that you. It's funny that you're bringing up the. I'm usually not a guy to criticize jockeys publicly, but I just the comment I have to watching a race today at Aqueduct, no names mentioned, that like how the what the F was that jockey thinking? I mean, Jesus, I just very puzzling ride, and I'm like, okay, and I'm not gonna overanalyze the race. It's a cheap claimer, so whatever.
We have a guy in the chat, David, that is our resident jockey analyst. He will let everybody know all the time whether it was usually bad rides, horrible rides, things like that. We're not sure if it's the same guy that's been around for a couple years and through different names.
He's actually never picked the wrong horse. It's just that he gets a bad ride every time.
Yes, it's never.
Right. It's never right. It's not like sour grapes, right? We all, when we lose a race, sometimes we I know handicappers horse players that. Hold on a second, Mike.
Yeah, Wiz has multiple names too. Mike Saletta, good to see you. Hope the dog is doing better. with the seizures. That's not fun stuff. All right, guys. Oldie, let me get you on the screen here, and
Yeah, right, Mike.
let's talk. Belmont. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay.
So let's just look at what my pick 6 turns out to as a pick 5 would be that. So I was 2, 4, 5. I do not like the favorite Scotland here. Scotty doesn't like the horse either. David, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, very intriguing race, right? And the one thing I really liked Scotland originally when I looked at the field, but shoot, I mean, this horse just seems to not have enough speed at times and is a victim of the pace scenario, right? I don't know. I guess I'd have to use him somewhere, but I'm not focusing on including him in a win wager or anything. The one thing I'll say, Top Gunner off that Parks race and Acclaim, that horse is in rare form and should be closer to the pace and be right there. Little Vic will go to the lead. My Buddy B. There's not a ton of speed. The one thing I'm looking at, and I know this doesn't seem too logical, but this horse doesn't have much speed either, is the 324 Mamba. I was shocked the last race that I played with this horse that it was basically a lot of these. Little Vic was in that race, and there was a couple of running Son of a Gun. It was a hard-hitting claiming race, and I was shocked. I had bet this horse at morning line like 6-1 off the layoff, and he was bet down to 5-2 for some reason, which I could not understand. Didn't make any sense. So I'm thinking you could throw. Maybe we throw that race out. Maybe the horse is in really good. It was primed for an effort, and something went haywire. That they come back now and they're 24-1. So I'm trying to get the 3 somewhere in the mix. And I did use it in the Breeders' Cup Horse Players contest today. But I'm hoping for a second or a third with that horse. And who I would put on top is probably the 2 Top Gunner. Little Vic, I'm not sure is going to get the same exact trip that he got the last race. And I think you got to put Scotland in the mix. So I'd probably use a 2, 3, 7, somewhat some kind of combination of that when I don't want the 7 on top.
So I had the 3 also marked down that's my first off here. But I just didn't see enough speed here.
Yeah.
For that horse. It is a big class drop. But, and it is Dylan Davis, and he has been winning on horses like this. So maybe it's a win bet for me there.
On the 3?
On the 3, yeah.
Yeah, off the layoff. I mean, then this horse just kind of stopped. And I didn't see any excuse for it, to be honest with you. And there wasn't a lot of speed. Little Vic basically went wire to wire there, and they handled him the race. It was kind of a weird race. And that this horse is coming back. Now, Oldie, if this horse was coming back and moving down to a $40,000, $50,000 claimer, I'd say, yeah, it makes sense. But that they had the confidence to put him in the Bold Ruler. I mean, look at the companies he's kept. He was probably over his head. Tom Fool. 1, 2, 3, 4 stakes races in a row. He was in the True North up in Saratoga. He was somewhat overmatched there. So yeah, I don't know. He may not fire. He may finish last again by 20 lengths, but at 24-1, I'm willing to put him in the mix. What the heck?
No, I agree with you. I saw the same things. I also saw, that when the horse is broken better, like closer to the lead, that's when its better efforts have been.
Mm-hmm.
And, that there is a lot of pace here, so that's the only thing. But, or at least I thought there was a lot of pace in terms of the 1 and the 5 here.
Oh, I don't think I don't agree. Yeah, that's the concern I have, Oldie. That's why I don't like Scotland. I don't think there's a lot of pace at all. I think you only have 2 horses. I don't think it's going to be that contentious. I'm worried about somebody wiring this field, Yeah. But the 3 has to stay closer. And I've seen this 3 stay closer. If you go back to the December 9th race. I mean, this horse was sitting second off a pretty fast pace, going 7. Now, this horse has never won at 6, more like a 7, 6.5, 7 furlong race. But I think, I mean, obviously the horse will be able to get 6 if he gets the right scenario here. But 30-1, I mean, geez, maybe I'm just misjudging this horse. But and I think Surveillance, that horse scares me also. But I'm not crazy about Wayne Potts winning a stakes race. Well, I apologize. I'll just tell you this quick. Wayne Potts and I were on the same floor of the 2021 NHC. And I ran into him coming out of my room. And he said, whatever you do, don't bet my horse in the 4th race at Aqueduct. He's got no shot.
And I shouldn't tell you that Wayne Potts already won a stakes race with this horse.
All right.
But in New York. This is my caveat, New York.
That was at Saratoga, so.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Which one was that? Did I miss something in the past piece?
The grade 3 Troy. Wayne and his Troy.
Oh, you're counting that race? That was off the turf. Off the turf. There was nobody in there. He beat out
those 5 horses, but there's
a turf horse. He beat turf horses on the dirt. 4 Harp can't run on the dirt. But Wayne Potts, he's a good guy, and so I'm figuring he's telling me not to bet his horse
Surveillance
because he's in the NHC, so he doesn't. So I'm like, well, I'm not. I'm trusting him. He says, whatever you do not bet my horse. Yeah, he can't. We're just trying to get rid of him, and he ran dead last, so at least the guy was honest.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Hey, good luck.
Run it, son of a gun.
Say good luck, and we're all counting on you.
And Scotland to the outside.
All right, out to Gulfstream for the pick 6.
Goes in.
Next.
All set for the bold ruler. And
started off slow.
My Buddy B breaks very well with early speed, and there's Top Gunner, and Top Gunner is now ahead in front, 4 of them across the racetrack. Little Vic's going to hold that rail position, does not want to be in behind horses, and Little Vic is now thrust to the front. It's Little Vic who's ahead in front of Top Gunner, who will be back to second. My Buddy B will now watch the action from 3rd. At the rail is 24 Mamba, who's tracking in 4th. Running Son of a Gun is in between horses. Scotland was in the early fray, but is now back towards the tail end of the field and wide, second to last. Of the trailer is Surveillance, 22 and 3, but that opening quarter mile, Little Vic is the leader. Top Gunner within range is now only a nose back in second. My Buddy B with a nice journey is 3 wide, and here comes Luis Rivera Jr. My Buddy B, and it's Top Gunner and My Buddy B 1-2 as they reach the top of the stretch. Running Son of a Gun is in pursuit and moves towards the outside. My Buddy B is trying to put away Top.
My Buddy B.
Son of a Gun is catching him with every stride. It's My Buddy B who's in front, but here's Running Son of a Gun and Joel Rosario to the outside. Running Son of a Gun, but a very game. My Buddy B is.
Whoa! What a finish!
All right, well, that's going to be an inquiry. He definitely came out.
Another photo.
So here's the thing. The horse definitely came out to. I mean, that was an amazing. I would say whoever was riding the 5, that was a really smart race move because he needed his horse, Chris, to be able to see that 6 coming up over the top. I mean, he knew he had a massive amount of horse right
Correct.
there.
Absolutely. The head on here is going to be key. Obviously, he comes out here. It looks like there's contact.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, but there's a few jumps where the 6 had every chance to go by him, even after the bump. It wasn't like the bump put him off stride where it cost him any chance, but the head on. But I just want to point out, Joel's having a nice day here today, and I should have picked this up. This
objection inquiry.
This horse won the race last year, but I looked at it and maybe he doesn't. Yeah. Maybe not the same horse. He was running, better races last year, and he had a good workout. So
I think here I'm watching it, and it'll be interesting to see the head on. It does look like maybe when the 5 comes over, I don't know if the 6 just got shy or if the horse actually did get bumped. That's only what's going to decide it, because the horse definitely gets, but I don't know if the 5 really bumped the 6. You'll get to see in the head on, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at the head on now.
We got some tight
Yes,
schedule.
I mean, it was not a bad bump, though, unless there's more bumping.
I think you might be in trouble, man, because when I watched it from the side, that's what I'm talking about. Right when they hit, it causes that horse to bump off stride. I would be really surprised if the 5 stays up, in my opinion. But
let me take a look at the head on again. Right,
the 6 is also all over the place.
He comes out.
Yeah, but the 5 comes out and bumps the 6, and watch the back end of the 6.
Right here, Justin.
Right.
The 5's coming down.
Right there. See how the back end gets kicked out, and the horse actually, when we were watching it on the side, the horse comes back a little bit and then almost comes back and wins.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think what is going to cost the 5 is that this was a nose finish, so you can't say that it didn't cost them the win, right?
Yeah.
It's a nose finish.
Yeah, that's my point, because you see the back end of the 6 go out. So
you're 100% right.
Oldie, I wish you luck, though. I would rather have Oldie win. So I didn't even blame.
Yeah, I wish you luck. I don't have this horse. I do have the 3 in the mix, but that's not going to help me with the 6.
All right, we got a little bit of a time crunch here, so we're not going to spend time being stewards of the inquiry. We're going to
I'll keep it on my screen here.
Yeah, we'll go to Gulfstream Park, race number 6, the start of the mandatory pick 6. And we also have coming up here where is it at? It is the $250,000 unreachable star handicap at Indianapolis race 7. So I'm keeping an eye on both of those. Indy is likely to go off first. Gulfstream says 2 minutes. The Rainbow 6 pool only has $420,000 in it. That's not enough for Gulfstream Park. They're going to circle the track until that hits at least.
Probably more like 20 minutes rather than 2 minutes.
Yes, correct. I was telling the guys earlier, Gulfstream should have done this mandatory tomorrow, with Keeneland mandatory in the pick 6 and Aqueduct with the carryover. You're going to get swallowed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm putting in a small ticket here.
But take us through your pick 6 ticket.
All right. So, very quickly, the 9, 2, 4. So I didn't use the 8, who's the top choice here, is 0 for 8. Coming out of the Saffy barn, I didn't like the coming out of the Saffy barn portion of this. Then I'm 4, 5, 8 here, so the top 2 E picks, and then I added the 8 in race 7. And then I was almost all in race 8. I thought race 8 was as wide open as B.
DQ the 5. 5's DQ'd.
All right. And then, so the horse that was most interesting to me was this 8-1 5 for O'Connell, who's 13% with first-time starters. There with the huge GSR.
Mm-hmm.
And then on this turf race, I'm 1, 2, 3, 6, 9. Singled to the 50% one. Megan's Making Money, who appears to be the pace in this synthetic race, moving from dirt to synthetic, has a win against 56s on the synthetic as well, and then spread in the last.
All right, Oldie, can we go back? I was just going through your pictures. I'm going to put in a nice, Catherine. Did you use in the 8th race, the maiden special for 2-year-olds? Did you use the 7 in there at all?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. All right.
The place of horse, he's 15% with first-time starters as well. This seemed like the race to go deep in. Even the 6, I think, has a shot there at 10% at 20-1.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here and get out to Horseshoe.
Handicap.
Okay.
All right, and this was the 11 was a horse I liked here that Scotty hated. So he thinks it's going to finish last, and I picked it to win here.
Very nice, Catherine. $100 win ticket on a 16-1 shot. Very nice.
Nice.
Who's your daddy now?
Way to go.
And
Catherine, the answer to your question, I did well, and I finished 12th. I ended up finishing 12th in the qualifier yesterday. So out of 384, so that's tour points. So thanks for asking.
Theo's promise for Fernando Cruz with a couple of handicap wins on the card.
David, are you qualified yet for the BCBC, or are you still swinging on that?
I'm still swinging. I'm going to try to qualify. I'm not buying. I decided I'm not buying in. I had a plan for that Friday where I was going to go all in on a double, and now the horse that I was going all in on, one of them was scratched and I'm making the race. So that kind of, I'm not as pumped up, but now I only have one. So good luck, everybody.
And toward the inside, who's your daddy now? Broke sharp, costly pass in the blue. Here comes an early charge from Tremor with Unbridled Slope as taken back Theo's promise from off of heels as they battle into the first turn. It's costly pass with Tremor and Unbridled Slope coming up wide. Who's your daddy now after a sharp start? Is fourth upon settling for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. at the 6.5 with these tri-leaders. Theo's promise is now fifth with Fernando de la Cruz running for a triple on the Champions Day card. Leo Springs with the rail. Then on the outside, Knee Deep Justice, Jailhouse Justice inside of Knee Deep Justice. So the Justices.
Wow, this pick 6 pool at Gulfstream is under 500 grand.
In the green with the white diamond belt, and then farther back to Kingsbury
You're not
Road.
getting the middle, huh?
Change. That's life.
No.
Trails the dozen. The quarter was 23.77 seconds. They're in the shadow of the half-mile pole, and it's Tremor to the top.
Good luck, Double Dogs.
Tremor at big odds has taken the lead, half-mile, 47.68 seconds. And Tremor
like
has
this
won
11.
with 3-length lead with
Yeah, he's
3
gonna
furlongs
get
to
caught.
go.
Oh, that horse
Unbridled
stopping,
Slope. Leo
man.
Springs is
Nice.
Here's Leo Springs, who makes a bid for
I
Alberto
thought that
Burgos.
horse was going to get the lead
Unbridled
and
Slope
didn't.
has
Scotty's
taken
going to
the
be right this
Leo
time.
Springs, Tremor,
The tractor
led, but has
being
dropped back.
was
Who's
turned
your daddy
on.
now being
It's
driven
sucking
to
it
gain?
back.
It's Unbridled Slope.
They
Leo
say that's
Springs, who's your
life,
daddy
right?
Now Theo's promise with
Yeah.
the between horses.
Luke and Leia and Obi-Wan were unable to turn off the tractor
on the
beam.
front outside. They had for home. It's Unbridled Slope. 3/4, 1 minute 13.03 seconds. Unbridled Slope for Oscar Villarreal is 1 furlong away and has pulled clear here in the Unreachable Star. Unbridled Slope. Leo Springs trying to hold Who's Your Daddy now. Theo's Promise, Kingsbury Road. They battle fourth. It's Unbridled Slope. Unbridled Slope wins decisively by 6 from Who's Your Daddy
Nice.
now. Kingsbury Road gained third from
$250,000
Leo
race to win by that is awesome.
And
All right.
Chris, in reference to your question, just really quick about the BCBC, I am in the, or I might have said, I'm in the horse players contest. So far, 2 races, I haven't hit the board. So, and I think if I don't hit this one, I'm not going to make any further attempts.
We should just crowdsource an entry, man. Get a panel of 5, do a big bet share, and let you guys vote 3-2 on what to do. Right? That could be fun.
That could be interesting. Yeah. I mean, if you, unless the only caveat is unless I hit a nice $10,000 kind of multi-race payout today, or the Rainbow Six pays 10 grand, that's too much. That's fate, and I will have to.
I'm in for 10% as a silent partner for sure.
Okay.
All right, Tony in the house. Good to see you, Tony. We'll get to a pick 5 at Keeneland. This is probably the lowest Rainbow Six pool for a mandatory I've seen in some time.
You may be
They're
correct.
clearly, I don't know why they were doing a mandatory today.
Well, they announced it before there was the Aqueduct 2-day. Keeneland was always going to be mandatory because of today. I think they just kind of got swelled up. They should have done this for tomorrow. They would have been the only game in town.
Absolutely. Besides football.
Yeah.
NFL.
Yeah.
All right. They're giving some serious thought about going into the gate. I think they've given up hope that this thing is going to get anywhere near what they thought it was going to get to.
No, I don't know. They still seem to be circling, Chris. Maybe they're looking for a set 3/4 of a mil. 750.
Back in the day when I used to go to Santa Anita all the time on site, Saturdays were always $1 million guarantee in the $2 pick six, and they would circle and circle and circle until they got their $1 million. But this one, they are not going to get $1 million. Maybe these things gets a couple $100,000 at the end. I'm guessing the computers are waiting to fire to see what the pool is. And bets, but not a lot of money going into this one for sure.
No.
We got Keeneland coming up in 7 minutes. The pick 5 starts there. The $200,000 Bowman Mill Stakes for 2-year-olds. Oldie will have something for you there, pick 5 wise. I'm certain of that. And then 9 minutes later, the $250,000 49er Stakes for 3-year-olds and up, grade 3 at Aqueduct, and then back to Indy for a stakes race, 2-year-olds. That might be a quarter horse race. I'm not sure.
It is, yes.
It is, okay.
And by the way, the Indy pick 5 carried over there.
Wow. And Santa Anita.
So, Oldie?
Yes, sir.
Just refresh my memory. Who do you have here in the 6th at Gulfstream in your pick?
I have 249 here.
All right, I have 2. So I played a ticket also. I used the 2 and the 9.
Here we go. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck, and it's up to $730,000.
It's kind of what I thought. Oh, horse stumbled.
Terrible start for number 4, St. Joe Jet. She went to her nose at the break. Timely Reward was away alertly and right to the early lead, taken on by Practical Veil. Up on the inside, here's Barbaresco Baby moving to challenge. In between horses, West Bank won't be far away. Iron Shield comes away in 5th, a length and a half in front of For the Thrill. A big gap, call it 6 or 7 to the team of Shiloh and St. Joe Jet. Trying to move in from the back is New Baby, and at the back is Miss Cassidy. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter. Timely Reward clicks down to 4 to 5. She's comfortable at this stage, and she's in front by a length. Practical Veil, a big number, trying to cling to her second. West Bank is now 3rd. Iron Shield asked to keep up while racing in 4th for Trejos. These top 4 have a break on the rest of the field, led by a retreating Barbaresco Baby. New Baby tries to get underway through a 45 and 4.5 mile.
The 2's going to win is for fun if she gets out.
Reward trying to get out of touch. Paco trying to get into the clear on West Bank. On the far outside, black colors of Iron Shield. That's all for Practical Veil. New Baby and For the Thrill find their best rides and move up next. Off the turn in the stretch drive, the 2 favorites, they're 1, 2, and 1/8 of a mile out. Inside Timely Reward, outside West Bank, 3 back to the far outside. Here comes a big late run from Shiloh at the rail. It's For the Thrill. Coming for the wire, it's Timely Reward and West Bank. Far outside Shiloh, Timely Reward gets it out. Timely Reward
never got by that horse.
Yeah, just wouldn't go by.
All right, well, hey, we're alive, Oldie, with the whole country.
Yeah, the whole world is alive. Nobody is out.
Nobody's out. I like how the Gulfstream posts, how many live tickets. You see 123,288 live tickets remaining after this.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, that's the key to move on.
All right.
Keeneland
is up next.
Okay.
Keeneland, I'm going to go with a single of Neat here since I'm singled to the 9 in the pick 6 in the last. And this was the horse that Justin and I found when we were handicapping this 9 horse in the last for Brett Calhoun.
Okay, the 10th, the chalk?
The chalk, yes. We're going to play the chalk.
You usually don't play the chalk.
Hey, we're going to play the chalk, though.
And I see the chalk. The chalk is first time gelding. So the chalk has been chalked. What do they put a chalk mark around where they're going to. Yep. So that's all I'll say. Wow. Yeah, this race. Yeah.
It has a big work on October 2nd. It's coming off the shelf. So you like to see that. And we can actually watch that work here. Yeah,
I'm glad you have some some opinion in that race because I looked at that 10th race and I'm like, oh boy, that's why I decided not to play any horizontals there.
The chalk is the chestnut colt on the inside here.
And you got Jose picking up the mount, so you got a big.
My thoughts exactly. And this horse can definitely run.
All right. I think I would use him. I'm going to end up using him with the 2 Tomcat Tuesday. Second time for Norm Cassie. Usually Cassie doesn't win first time out. Not to say that he can't, but usually second time out's better. I like the workout October 4th, working steady. So yeah, I'm going to use a 2-9 there. All right, thanks, Oldie. I didn't look at that horse. I don't love the race, but I'm gonna do something with the 2 and the 9 in that race. Thanks.
No problem. All right, we're a minute from post here. This is race 6, who is the Bowman Mills Stakes.
Okay.
Where we have Macho Music, the top choice, who's your favorite for Roman and his Crichton. There, I mentioned this other hidden 4-star work on the Roman horse, Terrapin Station, that uses the word wowza in the workout note.
Okay.
And if you look at the next workout, it says this horse has a world of talent but is immature when working solo. So, but still got a 3-star workout there. We did play this horse first time out. From that workout note, I think that this horse could run pretty well here. But I also like Politically Incorrect and Long Neck Paula here. Long Neck Paula has some really nice worked for Wesley Ward, and you have a non-favorite Wesley Ward in a sprint in Kentucky here.
All right. I think we're on totally separate pages here because I have a single here that I don't want anybody else. I really like the 1 Tough Catch, Dallas Stewart's horse. This ran basically a nice wire job at Saratoga, again, from the inside posts, and it was a speed favoring track, obviously, that day. But the hopeful bump break cost every chance. This horse had no chance whatsoever after that bump. So that's a grade 1, coming back, cutting back a bit, and figuring hopefully this horse gets a nice break. And I mean, look at the horse that horses that were in that race. Chancellor McPatrick beat this horse. So when I see a horse dropping from a grade 1, especially Saratoga grade 1, back to a smaller stakes race, this is not a grade 1, and cutting back to probably a better distance. I'm on the 1 big time here, guys.
Here's
Justin,
Politically Correct. Long Neck Paula, the last one.
Yeah, I was looking at 6-4-1 Oldie in that order, not any preference.
Okay.
They're off in the Bowman Mill. Long Neck Paula, quick and stride from the outside. Macho Music has early speed as well, though, and these two come right to the front. Macho Music puts ahead in front. Long Neck Paula will go second by 2 lengths. Tough Catch is third. Terrapin Station fourth. 3 more lengths back to Politically Correct. Last of the 5 as they move off the end of the backstretch and onto the far turn. Macho Music against the rail leads at 1.5 lengths to Long Neck Paula, who's second by 1 length. And then Tough Catch, gap of 2 more lengths back of that one to Terrapin Station, 2 more back of that one to Politically Correct, whose last 21.59 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Macho Music is the leader and leads it by 2.5 lengths around the far turn. Long Neck Paula second by 6 lengths. Back to Tough Catch and third, 1/4 mile to go here. Then Terrapin Station, Politically Correct is last. And here comes Long Neck Paula trying to chase down Macho Music. There's still 3 lengths between them, though. There's a furlong to go in the Bowman Mill. And here comes Tough Catch. Twins off the rail from third, but running out of time. Still 4 lengths away. Long Neck Paula
David,
right alongside of Macho Music. And then Tough Catch to third to second. Here is Long Neck Paula trying to hang on. Long Neck
you
Paula
see that move?
wins at a half length on the line.
We're going, Oldie. Yeah, jeez.
I don't know what Tyler was doing there.
Lost 4 lengths, 3-4 lengths swinging from the rail over to the outside. Maybe is the inside part of the track dead? Is that the motivation there? But I mean, I have no complaint. The one ran a good race.
Yeah, I was. You get the good price on the 6 too, 5-2. I played a very cheap pick 5. It was a total of $8 for a $1 increment.
Okay,
There you go.
that'll work.
I singled the 4 in the next race at Keeneland.
All right, over to New York.
We're going to start spreading the news here.
I'm on the 4 also, Justin.
Oh, I like to hear that. Oh, this is great.
Chug.
Yeah,
Chug.
I really like that horse.
Chug. I used the 4, so let's go 4.
All right. We're going
and I've mentioned I don't like using Shug when Shug is the favorite in those type of races.
Correct.
Unless I qualify that unless it's in Maryland.
And he's always a favorite in Maryland.
Yes.
On these stakes races, no, or him or Graham Motion.
Yeah.
Yes. Or Jamie Ness.
All right, so the handicappers, what do you think of, give me an opinion on Jefferson Street. What do you think about that horse?
Jefferson Street.
In the 49er. Yes.
Seems like it burns money. Seems like it's I think what I called this horse on, which will probably come back to haunt me, but I believe I called this on the weekend preview show a conditioned allowance horse.
I don't know if it burns money. I mean, money burners to me are favorites that lose a lot.
I think horses that lose a lot are money burners.
Well, that's most of the horses out there.
I think as favorites, I would normally relate that to horses who burn money as the prohibitive favorites.
Okay,
and
but
got two. Yep.
2 out of the last 3 races, this horse was sub 3-1.
It's not the favorite. I mean, there are a lot of 3-1 shots.
It was the favorite here. It was the favorite there. It was almost the favorite here.
The Amsterdam, he got rolled in the Amsterdam at 4-5 to a horse to world record who wired the field. But the only thing I'll say, I decided to throw him out, is that he really benefited on June 7th from a total inside speed bias track. So I don't want him here at all. Mott's cold. I can't get by Messier. And everybody, people who know my association with the New York Rangers, I mean, this is Messier is never going to win, and I won't, where I'm not going to make somewhat of a profit. But the horse I do want to use him with is I'm concerned about the layoff. I'm concerned about the jock. I'm concerned about the high weight. Other than those 3 minor factors, I have pretty much confidence. But Film Star, I'm really curious about, because this horse, to me, you can throw any race at Parks out if the horse didn't run as expected. And if you go 2 back, that race was nothing. That was an off the turf race. But this horse's best distance was always a mile. And he's won at 1 1/8 based where he's got just everything his own way with nobody else on the lead. So I'm looking for a bounce back here with Irad. And I'm thinking Irad, I'm always going to get overbet, but 4-1, yeah, I'll take him with Messier. So that's what I'm trying to do here, the 2 or the 8 here in some combination.
Well, Dan Doran's right. Any horse you bet and lose on is a money burner.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's burning your money. Right.
Yeah, so that's most of the horses.
Does everybody hate Repo Rocks then?
Was
won that Parks race at a mile that Film Star was in, isn't getting bet, is a grade 3 winner, but I don't know if it's the same horse.
Yeah. Repo Rocks,
I don't know.
It's the same.
Yeah, they don't let them switch horses. It's the same horse.
I mean, the issue is you've got bunch of speed here, right? And I'm interested to see in how the pace is going to develop, because you have the 1 with speed, the 2 who's probably going to stalk a bit, and Jefferson Street to me has to win on the lead, especially with blinkers on. So you're going to have a big pace scenario. So that's why I think the 8 is really going. The pace scenario is going to favor the 8, even though I have to use the 2 in something. So.
David, what about the 7 though with the pace? I mean, when the 7 wins the racing, I mean, not getting any. I mean, it's Jeff Runco. I mean, how does this guy just like ship into New York often? I mean,
he's the Jeff Runco is the Charlestown guy.
No, I know. I'm like, what's happening here? I mean, I just wonder if that horse was going to get a pace setup.
He should.
Yeah.
But I think that Film Star, and again, Coastal Mission has never won a race in New York. He did ship in for the Cigar Mile and shipped in for the neighborhood and lost to Milliken, which that was, a pretty weak field. 90% Matty ran 3rd. That was really not a grade 2, well, like a grade 3 in my opinion, at least. And in the Cigar Mile, the horse showed some speed from the rail post. But Hoist of Gold that day went wire to wire, muddy track. So this horse is 6 for 9 on a wet track. So on a wet track, I may want this horse, but you got to show me. I think this horse just like Parks and got the pace set up. So I'd pass on this horse, but I'd prefer Film Star over him.
Yeah, I put the 4 on top. I did put Jefferson Street on top. I just didn't really like this group of horses, David. And I mean, you get the stretch out with Mott. Flavian Regimine has run really well in the Amsterdam Ram Finals. It's a small field, is the favorite, but and then last out tried to, was on the rail, broke. I think ran a good race. That I just think versus this group, the 4 look like, with the pace in front might be able to get the trip. I know you said you think the 4 might need the lead. I'm not sure. So that's where I went. Go ahead, Oli.
I kind of feel like the 8 needs the lead based on what I'm seeing there. There's one race where he won not on it, but
I kind of feel
I think though at a mile, Oldie, he can stalk maybe a 3rd, 4th trip. For that outside post is good. That's why I think the post may. And Irad doesn't usually love to be on the lead. I mean, those races, this horse won on the lead or 2-turn races, right? And there was no other. The races that the horse was successful going and winning those races, he was the lone speed. I mean, look at it. He finished the 2nd to Zandon back in the Woodward. I know Zandon was an underachiever in my opinion, but
I don't think Zandon's won since then.
I kind of feel like this is a grade 3.5 or a grade 4.
Coastal Mission.
Okay. And Sylvan, yes, I am a Rangers fan. I think you knew. Yep, Mark Messier, my favorite player of all time. And And by the way, Messier had the greatest DQ of all time of this year.
And they're off. Good speed from Stage Raiders in the early action. There's Jefferson Street in between horses in the early mix and out wider. Nelson Avenues trying to join those early leaders. Far outside, there comes Film Star. These 3 across the racetrack as they get set to come out of the chute. The leader is Jefferson Street with pressure. Film Star to the outside in between horses, Nelson Avenue. These 3 still across the racetrack. In behind them is Repo Rocks. Is there in a shared 4th and 5th position, and Messier tips towards the outside as Jefferson Street.
Expect Nelson Avenue to have the lead here.
All the way back to 5th. Towards the back end of the field is going to be Coastal Mission, who's there in 6th. Stage Raider broke with the leaders, the 2nd to last, and the trailer is Win It, 22-4. But an opening quarter mile, Nelson Avenue is now all in the front end, is alone, is up by a full length. Film Star is tracking from 2nd. Repo Rocks is in tight at the rail as they've got less than a half mile to go. Messier is progressing out wider. Jefferson Street is called upon for the effort. Gets passed by Coastal Mission. Win It from the back end. Stage Raider is tailed off to be the distant trailer. 45-3 for a half mile time.
Wow. That's crazy. A great horse on the outside is going to win it.
Star with
Five's going to come flying.
Fox is tracking from 3rd, looking for the seam. It's Nelson Avenue who turns up for home, is in front. Film Star is still right there.
Where's the 7?
Messier's done.
Yeah, Messier's done.
It's the 7. This 7 horse didn't win.
Nelson Avenue, who's still there. Nelson
Watch out
Avenue
for
with
the
a Coastal Mission trying to push on by. Win it with a late rally inside the final 16.
Jeff
It's
Runco.
Coastal Mission.
Yeah,
That's right. Good one there.
Charlestown.
Good one there, Justin. Well, the pace was brutal. I will say that, and it did set up. And Film Star, you're right, was closer to the pace than I expected. I didn't expect Nelson Avenue to be in a lead. Yeah, but it's logical. But okay.
I think it's fair to say that Messier burned money.
Messier did burn money, and I was concerned with a couple of things. Like I said, the layoff, the jock, and the high weight. Other than that, it's ready to go. And the speed scenario. And I think you got a nice solid price on this Coastal Mission.
Yeah, you did.
9-2. Absolutely.
All right. Oldie, you want to sing the song and take us back to Indiana?
Back home again. So
Love
we
it.
got quarter horses here. Justin, you want to, I know you looked at these quarter horse races. You want to run this?
Go. You can run the race, Sam. Go ahead. You know, I mean, you have the 9 on the outside, and then you have the 1 and 3, the 2 Scotty picks. So, you know, state bred GSR has the 9, the 1, and the 3. So I think, you know, that's where I'm looking. The 14 did draw in. I'm seeing that, it looks like. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I believe so.
It doesn't show a morning line. Oh, it did. So the 14's the favorite. I originally was on 1-3, but looking at the 14, I think, you know, this horse is definitely a player. Now looking at this horse drew in, I hadn't seen that. So I wasn't really a fan of the 9. I know the 9 won 2 in a row. Shows right there on the race sim, you know, 50 to 54. So, but getting back to the one last out in the 52, you know, kind of dueled, got up, you know, get me on the rail. I think has a shot. And then Macho Chick is the horse I put on top, though, the 3. So that is top Scotty pick. This horse is dropping out of tough races, predominantly where it's coming from at Indiana Grand in these trial races. So, you know, it won 2 in a row, one off a maiden win. I like to see that. GSR is fine. So, but you know, 1, 3, 14, I'd have the 3 on top. So 3 on top over 1 and 14.
1, 3, 14. Okay.
So Justin, I have a question.
Yo,
are you a resident quarter horse aficionado?
I probably am, David. I've used EquinEdge a lot for quarter horse.
Me too.
Yeah, Chris has too. Yeah, for sure.
I'm
Whether
on
it's
the 14 here.
Yeah, you like the 14. Yeah, that horse has a big shot. I think, David, the GSR plays really well, and the pace and race sim play really well because their horse is just kind of running straight, obviously. And then on the GSR, you can find angles depending on distance. The wet GSR, the only time I use it is actually on quarter horse. You know, so it's yeah, I played Remington, LaSalle. I love playing Remington. You know, you can even find you know, Lone Star can have stuff. You can find stuff here like at Horseshoe. I always like that Horseshoe has on their normal card to have a late double sometimes, David, from a thoroughbred to a quarter horse. So
yes, I have seen that. And good. You're giving me an education. In all honesty, I haven't played a quarter horse race since the days back at Par Meadows. Now, if anybody's listening from New York and knows Par Meadows, just chime in here. And yeah, that was a night track out in Suffolk County on Long Island. And me and a couple of degenerates were at 18, 19 years old said, hey, after Belmont, you want to take a ride out to Par Meadows? And I'm like, in rush hour traffic? What the hell not? We're on a roll. get a 6-pack and let's do it. And I remember going there, and used to go once in a while, but the race was over so fast. I mean, one race I dropped my beer, and I bent down to pick it up, and the race was over. And I'm like, hold on a second, I missed the entire race.
David, my biggest quarter horse score pre-EquinEdge was as a champions at Los Alamitos probably 10, 12 years ago. I singled a 50-1 morning line shot. This is the biggest race. And,
that's my style. I love it. I love it.
Like a $20,000 pick for.
Were you under the influence of many adult beverages when you singled the 50-1 shot? Sometimes that works.
I was at home. It was everything I could do to be quiet when it went off because the wife was asleep.
Lover, both here for Tim Eggleston.
Here we go.
Hugo Macias with Beach Martini.
The 1-3-14 on the inside post, you can see there. The 14, for whatever reason, I don't know how it worked.
It's Indiana rules. Oldie,
he missed Roxy Little consolation. Legendary Night broke sharp slightly.
Bumping.
With there.
Yeah, all kinds of bumping.
14, come on, 3, get up, 1-3. Beat the 6.
Still hampered.
6 round, a big race. One gonna win though.
DNA Dell's winner in a photo finish.
One
political mission. And also right there was my
I played at 1-3 exactly there. One wins at 7-1 though. Second pick. See, David, there you go.
2 in a row for that horse. 2 in a row for that horse.
All right, Oldie, quickly, let's take a quick look at Santa Anita Race 1.
We got the great race place. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a 3-horse race. That's what the betting is currently saying between the 5, 4, and 6. They're all very similar, taking turns trading favoritism. You do have the old Peter Erden, Juan Hernandez angle, though, here. They're 30% together. On the 5, 4, your top win percentage, but Garcia's not a high percentage, high output trainer. And then you have D'Amato with the first time starter, Rosa Parks. And, I don't know about the Blacker horse. I mean, it seems to be working pretty well if you're looking for a long shot, but he's 0% with first time starters. But, everybody else seems to be down in GSR here and kind of separated. So I think it's one of those 3. I'm going to go with the 5. You decide.
You decide. Okay.
I'm going with a entertainment bet on the 1.
And if you're going with an entertainment bet on the 1, I'm going with an entertainment bet on the 4.
Race 1, guilty of having fun is in. Here's Abbey Theater.
No entertainment at 5-2.
That's true.
A lot of entertainment at 10-1.
There is. I agree with that conclusion.
I'll probably run.
We the hobby.
All right. After this, we are going over to Keeneland.
Gulfstream.
And then we got Gulfstream.
Expect Love and Freya.
Okay.
Who is no longer on top of Indiana.
At 12 going up. One more.
Give us a little more breathing room there.
The Keeneland purse is double the Gulfstream one.
But it is both. We're not going to miss either. It's
you decide the quickest out of the gate.
We will be live Friday and
Saturday. And now, guilty of having fun with some debut speed, rushes up to challenge You Decide. Then Rosa Parks 4th, 4 lengths off the pace. Pavel's Etoile is down on the inside. And Expect Love 3 deep, 2 clear of Abbey Theater. Freya's at the back of the field. It's You Decide passing the half-mile pole. 3/4 of a length to Guilty of Having Fun 2nd. 2 more to We the Hobby 3rd. Pavel's Etoile, Rosa Parks in between, now takes 4th clearly. And outside of her comes Expect Love, 4 lengths off You Decide, who's trying to shake loose. Then it's a big gap up to Freya and Abbey Theater at the back. You Decide with a quarter of a mile to go. Maintains a comfortable lead. Rosa Parks swinging into action on the outside. We the Hobby in between horses. Pavel's Etoile and Guilty of Having Fun. Final furlong. You Decide going on very nicely. And You Decide is far too good. In fact, pours it on late. You Decide.
Dominant
Clear
victory.
cut W. She'll score by more than 5 lengths. Photo for second. We the Hobby.
All right.
30% of the time, every time. Juan and Peter.
Free and late pick 5 opportunity.
6 to 5.
Pick 5. It's race 7. It's up next.
I'm trying to figure out why this 4 is 1 to 5.
Because there's more money bet on the 4 than any of the other horses by that margin.
Thanks for that explanation.
Thanks, Chris.
You're
I
welcome.
wasn't quite sure about that one. I really needed that explanation. But I will
you
say
asked the
the
question.
top win percentage and top choice is the 5 horse, Ruthless Rua. There. So that,
Okay.
and it's 8 to 1.
Well, the 4 did break its maiden quite impressively, but at a very prohibitive price. And this looks like it's obviously a step up to winners first time.
Yeah, and also, I would say took 4 times to get there too.
Right.
So it might have just been a weak field. But then again,
Yep.
I don't know how this trainer, he's.
You want to bet the 5 here?
I like the price at 8 to 1 better than the 1 to 5 price. But I also
All right,
like the.
Show me the 5 again. Show me the 5 again.
Oh,
You mean the 5 who won last time out at Delmar? At a similar.
It's 2 for 14, and then show me the 4. Yeah. Who's burned more money?
I knew that's where you were going with this.
That's
but,
why I was showing it.
but in a situation where you have 2 Saffies, is it the other Saffie you need to worry about?
I'm not worried about that at all. I have no interest. I mean,
Well,
it'll be a
you
fun one
have
to
no
watch.
interest in the Saffie money burner?
No. I got more interest in the next Keeneland race.
All right, gentlemen, just give me 1 minute. I got to order my takeout dinner.
All right, are you getting Chick-fil-A too? Or is it pizza?
That could be a euphemism for something too.
Yes. That's all you want?
Yeah. And then what are you getting? Are you getting that?
I was having a conversation. I'm going to mute
That was really
Mr. Harrison.
All right.
There we go.
Justin, what do you think here?
I did not look at this race, Oli.
Okay.
I'm
He's looking
going
at
to
it
hop
right now.
off after the next Keeneland race.
All right.
We got
There we go.
Keeneland, 6 minutes to Keeneland. I'll keep an eye on that. All right,
The
they're
audio's going
circling.
here. Yep. David, I muted you while you were getting dinner ordered, so unmute yourself. There you
Still
go.
muted, David.
We keep clicking the button at the same time. There
Right.
we go.
Yeah, we got it. Okay.
What do you
So
have for
yeah,
dinner,
we
man?
opted not to go to Chick-fil-A tonight to order. Well, they want to order Italian. My daughter's coming over, but I wasn't feeling Italian, so I found crab cakes. I'm having 2 crab cakes, some garlic bread, and I'm gonna told my wife to order eggplant vincenza so I can taste a little bit of it and have her pasta. So it's crab cakes, pasta, and garlic bread. How about that?
All right.
Anybody want to come over?
Yeah.
Wiz wanted
Yes.
to know what you ordered. Wiz wanted to know what you ordered. So there you go, Wiz. You've got your answer.
Oh yes, Crab cakes and pasta and garlic bread. There you go. So just for disclosure here, and on my pick 6, I have the 4, the 2, and the 5. The 2 is a hunch play. Why not for a Rainbow 6? Hockey at 35-1.
Hunch play. I know Mike Solito
2,
will like
4,
that.
5.
I know Mike Solito will like that. His nickname is Puck. Another hockey guy. And David, I thoroughly enjoyed when my Los Angeles Kings beat your New York Rangers in the Stanley Cup a few years ago. That was.
Are you still bringing that up? Jeez.
I am still bringing that up.
Jeez.
I had a work buddy that I worked with at the time. Was a big Rangers fan, and we had a work bet, and he couldn't call me for a week, 5 days. So it was great. I didn't have to deal with it.
No, I got a little story about that, like a final. We'll wait till after they go in the gate here.
I bet
the Ranger fans call me a traitor, but I'll tell you what.
Did you bet the Kings before the season in the to win the cup? That's what I did.
I'll tell you when. Okay, I'll tell you right before they were down 3-0 against San Jose. I watched game 5 and I thought they were dominant. So I told my brother put a future on it at 30-1. And the guy at the window said, "You should have played it yesterday. It was 60-1, Werner." And that screwed me in the long run. I had no idea the Rangers were getting there.
Yeah. I almost burned my ticket when we were down 3-0.
Ruthless Rua and Edwin Gonzalez past the half-mile marker.
Imagine.
The quarter time was 23 seconds flat. Stiletto heels his second. Get shuffled to third. Beach Party Bingo in the clear and improving on the outside. Qualificata between horses.
Hockey's done. Hockey's done for the year at that track.
Round the far turn at the 5/16. Ruthless Rua by half a length.
That's okay. Hold on with this 5.
Come on, 5.
The kicker is inside of Beach Party Bingo. Qualificata runs from 5th through a 46 1/2 mile. Off the turn and the stretch drive. Ruthless Rua. Gonzalez looking over both shoulders here. Throws across at her and she has the lead. Outside Stiletto Heels is there second. Here's the kicker now third. They come past the 8th pole. Ruthless Rua. She's responding here.
All right. All right.
So I want to point it out. Did not burn money today.
Correct.
2 in a row.
Hey,
that's a boom for the pick 6.
that's a boom at 5-1. That justifies
a 1 to 2 shot
boom.
in there.
It's only a boom if your balance increases. It's only a boom if your balance increases.
No, you can have booms between.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Balance increases with booms.
So who's your
Everything
preference?
else is this. Everything else is that. I'm still alive.
If you had to choose a beach horse here in this race at Keeneland, do you prefer the 11 Kehoe Beach or the 3 Nome Beach?
No, I don't
walking.
prefer either of them. I think David and I like the same horse.
We do.
Yeah.
What
So
horse?
David, go. I'll let David talk about it. The horse.
Yeah. This is a wide open race, but so I struggled a little bit, but then I just was fixated on Bill of Rights, the 4-horse for Shug, coming off a stakes race at Colonial Downs off a short freshening. This horse had the 10 post, and it wasn't that race didn't develop pace wise as I figured. And this horse, I think that's a good race coming into this race, cutting back, and should get some pace up front. I think this horse is going to sit a nice trip. The 10 post moving into the 4 slot, and that was a stakes race. Now you're going to an allowance race here at Keeneland. I don't think there's any world beaters in here, and so I was all over the 4. And I'm trying to get the 7 in the mix here, Striker and Ready. I'm a big fan of More Than Ready's. And this horse did win at Colonial and went to Indy and right back. So maybe this horse is keeping his form. But I prefer the 4 on top. Bell of Rights.
All right. I'm going to mention one other horse. I showed it earlier, but I have some interest in Strike When Ready, the 7 as well.
Yeah.
I like the works for Correas, the fact that he's getting Jose here. And, I think this horse has just had the habit of getting up just in time. This is a move up in class, but there is a 4-star work here as well. And, I think this horse, this was my add to the entire ticket, the 7 horse here. It looks like they're going in the gate, so let me get that up.
They're going in the gate.
Side Mama. Lady Emily Catherine goes in, also Kehoe Beach. Strike When Ready, Work of Fiction move into line. Dazzling Dictator, the last one.
Good luck, everybody.
Goes
Let's
in.
get somebody home.
And Dictator is 8th. Body Showers is in 9th. Strike When Ready is in 10th. Maxi Superfly is Kehoe Beach by 3, by 4, by 5. Back to Neon Beach in 2nd. Work of Fiction is right alongside of that one as they move into the final furlong. Kehoe Beach just opening up with every stride. Work of Fiction 2nd. Bell of Lights running on to challenge for 3rd. Then Neon Beach back toward the rail. No catching Kehoe Beach. Frankie Dettori to win it. Bell of Lights across the line. 2nd. Work of Fiction was.
All right, I had a saver exacta. That'll help my bankroll a little bit. Not to take too much punishment today.
That was Derek's single, though. The 11.
Yeah, no, yeah, Derek did like the 11. It was between the 4 and 11, in my opinion, in that race. All right, y'all, I'm out. Good luck, David, Oldie, Chris. Good to see you. Have a good weekend. Good luck tomorrow in Tennessee.
Yep.
So David didn't matter because I didn't have the 7. Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to talk on top of you guys.
All right. We are, let's see, where are we at here? Keeneland just went off. Let me get everything squared away here. We are Aqueduct going off at 4:20 p.m. That means
all right, let me light one up for Aqueduct here. I got 4:20. Maybe it'll bring me good luck.
Have a gummy, have a mint, have a whatever.
Have a brownie, whatever.
Have a brooch, have a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
But
what do you and Dave here for this 9th race at Belmont at Aqueduct?
The 420 race, we have dude in Colorado there. That can't be coincidence.
That's funny.
But I actually don't like dude in Colorado. So, I thought this horse just has a habit of finding ways to lose races. For Mike and his maker here.
Yeah, I agree. I was all over the place, Oldie, when I handicapped this race. I was like, okay, I'll use the 7. No, I'll use the 6. Then I'll use this one. And I'm like, I don't want doing in Colorado because I don't know if this horse really wants to go the mile and a 16th. He'll have the lead. And I didn't see a lot of pace, but this horse, I'm not sold on it. Ocean Atlantique is logical, but I think the horse I'm going to use, and this is usually not good for me because I don't usually follow this pattern, but I'm interested in Create Trouble, stalking dude in Colorado and getting the first run. Even though they could get into a speed duel, but I'm hoping Irad will lay right off the pace. I didn't know what to do with the 7 Irish Prophet for Neil Drysdale coming in from the West Coast. Neil Drysdale, used to win at Aqueduct coming into the Wood Memorial and some stakes races, but I'm not going to use it. And the 10 Dracon, I thought is live here, but I'm gonna stay on with the 5 Create Trouble, and that's what I used in the Horse Players contest. So I got a couple of places. I'm going to start having to crank that up now. So we need the 5 Create Trouble. So who'd you land on here, Oldie?
So I was really torn here, and I thought this was a very difficult race, but I think Ocean Atlantique might be the answer here. You got Dylan Davis.
Yeah.
But again, this horse doesn't win very often either. But if Dude in Colorado goes fast and Great Trouble goes with him, maybe Ocean Atlantic finds the pace to run into. Other than that, the other one I was looking at, and the form's bad right now, and it really appeared to run better on synthetic, but does get Pratt, is Tidal Forces.
Yeah, it's another contender.
Yeah. I mean, Lord Miles take to the the former Wood Memorial winner. Will he take to the turf first time out? That's a David Harrison angle. You're getting 19-1 there.
No, I think Lord Miles is a dog. I want no part of that horse, to be honest with you. They're looking for answers on this horse, man. Off that Wood Memorial race, he's been from hunger. Jeez. Don't want any part of that horse.
All right. So I'm going to go with the 4. You're going with the 5.
I'll go with the 5. Yeah, not real solid on it, but got to pick somebody here for the contest. So, and I was, I was looking at the 4. I was looking at the 6. I was looking at the 7. I was looking at the 10. I was looking at the 1. I settled on a 5. Stalking the pace.
All right, Oldie. After this race at Aqueduct, we're going to give Laurel an appearance today. Race 9, 8 furlongs on the turf. We got a good field of about, looks like 10 horses. So on the turf, we'll get out there next. But for now, be like Jay Walker. Hit the like button, and thank you, group, for the kind comments. We do appreciate the like and subscribe button being hit as we get out to Belmont and Aqueduct here as they're getting close to the gate.
And I'm still, by the way, smarting over that bullpen decision by our manager, illustrious manager, Aaron Boone, who brings in Nestor Cortez out of the bullpen. I'm like, what the F is going on? What is he doing walking out from the bullpen?
David, I mentioned this earlier. Freddie Freeman hit that home run last night at 8:37 p.m. Pacific time. Kirk Gibson hit the home run 36 years before, not to the day, but 36 years before at 8:37 p.m.
Are you serious? Oh, man.
There's a good montage on Twitter of both of them side by top, top to bottom of the home runs. They're basically in the same area.
That's
36
nuts.
years apart.
That is just crazy. Well, I think if Mr. Hill had come in with his sidewinding left-handed, he might have got Otani out and got another out. So we'll see. I don't know.
Well, Nestor got Otani out, but then they left him in for the other guy, and you can't pull him, right? He's got to face 2 batters.
Yeah. I wouldn't have used Cortez. He got Otani out on basically a foul ball. And that pitch, he just served right down the center of the plate. That's that pitch that was hit out. Shit.
Yeah. So I have a story related to the when we get a chance later, related to the Kirk Gibson thing too. One of my buddies who had to move here because his parents got divorced and his mom ended up moving here. So, but he was from LA. And I'll share what he posted about that and his kids and things like that. So,
I pushed my TV out my second floor window in my apartment before the ball hit the outfield.
I was in bed before that ball landed. I got up and just went into bed. Turned it off.
Create trouble is going to be in the early mix and from the outside. There's Dracone to join them. Now going to be in that shared 3rd and 4th position with Maxwell Esquire, who's a touch keen at the rail. Moving forward is Irish Prophet, wants to be in the early mix, is now taken 4th as they get set to move into that turn. Dude in Colorado has got the lead. It's mild pressure from 2nd. Irish Prophet continues to progress, is up on the outside.
Yeah, I think that's way too fast.
Esquire wanted to drift out, but is held in.
Could be, but this 5 might take over and win for fun, Aldi.
I'm just talking about on the 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Atlantique and Lord Miles towards the back end. Tidal Forces, the trailer. Next episode, they're chasing Dude in Colorado. Dude in Colorado is in front. 23 seconds left for the opening quarter mile. Create Trouble is tracking in second. Maxwell Esquire is more settled towards the inside at third. Irish Prophet just a touch wide there.
Down.
Magical Waves, Dracone. They travel as a pair in behind them. That's Ocean Atlantique, a move from the back. Here comes Tidal Forces, who's on the move. Lord Miles towards the back end, second to last. The next episode.
Sure doesn't look like he's going to be a factor.
Half-mile time. Dude in Colorado still there. Dude in Colorado, Create Trouble, has been stalking the entire journey. Maxwell Esquire is called upon for the effort. Also
Go by. Go by him. Irad. Come on, Irad.
Colorado's got more.
Go by him, Irad.
Create Trouble trying to push on.
You got it.
Create Trouble now.
There you go.
Front, and now a full length in front. It's Create Trouble who sprints for home. Dude in Colorado is back to second. Late run here from Irish Prophet. Create Trouble. A nice trip.
Can I get a boom for
David
old Chris?
That's a boom, David, because my balance just went up.
Okay, mine did also, and I am on the board with a win finally in the horse players contest. I had a couple of places, so now we got some hope. You get that BCBC seat by the end of the day. By the time we sign off,
get it. All right, Laurel.
And I'll sell it to Matt Miller.
Yeah, maybe. You never know.
Or his consortium.
He's known to back a few people here and there. Not against the rules. There's no collusion involved.
All right, 9-2. I like that. Is solid. It feels good when you finally handicap a race and the pace scenario and the jocks go to they go by the plan that you had envisioned, that the way the race should develop, rather than a horse who should be second or third breaking decided I'm going to rate because it looks like a lot of speed. And then it's a merry-go-round race, and I'm like, what was this guy doing? What was he thinking? The horse, okay. But Irad, there you go. Irad 9-2, I'll take. Irad at 2-5, I want no part of.
All right, Oldie's cooking up a try here.
Ninth race at Laurel.
I'm in the try cooker. I don't see why this one needs to win here. I like the 5 a little better of those two horses, but the price on the 5 keeps getting worse. So as I talk, but so the Ness horse has a big GSR drop. It looks like it could get an easy lead here. The 5, did beat 50s, went up too high, coming back down to a more reasonable spot. I think the 9's coming from too far back. And, unless it sits closer like it did those 2 wins, for the trainer that I'm not going to pronounce the name incorrectly by not pronouncing the name, I think that horse gets a piece, but is a horse that I don't want on the win line.
All right, show that try one more time, Oldie. We're going into the gate, and I'm going to turn us over. There you go. 2-5 over 159 over the 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10.
Yep.
Scott Bree, I'm tired of seeing that Gibson video as well, but they still show it.
Are you familiar with the Lonely Island at all?
Sue loves Barbados.
What?
Are you familiar with the Lonely Island's Bash Brothers record, short film / record they did?
No.
Okay, well
The Last Sip.
It's basically making fun of the Bash Brothers, but
Hank's Divining Rod.
Mr. Canseco finds it funny.
Whiskey in the Jarro.
And one of the lines is Kurt Gibson is a pariah.
Yeah,
all right. I'm using the 6 here, gentlemen. First time turf, no turf breeding. Well, limited turf breeding. Just band runs on. I'm sorry, Oldie. I just wanted to.
No problem.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, my friend.
But I was just going to say, I may find that funnier than most people.
That's a good one.
Dan, hit the like button.
I'll take 19-1 on a flyer anytime for an entertainment play. So, Chris, that qualifies more of an entertainment play than my 2-1 shot, correct?
100%, buddy.
Okay.
Must be love.
It's the only drain in the field.
Go for the lead. Give me a little thrill. There you go. He's second. I get the thrill. I'm done. That's enough of the thrill for me. He was second for about a second.
And when you're mentioning thrill, that makes me that brings Will Clark to mind in his answering machine message that used to say the thrill is gone.
The thrill is there.
Will the thrill? He's the one that invented reading the pitcher's lips.
12 lengths will cover the field. Must Be Love, the target to
Look it
catch
up.
from Class Wizard. The band runs on. The last sip in striking range on the outside. Then it's Crossland racing 5th position. Hank's Divining Rod, Northern Tick-Knock Talk is saving that ground. Some 6 from the front. Whiskey in the Jarro. Sue loves Barbados. And If I Were You in the back of the pack. Heading into the far turn. No serious challenge yet for Must Be Love. Class Wizard, the last sip moving third now on the outside. Just 2 from the front. Then it's the band runs on. Whiskey in the Jarro. Crossland ridden along between
Great,
horses.
it's 6 running.
Into the outside. Hank's
Yeah, it is.
Divining Rod starting to bid up.
Come on up the rail, buddy.
TikTok needs to get through. Just needs a place to go. Northern TikTok. They turn for home. Jamie Rodriguez, Must Be Love. Asks the question.
Which leads, you bastard?
Sip. The band runs on. Class
You great
Wizard,
bastard. Come on. Between horses.
The inside.
No, he's
Whiskey in
dead.
the
He
Jarro,
well, he gave me a
left to
thrill,
go.
Chris.
And here's
He
Must Be
did.
Love trying to stay. Must Be Love, the last sip. And Hank's Divining Rod on the outside. The last sip. Hank's Divining Rod. Hank's Divining Rod up for the last sip. And then Must Be
We
Love.
hit the
Divining
try.
Rod.
Oh, no, we didn't. I didn't have the 2 in second. Oh, no, 2 finished third, right?
2
On
got
5.92. Yeah,
third.
I think so.
Did he held how the 10?
We had the 10 too, so
Oh, okay.
the price was better on the 2, so we want the 2. But
All right.
Yeah.
So I did get a little entertainment from my $2 win place bet, Chris.
Yeah,
Worth it.
absolutely.
Parlayed some of that profit money on the Trouble horse, the Irad horse in the last race. So let's see where we stand. Okay, well, I moved up to 32nd. I'm in position at the BCBC with 6 races left. Oh, plenty of time. Plenty of time.
9 cold there.
well, and that 9 was like 9 to 1, or went off at a decent price there. We had a question in the chat from Jose if we could run the race sim on
Yeah, you're
race
right.
7 here.
He wanted it for race 8.
Race 8, you're right. My bad.
All right, we're going to skip Santa Anita in the 5-horse field. And we can, you ran it for race 7 only. We'll sneak in this Woodbine race here coming up, race 7, before we get out to Keeneland at 4:44 p.m. for the 350K Hagyard Fayette Stakes, followed by the $250,000 Mother Goose Stakes for 3-year-olds, grade 2.
Can I make a request since we're live in the pick 6 at Gulfstream that we go there instead of Woodbine?
You can.
But however, would that request be honored? That was the question.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you're 4 and 5 minutes out, so the Woodbine race is going to go off 100% before the Gulfstream one will. So
Okay. Let me tell you something else too. I'm shocked to see the 5 at Laurel floated up to 4 to 1. So that was 4 to 1 over 6 to 1 over 9 to 1 in the try.
Off a 9 to 5 morning line. Yeah.
Did you get it?
We hit it, yeah.
Oh,
Hey-o.
that'll work. It was like $12, I think.
It was like, spent $11 on it. It's probably going to pay, what, you think, 50 for 50 cents? Maybe more. Who knows?
Rodney, yes, you are. That is crazy, in my humble opinion, to fade him completely.
All right. So Woodbine race 7. I don't have a strong opinion here. I didn't really handicap this one, but I would
Take a look.
probably be on the 4 or the 2 here.
The 4 or the 2?
What do
about
we
the-
have? I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
What about the 6? 6 is the long shot. That's a money winner. Run 3 times and won once.
I mean, the 4 is Cassie, won at 6.5. Went to the turf. Now it's coming back to synthetic. Both turf efforts are pretty good. That's probably where I would go. Pop Idol's your favorite for Georgian is Weaver. And that also looks like a synthetic horse that had been tried the turf and didn't like it.
I'm just going to do a cold Scotty picks 3, 4, 6.
Okay.
Why not?
All right. The only caveat I place on that. Oh, I think this race is tougher than I originally thought here. The 5 is a contenders. Are any scratches? There's 6 horses. They're all going, correct?
Yes, correct.
153.
Right, I'm going to treat this race as if this was a mandatory at the NHC, and I overlooked at it, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder and says, "You get that 7th at Woodbine in?" So I'm going to make a quick decision here, and I'm thinking the 1 Carlisle Bay I would use going wire to wire. So give me an entertainment play on the 1 Carlisle Bay.
Only there's your try payout at Laurel.
Wow.
How much?
153.60.
That'll work.
That'll work. It's hard to believe, but
13 to 1 on your $12, buddy. That's a boom.
Yep.
That's a boom. Boom.
All right,
I'm gonna play an all Cassie exacta, and I'm gonna play the 4-5 exacta here.
All right, I'm gonna pick up my Kroger delivery. I'll add this to the stage, Oldie.
4 to 1 for Carlisle Bay and 5s for Daisy Duke as they come to the start.
You can click on over. Hold on, let me get you set up with Gulfstream. You are set up with Gulfstream?
Yes. Gulfstream, we want to get set up because in my pick 6, I was ballsy here, and I used the 7 as a single.
Wow.
I like
Elliott House.
I am
Lisa.
I'm all but 1, David.
Okay. Load is Carlisle Bay.
Very well. Hopefully, and that's the one that you don't have, right?
Blinkers are on for this race.
No, it's
Carlisle
a 6 I
Bay
didn't have.
Okay. Well, we should be alive. Knock on
Crystal
wood.
Visions.
Eddie Plesic, he's had a history with me scoring with first-time starters at a really, really
3 is
good places.
Pop Idol.
Catherine's 3, 4, 5.
Woodbine, I'm number 1. Carlisle Bay.
Pop Idol on the approach to gate 3. Also, support is solid for Thread. Is
If
2
the
to
horse
1.
wins,
Currently 7
hopefully
to 5.
this,
Pop Idol.
get the
Thread is
reference.
next.
If this 1 horse wins, I think I'm going to have a brand.
Stablemate to Thread. Alongside will be Daisy Duke coming to gate 5 after 3 starts at Churchill Downs. The last along will be Miss Saugerties to the outside
Lasix
gate.
on, blinkers on,
Daisy
first
Duke going
time.
in.
Very competitive race, though. Good luck, everybody.
And Miss Saugerties moves up. Has gone in, and they're all in. Locked up. Off their race, and they got out evenly, and going through in the center, Pop Idol's dashed out in front. Away nicely are both Miss Saugerties, and showing up is also Thread. And Miss Saugerties has gone to the lead on the outside from Pop Idol. And back in third is Thread. 2.5 away is Carlisle Bay from Crystal Visions. And last is Daisy Duke. Opening the lead now, Miss Saugerties by 2 lengths. And trying to relax in second is Pop Idol with Thread. A break of about 2.5 to 3 lengths away, Carlisle Bay. Back second last, Crystal Visions is 4 behind. And on the inside, Daisy Duke. 22 and 1 was the first fraction. Miss Saugerties brisking along in front by 2 or 3 lengths. Going up second, Pop Idol clear of Thread as Pop Idol makes inroads on the leader. In fourth placing and trying to get home on the inside is Carlisle Bay. They come to the corner, Pop Idol breathing down the neck of Miss Saugerties, who's a length in front. Miss Saugerties and Pop Idol well clear. Carlisle Bay is finishing on. And on the outside, Pop Idol has reached the lead from Miss Saugerties. Carlisle Bay and Thread starting to run on down the outside. Pop Idol pushing clear 2 lengths. Thread into second spot. Pop Idol the leader. Down to the second spot, Thread getting a little bit closer, but not enough. And down to the wire, Pop Idol goes on to win. Pop Idol by 2 lengths to Thread, and Crystal Visions got in for show, followed
Ooh,
by
the
Daisy
2 got
Duke.
up there for third, Catherine.
110.33.
3, 4, 5. So we had the 2 in third. Okay, now we're going to Gulfstream.
And you are single to the 7 Elliott House.
Yes, 15-1. Now that's going to be a boom if this horse wins.
Yes.
So
I will.
The
I will
BCB,
boom that.
the Breeders' Cup is at Del Mar this year and next year.
And next year, yes.
I'm going to take a quick pit stop while they're circling here.
Okay.
Ole, who do you have here in the pick 6?
He's got everybody but the 6.
Okay.
I think that's what he said.
It was an 80s band called Everybody But the Girl, and Oldie's 80s band would be Everybody But the 6.
Everybody but the 6, yes. I don't remember that band. Everybody But the Girl? Was that a British invasion type of new wave?
Like haircut 100, all those.
Okay, Haircut, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. You remember I really liked back in the day the Pet Shop Boys. Remember the Pet Shop Boys? Yeah.
Yes, big
West End town. How's that
West
go?
End Girls.
West End Girls.
Yeah,
yep.
I'm a big fan of The Cure, and they've got a new album coming out, and they've got about 3.5 more years before they're going to retire.
Yeah.
The 5th anniversary of their first album.
How
And
about
I remember
that?
my dad back in the day said those guys are going to never amount to anything.
I hopefully your dad wasn't a record executive.
No, he was not. But he did go and see them with me a few times. I've seen them well over 100 times. So
100. Whoa,
Yes.
that's a loyal fan. One of my favorite rock bands is Aerosmith. I've seen them probably a dozen times, and my wife said that's much too much. 100.
Yeah.
I got to tell her that.
100.
I've hung out with those guys, been all over the world with them.
Oh, nice.
They're
So
my
you're like a
favorite.
groupie. So you're like one of their groupies.
Necessarily, I actually did some work for them. So
Oh, okay, nice.
yeah, one of my favorite memories is them trying to surf at 4 a.m. in Hawaii.
Oh,
after a show.
All right, good luck, everybody. I got my 7 ballsy pick here.
They're the first 2 to begin. Moving between horses is Arrow Star. Also into the top flight is Roar of the Beast. Into the outside, Sneaky's not far away. It's crowded up front as they race to the half-mile grounds. Arrow Star is a 12-1 early.
5 hit was the horse with
Second,
that
that's
huge
Sneaky
GSR.
up on the outside. Lawler is now third, passing Roar of the Beast, who shuffles to 4th. On from 5th, it's Elliott House, then Nothing Subtle. Matty Goals, no speed at all, lingering toward the back of the field. And the trailer is the Quizler with Round Trip to Italy just ahead of
The
him.
7 is so green. His head is up.
These top 3 have opened.
Yeah, he's a head high runner.
Bid for the lead.
Yeah.
Sneaky
He's
is
like,
in front.
yeah, a little too high. That was a
Arrow
mistake.
Star is now dropping back. Nothing Subtle from out of
Maybe
the crowd,
next time
runs
out,
into
stretch it
fourth
out.
now, outside
No,
Elliott
he's
House.
coming.
Roar of the Beast found
He's
nothing
coming.
at all.
Don't.
It's
So is
close
Christmas,
to last
Oldie.
year after a
Look at this.
four-
Oh, man. He's coming. You're right. But he's not going to get there.
From the
He got
outside,
cut off.
Nothing Subtle, charging hard to take on Lawler, who's on the ropes. At the rail, it's Matty Goal. They come past the 8th pole.
That's second with the
Middle, it's
7.
Nothing Subtle, and Jose Morelos driving forward. Matty Goal moves it into second. Nothing Subtle in front. Matty Goal second. Lawler third.
There you go.
and
Good one,
Elliott
Oldie.
fourth.
You're still alive. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
I
out.
mean, I don't think I would have found Nothing Subtle with, other than that it was a second-time starter. There.
And you got 6-1, so that's going to increase the. So you got the 4th choice, basically. That's good. That's good. So I will tell you, my ticket denomination with that Rainbow 6 is usually the only thing I would play on a Rainbow gimmicky 6 is $16. So I'm down 16. So
16.
Yeah.
All right.
See,
That's
mine
easy to
is
make
a
up here. That's easy to make up here, David, in Keeneland Race 8, because that's where we're going now, Oldie. And you know what else is coming up, David? Halloween.
Yes.
It's the best damn day of the year.
You like it, huh?
Well, yeah.
You a Halloween fan? Go ahead. I know it's coming.
Considering I was born 10/31/69, yeah.
Oh, happy Halloween birthday!
Yeah.
Nice.
It was great to have a birthday on, because it's not one of those. It's not like having it on Christmas or Thanksgiving or one of those ones, but always fun, and especially in the youth years. All right, I'll leave one of the race here.
Yeah, I mean, Hit Show probably wins here. There were some big scratches.
Yeah.
As well here. The scratch of the 2, Tumbarumba, who I thought had a puncher's chance here.
Yeah, no, I agree. The scratches took a little bit of luster away from this race. With that being said, I mean, I used in the contest, I didn't want to use the 8. It's not big enough of a price, but I used War Campaign. I'm not sold on his horse, but with the scratches, Hit Show looks really tough here. But I'm gonna give a shot that the 4 can run a good race here.
What my TVC app is telling me.
Objection at Gulfstream. Your 7, Elliott House, is objecting to the winner.
Oh,
we'll figure that out in a minute as we get to
Bolsey
the gate
moves
here.
into line.
Keeneland. I am not on Hit Show here.
Howling time.
I thought Grand Aspen was really potentially dangerous here at a price, but I'm not getting as much of a price as I thought. So,
second race of a layoff War Campaign. I got the 10 for third. I need the 10 third. I got a couple of triples with just the 10 there. So good luck, everybody. How about a
goes in? They're at the post.
How about a 4-8-10
and
for me?
They're off into Hagyard Fayette. There goes Bolsey along with War Campaign. Trademark is there to the inside as they head down into the first turn. Uno Moss Bourbon takes out of that crowd and gets over next to the rail as they head onto the turn. They're still stacked up 5 across the track. And there's Bolsey. 3 wide, now double wide up to take the lead. Trademark goes second. Grand Aspen moves into third position. Howling Time wide around the first turn, but moves up fourth. 3 lengths off the lead. War Campaign gets to the inside now. In fifth, Hit Show, a lane off the rail around the first turn. In sixth, Uno Moss Bourbon settles out to the back of the pack. In seventh, Heroic Move flanks that one. Eighth and last. 23.49 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Bolsey leads it against the rail by a length. Trademark goes second between horses, a half length. Grand Aspen third up on the outside. War Campaign, Howling Time far outside. Hit Show between that pair is nearly 5 lengths from the front and is followed by Uno Moss Bourbon and Heroic Move as they make the move off the end of the backstretch. 47.46 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Bolsey is the leader by a length. Trademark is still there and traveling along in the second position. Now, War Campaign is third, just to the inside of Grand Aspen in fourth. War Campaign moves up carefully against the rail to challenge for second. Bolsey still the leader. Hit Show, center of the pack, between horses, trying to find more running room. Goes to fifth, goes to fourth, has to angle toward the center of the track at the top of the stretch with a quarter mile to go. Hit Show up to third, still 5 from the front. Bolsey leads. Hit Show, War Campaign back toward the inside, and then Trademark is in
Get up that rail, Tyler.
Hit Show now running on from the outside. And here comes Uno Moss Bourbon running late, still fifth, still 7 from the lead. And it is Hit Show trying to do away with a stubborn Bolsey past the 16th pole. Hit Show is there. Bolsey is still there. Hit Show a narrow lead down to the wire. Hit Show and Florent Giroux to win the Hagyard Fayette.
No change at Gulfstream.
No change at Gulfstream.
That's good.
Bolsey, huh? Frankie Dettori trying to go wire to wire. That horse was hanging in there very gamely.
Yeah, 28.
All right, Oldie. Over to Aqueduct.
There.
So, okay, for the Mother Goose, you have an opinion here? Again, talk about the scratch of Life Talk, who I originally really liked here. You took, to me, there's a 2-horse race between the 3 and the 5, and I'm going to give the edge to the 3 here. I'm a big Gun Song fan. I just think this horse just really took to the Parks racing strip, and Torpedo Anna was regressing a little bit or did not handle the track too well, or off that Travers probably was a little empty. And I was, first of all, I didn't agree with that move to run in the Parks race after the Travers. I would have freshened the horse up a bit, but I'm not a trainer. But I don't think Gunsong's as good as that race looks. So I think Tarifa will reverse the tables here. So it's 3 for me.
Yeah, I like Tarifa was my top pick here. I actually like the 7 headline numbers better than I like Gunsong here.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
But with that being said, I'm going to play a 3, 2, 4 double. They're paying 13-1 and 12-1 respectively in the next.
Okay, and my double I just put in is a double with Tarifa with the 1 and the 11 in the last race. Twirling Lulu first goes first time turf for Bruce Levine, and then my boy from the outside back to turf with my boy Jimmy Bond with Jose Lascano. So I got the inside post and one of the outside posts.
Boy, Scotty really gave it to you on James Bond yesterday.
Bond?
James Bond. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yep. He certainly most did. But I was going to text him after the show was over, my ticket, my ADW the day before, where I had a Bond wire-to-wire winner on the turf at a $6.80 winner. So
that was a $10 entertainment bet, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. How did you know?
Was it shaken and not stirred, though?
In today's 11th race, the 10 plus 2 on the 10 in race 11.
All right, we're getting ready to go here at Belmont, at Aqueduct. After this, Oldie, we'll catch the third race at Santa Anita at 5 o'clock, and then follow that up with Gulfstream at 5:06. We've got a stakes at Woodbine at 5:08, and then back to Keeneland for the 600K.
Approaching the gate for
Bryan Station Stakes for grade 3 for 3-year-olds. We'll probably catch 3 of those 4 races there as we head into the final hour of the show. We're likely to wrap this up with the last at Keeneland.
Okay, and I'm going to run the board here. That's my only hope in the BCBC contest. So I need Tarifa. And I will tell you this, the gun song at even money is really, really overbet here.
Yeah.
That is nuts.
And I'll also say, we're talking about the Rapido-Anna.
Race 10.
I think that race was a prep for the Breeders' Cup coming out of
grade 2, $250,000.
Coming out of the Travers.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that Kenny decided to run there. Because knowing Parks, and there are horses that either love that track or hate it. It's a kind of a quirky track, in my opinion. I might consider it quirky because I very rarely can cash a wager there. But maybe I just haven't figured it out. But you'll see a lot of horses just don't fire there, and then come back in their next starts and then romp. Come back to New York or go back to Kentucky. But I think Tarifa's a solid play here. And at 2-1, I might. Well, if I had time, I'd call my mortgage broker and see how much equity I can get out of my house to put on that 3 horse at that price.
Gunsong.
I'm pulling a Matt Miller. Come on. So this at that price, Chris. If this was a Breeders' Cup race, I would go all in with whatever bankroll I had on Tarifa.
I don't
probably at this point, late in the day, I'd probably have $2.50 left in my bankroll.
You would have $7.50, David, when you were done.
Okay.
You would not finish last.
And they're off. Steps slow there.
Tarifa's not going to let Gunsong get in or
Northeast Dreams
get the
has
easy lead this time.
Tarifa will now assume the front. It's Tarifa who takes him into that first turn. Gunsong is going to stop right to the outside. The front two start to get away. They're up by a length and a half as Northeast Dreams gets off the rail, is in the 3-path in third. Alone in fourth, about 3 off the leaders. That's headline numbers, and the trailer is Prettyana. They're chasing Tarifa. Tarifa and Flavian Pratt is in front, is up by a half length over Gunsong. John Velasquez and Gunsong right there stalking the pace setter, and Northeast Dreams is out wider in third, just watching the front two. Headline numbers has not moved yet, just right there in fourth, and the trailer continues to be Prettyana. 24 seconds left to the opening quarter mile. Tarifa has inside position. Tarifa's in front by a half length. No excuses for Gunsong. He's just stalking the pace setter, tend to sit right there, and Gunsong is watching Tarifa as they're approaching a half mile left to go, and they went 48-4 for a half mile time in the Mother Goose, and Tarifa starts to turn it up. Gunsong is not going anywhere. Headline numbers has started to move from the back, is now taken third, is going to drive right in behind Tarifa, who's still the leader. Northeast Dreams is trying to pick it up there from fourth, and at the back it's Prettyana. Tarifa, 113.49 for 3/4 of a mile. Gunsong is looming to the outside, and Gunsong has not been asked yet. In hand, Gunsong, John Velasquez with a quick look back. Tarifa's all into the inside. Gunsong is ready to pounce, and these two now shoulder to shoulder. They're approaching that final furlong. Is on. Gunsong has not pushed by yet. A very stubborn foe.
Prettyana's going to win this race.
He's done. Tarifa's done.
Final 16.
Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, I would have won. Okay.
Oh, 3-for-1. 3-for-1.
Tarifa wins the Mother Goose over Gunsong.
I'm not sure whether Prettyana got there for second or that was Gunsong.
Wow, David, thank you. Thank you. You helped boost my confidence level there. I was not going to play that race, but
by a nostril, dude. And I have to tell you, if this was a $90,000 wager, I would have probably not been able to cash this because I probably would have had a stroke and been on the floor of the clubhouse in Delmar getting CPR or getting oxygen.
I really thought Prettyana was going to get
that. Would be Matt, if Matt Miller and I were together, and he would be doing that right now on my chest.
I'd have broken your ribs, kept you alive.
Or you would.
I'd only do the mouth to mouth.
Wow. No, mouth to mouth is no longer in style anymore.
Well, if you need it, you need it, right? But you don't see that very often with that inside horse to come back like that, and that's just game shit. I mean, it really is.
Right. And with that being said, I know Gunsong I loved on Preakness Day, and I'm a big fan of the trainer Mark Henning, and I will admit right now that I underestimated Gunsong. I thought this would be a romp for Tarifa. Not a romp, maybe 3-4 length win, but Gunsong's the real deal. Gunsong, she's going to make
it. Did you say John Henning? Did you say John Henning, or did you say John Daly? Because it kind of.
Or did you say Kurt Hennig?
Mark Henning.
Mark Henning and John Daly kind of look the same.
You think so?
Yeah. Much more than Kurt Hennig, the wrestler, than Oldie Records.
Yes.
So,
the late.
All right, Oldie, get us out to San Diego. We got 3 minutes.
Before I do that, I will tell you I had a $10 straight exact, the 5 Tarifa to the 4. I missed it by inches.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so Anita, race 3, we got 7
and I'm alive in the double. I'm alive in the double to a 1 to 11. That doesn't happen too often going into the race. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nice.
I'm alive 2-4. So let's.
We got 4. How could we lose?
Yeah. Now let's see how we're going to lose. As I said, when the pick 6 blew up on me the other day, when we were alive to between $14,000 and $44,000. And the $27,000 horse, we didn't have one. So.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. So
All right, take them to the facility. I got to feed the dogs. Santa Anita race is queued up.
All right, how much time do I have here? Do I have time to run the race sim? Yeah.
About 3 minutes, maybe 4.
All right, let's run the race sim.
Okay, Santa Anita. Let me pop that up. We got about 2 minutes. Let me see if I can come up with any words of wisdom here. Thanks, Anthony. It'll work, and I'm alive in a double with the 1 and the 11. So I can sit on my wallet and just watch that race.
So this is your favorite type of race, David. It's a turf sprint, but let's add another handicapping factor to this.
They sprinkled a little tapita on there?
Sort of, but it's also a paceless on paper turf sprint.
Okay, just my favorites.
So the system thinks the 3 is going to win here. Cloudy Rose, top pick, second win percentage.
I'm sorry, just got distracted. Keep going.
Yeah, so you got Cedillo aboard. Your favorite is the 7 with Doug O'Neill and Rispoli here, but losing a lot of GSR there. First time turf though. I might go with the Peter Miller 1% horse. Go with her here, and maybe play a 3-5 exacta here.
3-5. So you like Cloudy Rose over Going With Her, Smiling Tiger, who didn't show anything on the turf, the Peter Miller horse last time out.
Yeah, I like the second time. I like that he's putting up a pretty decent apprentice and getting the weight break there, which makes me think he thinks this horse might have some speed.
And the 7 is the favorite. Less is more. First time Nyquist, first time turf. I don't see much speed there, though. It's some good works. Who's going to have the lead in this paceless race?
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, boy.
Maybe the 3 or the 4. I mean, those look like the...
In a paceless race, I'm going to use an inside post. Oh, boy, this horse is working out slow as anything. Yeah. I probably would just watch this race, Oldie. I was just going to say that. I may use the 2, trying to figure the 2 will get. We've got a trouble line, lost path early. Maybe this horse. Yeah,
neither of us got anything in there.
Is more both out alertly with Petite Treat.
I would have used the 2, but I didn't.
They're joined by Cloudy Rose.
I didn't get anything in either.
Going With Her is next. Hula Prancer, second to last, steadying ever so slightly. And Omen Joy, who was not off quickly, is at the back, passing a couple of rivals now. Down the back stretch, Less is More and Petite Treat are knocking heads past the half-mile pole, with Cloudy Rose a clear-cut third. Going With Her, fourth, 3.5 or so off the lead. Orange Thunder in the red is down at the rail, 2 clear of Omen Joy, and Hula Prancer, 7 off the lead. Petite Treat comes toward the quarter pole, trying to shake away from Less is More, who comes right back in second. It's 3 to Orange Thunder, creeping closer with every stride in third. Down at the rail, Hula Prancer, they're a furlong from the finish, and Petite Treat has built up a 3-length lead. Less is More in second, followed by Orange Thunder.
Wow.
Cloudy Rose
Nice
past
price.
the 16th pole, and Petite Treat in a stellar performance. Petite Treat and Welfin Orantes win by 3.5. Orange Thunder.
One of the first-time turfers, but you had 4 first-time turfers.
Yeah.
So, Lord Nelson, the turf breeding out of all the horses in here. I thought this horse had the least amount of turf breeding, but just goes to show you. Got the lead, right?
Yeah, but it was a paceless race.
Figuring out. I thought the 2 may get the lead there, but made a good decision.
And as I did of not getting anything in there either. We have Gulfstream coming up, the leg 4 of the pick 6. This is what we have left on our pick 6.
Alive. Okay. I'm out.
So, and we have our single in race 10.
Okay, let me see here. For some reason,
Bomber, it's Anita, huh?
Yeah, paceless turf sprint. Everybody's favorite type. The horse that got the lead won.
Yep.
All right, so Gulfstream, this is what we have left on the pick six, the last three legs, as we approach the leg four. We also have at Woodbine the stakes race there.
Yep, we should be able to get that one in, Oldie.
Yeah,
okay.
and
They're spaced well enough.
And I had there, and I'm going to look up my picks real fast. I had Woodbine. I was 659 there. Which looks like chalk.
We're at Woodbine, 659.
659, yeah. And I don't think Emma Jane is riding the 9 there because she's in the hospital.
Oh, did she have a fall?
Yeah, it was a really bad fall yesterday, and I saw her agent
Goodness.
posting things about her condition.
Hopefully she'll be fine.
Okay. So aboard the 9, the pickup mount is Jose Campos.
What's the odds on that 6 right now, Oldie? 2-1?
2-1. 5-2 on War Painter for Kevin and his Atard. You know, it looks like that there is significant pace here, though. And,
okay.
And Wiz, I know I'm a little late here on this one, but yes, Kurt Hennig is Mr. Perfect.
Yes.
Mr. Perfect. Gotcha.
Yeah, wrestling reference, David.
Yeah, I know Kurt. Yeah, I know the. Yeah.
We're gonna do. We need an EquinEdge for professional wrestling.
You know who used to be a big professional into professional wrestling? So he tells me it was Matt Miller.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't really see that, but okay.
All right. So if this race melts, which it could, this section here, the 5, 2, 4, 9, I think are the plays if you're looking for, well, if they're not, it's 2 relative favorites and 2 long shots in the closer booth, so to speak. And the system shows them all finishing. But if you toss the 6 here because of the pace and hope that that's right, you could potentially end up with those 4.
Which you're using the 5, right? The 5 is definitely a contender at 5. Yeah.
5, 9, 2, and 4 maybe in a try.
No love for the 1? Has won off the distance over that turf course back in 2023 off of a layoff, but no speed.
Well, but no speed is good here because I think there's too much speed.
Yeah. I'm going to use the 1. I'm going to use a 5-1.
All right.
The 11 is run. The 6 is run 11 times. It's been the favorite in 10 of them. Well, no, sorry, 9.
Is that a money burn? Is that a money burner, Chris?
No, it's hand up and up. I mean, it's on the every other. If you look at the races back since June, or when it came off the layoff in May, it lost at 1. It lost at 1. It lost. It's due to win. Only we've seen this before, right?
We have, yes.
That's an angle we've played.
It's a pattern horse.
No, I don't know. I would call this a money burner. Lost at 2-1. Lost at let's see, 8-5. Lost at 4 to 5, lost at 3 to 5, lost at 3 to 5, lost at 7 to 5. That's a money burner, Chris.
It did win. It did win those other odd ones that you didn't call out, though, right?
Yeah, but come on, man. Come on, man.
I think we use the money burner thing too much. I could do a 30-minute segment on money burner.
And now talk to you later.
I see in the chat Monday through Monday.
1, 2, 3,
Frackamore,
4,
who defeated
5,
at Fortery in the Rondo
6
Bay.
times this horse lost as a prohibitive favorite and only won 1. That wasn't a favorite.
Sky about to join is
3.
Right,
3 wins, losses.
Let me say something on this horse too, and
Painter.
I think this horse wants no part of 2 turns.
Next,
Willie,
7.5 is 2 turns there.
Willie, come on, dude. The horse lost 6 times as a prohibitive favorite.
Now the favorite, Olivia Rose.
It's as long as it wins every other time, it's not a money
Last
burner.
winner, Lady in Red.
It's a break even.
4 wins, 4 seconds.
That one is the favorite. If it's 20 to 1 every time, you're okay. Or 10 to 1.
Well, a minimum of 2 to 1, right, to break even.
Yeah. But he's lost
foolish games to get
times
number 8.
and only won 3, so 3 out of 9. That doesn't work.
Yeah. You know how much of my money was spent on those 11 races? $0.
0. Yes. Same with me. All right, let's go 1-5. Let's go, boys.
And a tremendous start in the Eternal Search. And one of the best away, Olivia Rose, pushing for the lead. Lady in Red. Deeper out, going up is Foolish Games. And Fraggamore is 4th. To Quine the inside from My Girl Sky, War Painter.
Watch this 52 to 1-7. Get an easy lead here.
Lady in Red found the lead out the stretch. A length to Olivia Rose. Foolish Games the outside. Fraggamore 1 away on the inside, now pushing up. And My Girl Sky in the running line in 5th. A length and a half away came on the inside to Quine, the outer War Painter. And together at the back, Talk to You Later and Tito's Calling. Lady in Red in front, shows out by 3 parts. Olivia Rose away from the inside, stalking, and they're 3 clear now from Foolish Games. Frackamore, My Girl Sky as the top 2 go on under a very tight hold. Olivia Rose for Rafael Hernandez is just waiting on the outside of Lady in Red. They're 5 clear, and then Foolish Games up the inside. Frackamore from My Girl Sky, well behind them the others. Taquania, War Painter, Talk to You Later, and Tito's Calling. Olivia Rose just waiting for the moment to go to the front here. Lady in Red joined by Olivia Rose. Lady in Red, a neck clear. Olivia Rose the outside, breathing down her neck. There's 6 in front, and coming home is My Girl Sky and Taquania. Lady in Red on the inside. Olivia Rose popped the question. Lady in Red in front, and Olivia Rose on the outside, who's been there to try and go by, hasn't done so. And now the closers, Tito's Calling and Taquania. And wow, Lady in Red's run a big race, but here they come. Taquania races to the front from Tito's Calling. And Taquania in front, holding narrowly from Tito's Calling and Talk to You Later. Taquania has won the Eternal Search.
Nice call.
Tito's Calling, Talk to You Later. And then My Girl Sky, a War Painter. Lady in Red, a bold effort. Olivia Rose, disappointing.
I was not.
Foolish
I
Games
was
and
not
Frackamore was
stubborn there.
last. The time,
I
1:30.04.
added your 1 to my try.
Boom, David.
Chris, now that's 7 out of 10 that the 6 has lost. Would you now consider a money burner? No,
maybe for the public, but again, the amount of dollars.
Well, who else is betting?
Not me.
Who else is betting but the public?
$0 for this guy.
Not okay. So let's just specify, elaborate here. It's not a money burner for you.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Correct. I mean,
okay, but for the general wagering public,
a money burner there. But again, I'll do a blog one day on money burners and horses and tickets and bet shares and all those things. So, but again, not something I was going to fire on. But here we go. Gulfstream, what do you have here?
I have 1 through 3, 6, 9 in the pick 6.
1, 2, 3, 6, 9.
All right, good luck. I have the 5 in my contest. Gildenstein.
Of course.
Yes. Of course you do.
I hate to be the fly in New York.
We're going to find out.
I hope I don't beat you. I hope I don't beat you, Oldie.
We're going to find out where the money burner is here. Whether it's the 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, or the 5?
Stern going up.
But it's not burning. It's only burning my contest money. It's only $20 because I got into the qualifier today via the feeder yesterday.
Class caught a flyer at the break. He's a length in front already.
All right, we're off to Keeneland after this.
Who's up on the outside, splitting horses and on to challenge for control. Alistair and Carlin Clan. So Carlin Clan now takes the initiative and
leads 5 even in the race.
Alistair is second. The
Oh yeah.
class is now third. Up to fourth goes
look at the gap. It's running the other way.
I did hit that try. I played a try box where I tossed that 6 and added your 1 there.
Favorites, both of them just slammed on the brakes.
At Woodbine.
Up and by them went the Crypto Man. He's now moved up into 4th.
The Crypto Man.
Heathcliff. From between horses, that's Immense Faith. A gap of another 5 to Guayo. He's not keeping up at all.
The 5 is just having an awful trip. That's good for you, Oldie.
Make their way to the
terrible
half-mile
trip.
point. The leader is still Carlin Clan by a length and a quarter. Hero is now second at the rail. Alistair third. Out in the clear is Immense Faith. Far outside Heathcliff. Then back to the Crypto Man. At the rail goes the Gray Acquired Class. Guildenstern is outside of the favored Disattached. So Disattached still has traffic issues to negotiate. Meanwhile, clear racetrack for Guildenstern, but he's 5 deep now as they stack and they pack and they run to the top of the stretch. Guayo's underway. Red blinkers fanning across the
Look at this.
He's got horse.
For the drive.
He's got horse.
Here? Off cover, Alistair takes on Carlin Clan. Suddenly, these two kick away. They've opened 3 on Acquired Class, who's running home pretty well. Acquired Class tries to get Alistair, who's 10.
Come on, where's that wire? I don't want to wait for it.
Alistair has the lead. Acquired Class into second. Disattached for
All right.
All right.
We're
There you
gonna-
go,
we're
Oldie.
We're making
Yeah,
a single matter. So
All right. Nice price.
all
right,
you
we
can
got
ask
some
for is
drama here.
making the single matter, right? In these situations, especially when the single is 5 legs in.
Good one. You
Boom.
are
Great.
2 away. And as we get out over to Keeneland, I'll throw this over to you, Oldie, and get that Keeneland race ready to roll.
All right. I was neat, my boy Prince and Tricari here at Keeneland. And I know you also like Brilliant Birdie.
I like the. I'm on the 3 here.
Hershey.
For Helen Pitts. Yeah, this horse is. I mean, this horse has done nothing wrong, and you're getting 7-1. Let's see. What's Brilliant Birdie is 3-1. Who's the favorite? Tricari. You can't leave out. Yeah, neat. I'd probably do an exact. Wow. I don't know if I want to exact it, but yeah, I have the 3 in the contest, so I'm going to hold tight with the 3 here.
Yeah, Neat's delivered for me a couple times. I'm hoping he's got 1 more in there for me.
Neat,
yeah. Neat.
Yeah, let me just look at my notes here now. Neat. Yeah, nice win in the Hall of Fame. At a mile. Horse has tactical speed. It's not going to be too far back.
Yeah, and my boy Prince almost won the King's Play. Oh, I think the Woodbine Mile.
Right.
That group, it broke slow there. I think my boy Prince could be really dangerous at a price. Well, 5-1's not a price, but 15-1 on the morning line was.
Here's my boy Prince. Trickery.
Very wide open race.
And this is a Gary Barber horse too.
Here's Demolisher.
Gary and his Barber.
Yes.
Call
And his
protection. The last one comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post.
All right. Good luck, everybody. I'm on the 3. Hershey.
Evade 3 wide in the 6th position. Neat is back toward the inside in 7th. Trickery was a lane off the rail around the first turn in 8th. Loginos is in 9th. Brilliant Birdie is 10th. And Depiction is last of 11. That opening quarter went in 22.49 seconds. My boy Prince, the leader. My boy Prince by a length. Midpoint of the backstretch. Mansa goes second, a length and a half. Hershey is third back toward the inside by just a neck. Demolisher 4th up on the outside. Gap of 3 lengths. Call protection is in fifth. Evade against the rail is in sixth as they head for the far turn. Then Trickery, who starts to move up toward the outside, in seventh, but still nearly 10 lengths off the lead. That first half mile, 44.95 seconds. My Boy Prince around the final turn has a 5-length lead. Mansa Musa second to length. Hershey is third to the inside. Demolisher fourth on the outside. Trickery is fifth, still nearly 10 from the front. A quarter mile to go. My Boy Prince the leader. My Boy Prince leads it by 5 by 4. Hershey is second, taking aim on the leader now as they move into the final four.
They're flying. They're going to collapse
down toward the inside. Trickery,
come
Brilliant
on,
Birdie, coming late from the outside. Hershey, Evade, Brilliant Birdie,
come on,
leads room. Brilliant Birdie mowing them down from the outside. A late charge from Depiction. Brilliant Birdie, Depiction, Brilliant Birdie. Yes.
Sherry DeVoe with a big long shot, and she just exacta. Sherry DeVoe with the big exacta.
You had the big stopper call there. Brilliant Birdie, yes. Wow.
Womp, womp.
That knocked you out?
Depiction comes out. Yep. Depiction comes out of a trouble trip in the gun runner. Second race off a layoff and does need pace, that's for sure. And got the pace. Almost got there.
All right, Oldie. We're going to get out to Belmont.
At Aqueduct, yes.
Yes. We've got a powder turf race here.
David and I each have doubles alive here.
Right. I have the 1 Twirling Lulu and the 11 Gattes, and I'm hoping that the 11 can strike for me at 29-1. That should be a nice double. I didn't look at the Will Pays, but I don't even want to look at them.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
Let it be.
And I have the 4 Wild Mischief and the 2 Disco Star.
So we've got the 1, 2, 4, 11. Okay.
And nobody's on the favorite, the 9 for the aforementioned Mark Hennig.
Oh, Mark Hennig would have had a good shot at the double today if Gunsong could have gotten up. Here, let me just take a quick look at that 9 horse. I didn't look at that 9. I thought it was a wide. Oh, the 9. Hold on a second. I thought you gave out the 9, didn't you?
No, not in my double. I did use the 9 in my dead.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of I apologize. I'm thinking of the Keeneland last race. I'm using a 2-9 exacta there. The chalk, right? The chalk and Tomcat Tuesday.
All right. So for me, I believe I played a $20 double. Let me look. Yeah, I played a $20 double. It's 13-1 to the 2 and 12-1, $12.10 to 1.
Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time.
I prefer not to disclose my denomination, but it's a little more than an entertainment play.
All right.
Fair enough. We got about a half an hour with you guys left to wrap up the show once we get to the end of Keeneland.
We do. If Oldie is alive in that last leg of Gulfstream, I think we got to stay on, right?
We can. That's a little after 6, but we'll see how.
It's up to you guys. Oldie might want a little privacy, being alone with a Will Pay ticket that we don't know how much is yet.
No, I'm good with staying on.
All right. We'll
my single's currently sitting at 1-5.
All right.
Or as we call it, a value sucking single, but hopefully there's been enough prices.
5:36 Eastern time. We'll hit this.
2 more left to load.
Coming up here, Aqueduct.
Wild Mischief.
And then we've got Santa Anita, Gulfstream, Woodbine.
Wildcat Hennig. Here's Graceful Warrior. Got a Tiz. Mississippi Banker, last below to the outside.
All right, good luck, everybody. Well, good luck, especially to me and Aldi, but good luck, everybody else.
If you're alive to anything out there, good luck to you as well.
Mississippi Banker. What up?
No.
I was thinking the same thing.
Rider off.
Yeah. Do we only hear that at the New York circuit? I don't think there's any other track.
Oh, no.
I think they should have to say, instead of no, they should have to say nay. Since they're talking about horses.
You know, if they're racing in Germany, they always reference the number of the horse. 9999999.
And if it's Russia, isn't it Niat?
Yeah.
Banker's going to go in first.
I'm pretty sure Russian horse racing is rigged.
Do they have horse racing in Russia?
Starter walking behind the gate now. Wildcat Annie.
Oh, that's great. Always need a delay.
Always love when the starter's walking behind the gate. Maybe he's trying to send another horse the wrong way again.
Wildcat Annie.
The horse had to relieve himself, so they backed him out. It's like, okay, here you go, buddy.
Goes in. Christopher Elliott. Climb back aboard.
Christopher Elliott, good up and coming rider.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Used to be a great comedian, too.
All set.
Yes. He was the cabin boy.
Yeah. Good luck.
I hear someday he hopes to be a cabin boy.
Mississippi Banker has early speed, so does Gatatiz towards the outside, and joining them Forever to Go is in that early mix. Down towards the inside, here's Twirling Lulu is there with Graceful Warrior. 5 of them across the course, and they're very spread out. Cue the music is just off of them is in 6th, going to be just in front of Wild Mischief, who's in 7th. That's the rail there in 8th is Giants Audible. Moving up on the outside, there's Blakely's Wish. Gets position on Our Preferred Pal. Very wide is going to be Disco Star, and the trailer is Wildcat Annie, 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. Forever to Go is in front. Forever to Go is a neck in front of Gatatiz, who's back for more. And here's Gatatiz ready to challenge towards the outside. Just off of them, that's Twirling Lulu, who's at the rail and trying to re-rally is Mississippi Banker in the orange silks. Wide run here for Disco Star. Has been progressing, has taken 5th. Is to the outside of Wild Mischief. Off the lane. Forever to Go. Gatatiz applying the pressure.
I know he's dead.
Off the rail.
Come on, Disco Stu.
Disco Star.
I'm sorry, Disco Star.
You got him, Oldie.
Field now. Disco Star is opening up in the center of the turf course, and it's gone.
Disco
Star has a 16th left to go and is all alone. Dylan Davis.
Nice.
Wins the finale.
2-9 something. So good one, Oldie. I'm out of my double.
All right, that wraps up the Aqueduct card, Oldie. 5:30 p.m. We've got Santa Anita coming.
Anita, 2 minutes.
We got a maiden special weight state bred with a 6-5 and a 1-1 horse.
6-5.
And we also have an even money. We also have an even money list.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, but we also have a 1-1. This would be a race I would normally pass on.
Correct.
I just don't see anything. If you're making me choose somebody, I'll choose the 4 who has the 4-star work. And if I were to try to put an exacting together, I'd play 4-2 here.
Oldie, Rodney's asking for the race simulator on the Twilight Derby. Probably later on.
Derby. It is, yes. All right.
Got the race for you.
The Derby.
I know, it's the weirdest thing. Do you ever have a day, gentlemen, when you are making plays while you're doing a show?
Yes.
And your bankroll keeps expanding, but you can't figure out why. I'm not questioning it. I think I might have hit the wrong button or some shit was going on here, but I'm like, well, how did that possibly happen? All right.
Dude, about 4 months ago, I hit a win bet pretty hard. Not 4 digits, but high threes on a horse at what is that track in Canada?
Acebonia Downs?
No, not that one. It's one of the day ones.
Fort Erie.
Not Fort Erie. The other one.
Hastings?
Hastings. That's it.
Hastings.
And I had clicked on the TVG thing, and it took me to that race. And I bet the horse the number that I wanted in another track. I think it was the 4 horse. And I clicked it, and we watched the race live. And in the race that I had bet that in, I think it was maybe Gulfstream or something like that. And I lost by like a nose. And I cooled down. I didn't do anything. And, we're doing the show. We're moving all around. And I went to go look at my balance. And I had put that high 3-digit wager on a 12-1 horse that won at Hastings. And, I was like,
that will work. Yeah.
How the hell is my balance that high? And I immediately did a withdraw and then locked my account for 4 days because that was like punishment for that. Like, don't do this again.
Yes.
You got away with it once. So, but yes, I'm here yet.
I'm going to try to figure out.
I had something I thought I was out of completely. So it was either pick 5 or pick 6. I don't remember which one. So I figured I was out of it. I wasn't paying attention. The next day I wake up and I have way too much money in my account. I look and it carried over and paid the 4 out of 5. The amount I was expecting, I was targeted close to what I was targeting with the overall original ticket.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. The issue, my bankroll is spending nothing monumental, but it's like $150, $200. I'm like, where the hell did that come from on top? And I still can't figure it out, but hey, I'm going to go with it. Yeah, I might have had a saver bet earlier in the day on Brilliant Birdie. I'm thinking, I don't know. Okay, I'm not even going to go. Too many.
It's one of those things where they are 99.9% right. Like, you did this, whatever it was.
Yeah.
All right, here we go at Anita. Good luck, everybody. We will get out to Gulfstream.
Good luck. Nothing to play.
5 minutes.
Majestic Palisades and Uncle Chili. And they're off.
2 and a 1.
Uncle Chili breaks beautifully and takes control at once. Majestic Palisades a joint second, with Caught in the Dark just inside of him, now taking that second spot. Blackbeard's Ghost is next, and Proud Racer is way back there, very green and far, far behind in his debut. It's Uncle Chili passing the half-mile pole shortly, joined by Blackbeard's Ghost. Blackbeard's Ghost speeds to the front. Uncle Chili ends up in a tracking spot second. Then Caught in the Dark third. Majestic Palisades is fourth. Pretty hard-ridden at this stage. 3 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 6. Proud Racer is getting underway. Less than 3/8 of a mile to go. And it is Blackbeard's Ghost and Uncle Chili heads apart. 3 lengths back. Majestic Palisades in third. And Proud Racer moving up outside of him, leaving Caught in the Dark at the back of the field. They turn for home. Blackbeard's Ghost on the inside. And Uncle Chili have been going at it. Blackbeard's Ghost hugs the rail and goes on very willingly. He has a 1.5 length lead.
I don't think you're going by this horse.
Long way to Majestic Palisades. And Proud Racer. Blackbeard's Ghost in a sharp debut score. Wins
very
by
nice.
3 and
very impressive, because if you notice how this horse got out of the gate, the 1 and the 2 both got out terrible. And usually, how many times you see a horse gets rushed up like that from dead last or next to last, and then does not have enough left in the stretch because he didn't really want to get rushed up. That horse could have some talent. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, when it runs against more than 4 horses, 5 horses.
Exactly. We'll hold judgment on that until we have a competitive race for that horse.
All right, Oldie. It's the race that determines whether or not we're going to hang out and for the last, right?
Yeah, but I'm kind of treating this like this is the race I need to hedge. So I wanted your guys' advice on where I should hedge here.
All right, now who do you have? You have the one singled?
Yes, I have the one Megan making money.
All right, don't go by me, but in the contest, and I have an affinity for this horse, and it's really got nothing to do with the name. Barbara, I had this horse once, got me into the NHC on one of the online qualifiers as a cap horse. And at the NHC in last year, I played her because I needed it. I was probably about $125 off the cut line late in the day. And Barbara ran a big bang up race at 60-1 and gave me a second. And I thought at one point she was going to get up. So I have some kind of history. So I'm using Barbara, and I just put a small entertainment wager on Barbara. Monday's going to get up again.
$10 for me to win on Barbara. That's my mother's name. So
okay, there you go. There you go.
And she's watching.
Okay. All right, here we go. Let's get let's not get Barbara home. Let's get Barbara to second because that'll work for me. And I'm probably out of the contest, so I'll root for you, Oldie. I always like to see friends of mine have success.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that, David. All right.
As long as you remember that line of thinking and you send me a percentage at the end of the day for some good karma.
100%. I was thinking the same thing.
You were thinking 100%, Chris? That's what I should send you?
I'm going to be looking for a Venmo from the Oldie Capper.
All right, so here's what I did.
That's happened before. Alabama Slammer, Oldie and I very much remember.
Yes.
There was a big cash for him, and my vet trainer's father's dude was the one that gave us that, and it was a good winner. And Oldie smashed the shit out of that horse on the win and the pick 5 and everything else. So. All good.
I'm sitting at the orthodontist while my daughter's getting her braces adjusted, thinking about how much money the orthodontist is getting, and then Alabama Slammer hits at what was it, like 20-1? Yeah. I had it in the pick 5, and I had $1 pick 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think my total came out to like $14,000-$15,000 on it.
Oh, nice! Boom! Now that's a boom. Yeah. That's a quadruple boom, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Oldie paid my my horse for it for 2 months, so I was thrilled.
Very nice. Very
nice.
All right, Barbara's drifting up again. Barbara, keep drifting up that board.
So I'm hedging the 9, the 7, the 6, and the 4.
Okay. Well,
usually when I hedge, I try to make my initial investment back.
Yes, and that would be the plan. Or the way I look at it, at least for me, at least it's 50% of what my original investment was. I'll take that shot. Now, Oldie, who are you alive? How many are you alive to with on the 11th, the last leg at Gulfstream?
Hold on, let me pull this.
You do have okay.
I had 1, 2. I had a bunch. Hold on. It was 1, 2, 5, 6, 7.
1, 2. Oh, beautiful. 1, 2, 5. Oh, geez, you look golden here, man.
Well, I got to get out of this leg.
Yes, exactly. I have to tell you, there's no one else I'd probably use here in the last leg. I may have included the 12, which I did on my ticket, but other than that, I would have went 4 deep here. 1, 2, 6, 7, and maybe 12. Yeah, I had 1, 2, 6. Really close.
12 does look dangerous there, though. Yeah, you're right.
And the 5, I would, the 5 Cavaggio's been running really well. Yeah, well, good luck, man.
1-2 favorite is Megan making money. Misael Jaramillo riding for Ronald Coy. Happy Ride, no action readies. Shayna and She's Spiteful. That leaves 2 more. Barbara. From the outside, Amori
Need a good
Control.
break.
Good luck, Jacob.
Amori Control to take the outside under Joe Trejos.
All right. Good drama.
Good break, but a stumble.
Not a good start for this.
And we're done.
Megan making money. She's last to break.
We're done. She cannot
Far
race.
outside, Amori Control fires to the lead. At the rail, no action has speed. In between horses, Barbara makes it a party. These 3 almost in line. After a bad break, Megan making money finds herself down toward the rail with Happy Ride ahead of her. Then back to She Spiteful and Shayna. The early trailer is Tappett's Girl. To the far turn they go. Megan making money just checked again. The leader is now Amori Control, 3 parts of a length. From between horses, Happy Ride, far outside Shayna. From between, she's
great. Yeah.
up in traffic. Megan making money.
I don't know.
At the office for her
The
so
9's
far.
gone.
From the inside, it's Barbara. And
9
after
was
that,
the other
following
speed.
Circle horses is Tappett's Girl. They reach the top of the stretch. Amor, E-Control off the corner, kicks under Trejos to lead by 3. From between horses, that's a Megan making money who tries to get out to try to get into second. Happy Ride is next. Farther out in Tappett's Girl.
Well, I made something back.
If you back the
All right, yeah.
You're home and cooled. Amori Control to win it.
Race was over at the break.
Come at 5 in the end.
Yeah, the one got out bad. Yeah, that's horse racing.
Yep. I mean, good break, just stumbled.
Yeah.
After the break. And
Yeah,
was
that
it.
hurts.
All right.
All right, let's get it done here. I'm sorry, Chris. Let's get it done here at Keeneland. We got we got an exacta box, 2-9, Oldie's horse and not my horse. There you go.
Yep. We will hang out here until the end of Keeneland, until April 4th of 2025. That will be our final race of the day here.
All right, so you know the opening day of the meet then.
It's the 4th through the 25th. 4th through the 25th. The Grade 1 gamble is the following week, so it's like the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th will be the Grade 1 gamble contest.
Are you 100% sure about that?
Let me
90%.
Let me look it up.
Because I will book. I definitely am not missing the Grade 1 gamble or the contest before this year, next spring. I am going to book a flight well in advance. And if I'm in Florida, I may decide to drive my car north and swing by Keeneland for about a week. And,
well, if you do that, David, you will pick me up and I will travel with you to Keeneland, and then I will just fly home. So the Grade 1 gamble this week, this year, they don't have it announced for last next year, but it was on 4/13, which is the second weekend.
Weekend, and that coincides with this fall, where the tournament was the Keeneland Challenge was the second weekend of the meet. Mm-hmm. Am I correct to assume? Yeah. Okay. So
starting on the 4th. They're starting on the 4th. Let me get my calendar up here and
perfect timing to make some cash right before April 15th, right? The tax day.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. So David, that should be April 12th this year, because they're opening up on the 4th, which is Friday. The second Saturday is the 12th.
And they always have that either, I guess, $400 live money contest on track only the Friday before. They used to have it on the Sunday.
Yes, they do have that. Sunday, I think, is Easter, so they're going to run it on Saturday.
That's so Sunday is definitely Easter, the 12th.
No, the Sunday, the 13th would be the Easter on Sunday. The 12th is which should be the Grade 1 gamble. So maybe drop a line to jgoodman@keeneland.com just to confirm that. But looks like the grade 1 gamble will be on the 12th. Let me get that right again. Yes, the 12th, April 12th, 2025, $3,500 buy-in contest. And I would be happy to tag along with you, do a little bit of driving if need be, and then just fly home from there.
Sure, but so
April.
Easter is the 13th then?
I believe so.
Let me check that because that could be a flying.
No, sorry.
Oh, no. Perfect.
Oh,
it's the 20th. The 20th, because me missing Easter, I couldn't miss it last year. I couldn't go to Florida Derby because we had a family event I had to be back up north for. So I'm in. Easter is on April 20th of 2025.
Yep.
Count
so
me.
April 12th. Oldie and David book that. We will be there for the grade 1 gamble. We'll be in the Phoenix room again, covering the contest, and should be a good time.
Okay. I will book my flight. I will book a flight for Wednesday and departing on Sunday.
All right.
Way in advance, so I'll have no excuse this time. And again, if I decide to stay in South Florida until the first or second week, I probably would drive up that Monday, Tuesday-ish. I could pick you up, and as long as you don't mind getting there like Thursday.
Fine with me, man.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll hop in your Ford Pinto, and we'll motor our way up there.
There you go. Well, it's not much better than that because you can hop in. The car that I'm driving now is a Nissan Sentra. So, we can do that.
My buddy in high school had a Ford Pinto, and the license plate was BOOOOM. Boom.
How about that? Yeah, my first two vehicles were Ford Pintos. Had a brown one and a yellow brand new one.
My first vehicle was a 1968 Dodge Coronet 440.
Okay.
Yeah. An entire family could live in the trunk.
Whose family?
Anybody's family, man. You could sleep 6 in that trunk.
I'm just being myself here.
3 minutes to go to the last race of the season, of the year at Keeneland. What do you guys got?
I playing the 9 to win, playing a 9-8 exacta, and I'm playing a all EE picks try.
Okay. David?
And I am on the an exacta box 2-9, and let me put that in. And I also did a crazy triple looking for some value. 2, a win wager on a 2, and a 2-9 all triple.
All right.
I didn't back it up, but the 9-2 exacta should make me enough to not have a problem there. But I do prefer the 2 a little bit over the 9. So 2-9 exacta box 2 with 9 with all triple.
Okay, we're getting here to the end of the day. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you all for joining. Yes. We'll be back Wednesday night, Thursday night for Breeders' Cup preview shows. Friday, we will have the 5 Breeders' Cup races. Not sure yet, David, if there's a NHC show right before that. There could be. We don't know. Well, we'll figure that out. But we will be with you all on Saturday for the Breeders' Cup races at Del Mar. Are you going to be around next Saturday, Dave, or are you busy?
Yeah, I'm around. I've decided not to go out of town because it doesn't look like I'm playing a BCBCA. I was going to possibly play it at Gulfstream to have less distractions than home. But since I will be in town, I'll be home. So I'll be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you just let me know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out the schedule from there. But should be a good day. And I think after next year at in 25 at Del Mar, I think they go to Keeneland in 26, and I think they go to Belmont in 27.
I could agree with you. I hope they go to Keeneland because I would definitely make reservations well in advance for that. Much easier trip than going from coast to coast for me. And Belmont supposedly 2026, but probably more likely 2027. I agree with you.
Okay, if they go to Keeneland in 26, we can get you one of these, buddy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's good.
And we could show the races live, and we can likely do it live there. So fingers crossed on Keeneland for 26, because that would be super good for all of us, and great coverage that we can provide right from Keeneland.
And how about Pimlico in 28?
Congratulations to the Keeneland Fall Meet leaders. Godolphin leading owner, Brad Cox leading
I don't think
trainer,
Pimlico's going
Tyler
to
Gaffalione leading
maybe
jockey.
Stronic can work a deal there.
Keeneland's 10th and final race.
I would love to see one at. It could never happen. There's not enough seating in the grandstand. The clubhouse is at Gulfstream, kind of ruined there by rebuilding that track the way they did.
Yeah, I think it would either maybe go back to Santa Anita or Del Mar at that point, if they're still racing in California.
Or
but here we go.
With their new paddock and grandstand and everything.
I guess no Finger Lakes Breeders' Cup. No Finger Lakes Breeders' Cup.
Maybe Remington Park.
Also the chalk moving in.
They have a turf
All right,
course.
good luck, everybody. The finale, as they say.
Yep.
And I forgot to say the penultimate before the race before. I love saying that.
Here's Thunderhawk.
All right, let's see if we can all get out with a nice profit for this last race.
Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Thanks for joining. Hit the like button.
Yes, thank you.
Hit the subscribe button. We will see you next week.
For Breeders' Cup 2024.
Not as many short prices this year, Dave, in the Breeders' Cup. I don't think there are going to be maybe one or two.
Yeah, and now with the finale not being the Breeders' Cup Classic, it's the mile as a sprint or the mile now. The mile,
dirt
right?
Mile. Dirt mile.
Yeah, the dirt mile, and no Bafford's horse is out. Treasure. Yeah. There's not going to be. You'll have one. You'll have Torpedo Anna. I have an opinion of a horse I really like in a classic, but there's no flight lines where you're going to say you're confident. Besides Torpedo Anna, that's single with your entire bankroll, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of the BCBC players skipping the classic altogether.
Yeah. I really like Forever Young, to be honest with you. And I think there's the Japanese this year they're due, and one of these days they're going to have multiple winners, and they're going to win that race too. But they look tough, but it's still competitive. I'm not, I still think Sierra Leone's due for a big race at some point, but I'm not sure that's the day. But we'll see.
If Sierra Leone's going to win that race, he's going to need to start before the final turn, making that sweeping move. If he's
depends on the post
going on that turn, no chance.
I reserve any opinion on any of the Breeders' Cup races until the post position draws.
You guys are overthinking it. There's not that much speed there. It's going to be a perfect Arthur ride. Is going to go fast. Forward. Fierceness is going to sit right off. And Fierceness is going to win the race rather easily.
I hate Fierceness in that race, to be honest with you. I would give that horse no shot. So we'll see.
We'll see. I'm telling you, Fierceness is going to win the race rather easily. And I'm already out on the slim. City of Troy will finish last.
They're at the post.
Yeah. Okay. And when Fierceness gets plus 12 or 13, I will laugh.
Free Country and Winter Creek broke alertly, come right to the front. Tomcat Tuesday is there to the inside. Thunderhawk is there in between horses and moves up with Stay Frosty. Stay Frosty has the lead. Thunderhawk to
That's
second.
not a good start.
Tomcat Tuesday third to the inside. Free Country is now fourth. Winter Creek is in fifth. Desert Air far outside is in sixth. Burnham Square is seventh. Iron Sharpens Iron is in eighth position. Halter Boy has lost several positions, drops out to the back of the pack in ninth. The Chalk moves up from 10th to 9th, but is running nearly a dozen lengths off the lead.
Wow,
Charming
he's way
Tiger
back
is
there.
last.
Why they
as the field
waited that
rounds
long
the
to
far
run,
turn.
though?
Thunderhawk has a narrow lead. Outward from the rail, Stay
Right,
Frosty
two
there to the
stopped
inside.
and
Half
popped.
length
He's
separates
dead.
them. Free Country is now starting to move into contention. Third, quarter mile to go. Switches lanes to the outside. Winter Creek is in the fourth position. And then Tomcat Tuesday and Desert Air. Here comes Free Country after Thunderhawk. Thunderhawk has the lead, though, a length and a half. Free Country in second. Desert Air third. Iron Sharpens Iron. And then Burnham Square and the Chalk, who are way out on the grandstand side. 7 lengths from the lead. Thunderhawk is the leader. Iron Sharpens Iron runs on with Burnham Square. Thunderhawk, Iron Sharpens Iron.
I don't
Burnham
understand
Square.
what they were
Here
doing
they
with
come
that
to
horse.
the line. Iron Sharpens Iron to win it. Burnham Square was second. Thunderhawk was third.
15-1.
Yep.
For Kenny McPeak, who was previously 1 for 30 going into this race.
Mm-hmm.
Hey-o. Slow works. McPeak with a first-time starter.
So I think we'll end here, or we'll look at Wiz's comment here. Thoughts on next in the Breeders' Cup Classic. My first thought is good on the trainer, the owner, for taking a shot. The fans wanted that, right? Next has been running, just winning by 100,000 lengths and whatnot. But I don't think it's going to work in the Classic. I just don't. And we'll have to see where post positions are, where that horse starts from. But that horse should have the lead. I applaud the try for them to get it done. Maybe they can hit the board and cash a check, but that won't be a win bet for me.
And I'm in agreement with Chris that I don't think Next has a good shot to win that race. It is a $7 million purse. So if the horse can get a third or fourth or fifth, you're getting a pretty nice chunk of change there. And for that horse, it was a claim, I believe a $50,000 claim. I just think this horse is more of a distance, slow pace type of horse where, and you look at the competition it's faced. I think it would be quite unlikely that horse could win against that competition.
Yeah, and we know where Oldie's at. He's on Fierceness. City of Troy is going to finish last. Nest will finish somewhere between second and before City of Troy, somewhere in there. So,
well, if you go and listen to their interview with Aiden, he pretty much admits that he doesn't expect City of Troy to take the kickback well, which is why he thinks he's going to have that horse forwardly placed, which I don't see based on what I've seen from the horse as something that's going to happen. That, and there's no dirt on the dam side at all.
Okay.
But what I will say, just in general, I mean, what do I want to say here, Chris? That there are some price opportunities around that race. That if you play smart, you might be able to group with Fierceness for a nice double or pick 3 there.
Okay.
For me, I'm all out. I'm all out of the Classic. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm all out.
All right, I'm going to make this statement, and then we'll reserve judgment on the after the post position draws. But I will say, Oldie, from good-natured ribbing here, that Arthur's Ride is going to wire Fierceness's ass. So Arthur's Ride wire, and Forever Young comes up and either gets Arthur's Ride and Fierceness is off the board. So or Arthur's Ride goes wire to wire, outkicks Fierceness. So, but we'll see.
David, I'm gonna throw you a bone here. I'm looking for it now.
You're looking for your bone here.
Is there any meat? Is there any meat on that bone that you're throwing?
There is some meat on this bone. Hold on, let me share my screen.
I might want to decline that bone invitation.
No, you're gonna like this, David.
Okay.
As I put this up here, share screen.
That's when Mott gets out of a slump, big time.
Well, I also
there you go,
think that
There's
could
the
be running
classic.
in the turf.
Here is the classic. Let me
get
it on the stage. My computer's running a little slow because it's running all day long. Here we go. Come on, add to stage.
Hey-o!
There you go, David.
There you go. And I didn't even see that. Yep, I did not see that. That is great. And I didn't even know that's up.
Classic. That's with all the pre-entries in there, right?
Fantastic.
So you got all these horses in here right now. There's 16 of them.
Right.
And that's going to obviously get chopped down. Things will change. The metrics will change as horses come out. But that's what you're looking at right now for the classic Arthur's Ride. So,
well, it almost has who's fourth? Fierce's is fourth. Well, that would be my triple: Arthur's Ride, Sierra Leone, and Forever Young. So there we go. All right. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So.
All right, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good weekend. Good luck, everybody.
You guys too. Good luck.
Thanks for everybody listening. We'll see you next week.
Only hit the end stream button, please.
All right.